A powerful burst of energy occurs, cutting through the sky and creating a hole in reality. A mysterious young man stands next to this epical event and watches what happens. A huge number of runes appear in the air, which contain forbidden information. These runes call the protagonist by the name of Joseph, who was once a great person, but has now been reborn in another body. A swift flying piece of chalk begins to cut through the air, followed by a loud cry, bringing the new name of the main character. Joseph instantly restores the piece by grabbing it with 2 fingers and completely slowing it down. Joseph quickly studies his new memories and realizes that they place him in the future, 15 years after his death. He looks around and sees a giant statue that belongs to him from his past life. Taking a closer look, he wonders if she really belongs to him. He also hears a loud and stern question from the teacher, who asks him about what he allows himself to do. Joseph looks around and tries to figure out what's going on while the teacher asks him why he was late for class. He guesses that apparently he has been reborn, but does not understand how. The teacher asks him again why he doesn't answer the questions. Looking at him more and more intently, she asks him how many ways there are to process a simple concealed weapon. Joseph looks closely at the strict teacher, whose name is Lola, and notes that she has an amazing figure. He also notes that this appearance is deceptive and this girl is definitely a good fighter. Continuing to analyze the teacher, he realized that if he were to give this person the Ice Tribulation Blade, he would be the spitting image of the Red Lotus Martial Empress. However, these thoughts are interrupted by the thought that the martial artist of the 4 elements does not reach her level. Even after this, he gives the teacher a rather all-consuming look from which nothing can escape. Lola feels this man's gaze on her and instantly loses control of herself. She wonders why just one look from this boy makes her lose her mind. However, she firmly pushes this feeling aside and asks him how many ways there are to process a common weapon. Joseph is surprised by such a trivial question and says that everything is obvious here, because there are only 48 ways. This extremely surprising explanation shocks the teacher, and she freezes for a while. The students wonder if their classmate is still asleep and ask him where he got this number from. One of the students states that Joseph clearly did not read the books, since they only contain information on 36 methods. Joseph, with his characteristic truth, says that there are 12 more methods that were once identified by another martial artist, and gives his ancient name. The disciples begin to laugh and say that this is just nonsense, noting that the sage who was this man's disciple could not have made a mistake. Lola cuts off the idle chatter with a powerful slam of her fist on the table to silence everyone. The students turn to look at the teacher in fear, while Joseph continues to act completely indifferent. Lola stated that Martial Emperor Gu Feng was not only the 3rd-ranked martial artist, but also a first-class weapon master. The students try to understand how this is possible and claim that the textbooks say something completely different. But Lola says that ordinary people could not master these techniques, so they were not mentioned. Lola reflects on how everyone says that a student named Joseph is completely unsuitable for martial arts, but now he shows talent in handling weapons. She reflects that if she finds the right approach to this person, he will be able to develop his skills excellently. With her usual sternness, she asks him why it is necessary to add heavenly crystal sand when creating weapons. Lola also says that if he answers this question, he may not come to the next lesson, after which the students say that this is not an easy question. Joseph states that this element is not necessary to add, but for the average craftsman who is not very careful with materials, it is necessary to use it to simplify matters. Lola says that this is very good and wonders why it is possible to fail when using sand in the processing. Joseph says that crystal sand is a water element, so it can fail if mixed with other material. Lola asks him another question about how to remove sand from an alloy of scarlet processed copper and shiny gold. Joseph says that if sand is used, it can be removed from the alloy by simple quenching. Lola stops in her tracks and is amazed by such incredibly accurate knowledge. She also says that she now understands why she couldn't do it when she tried to do it on her own. She also notes that the man's gaze is full of incredible grandeur and movement of such questions. Lola hurries to the classroom door and says that Joseph must return for the next lesson, and the rest must begin their independent work. The students look at their teacher in surprise, trying to understand what she just said. Joseph decides not to waste any time and gets to his feet to leave the auditorium. He grins and says that apparently he will not have to attend classes in the future. The students look at him in surprise and open their mouths, unable to contain their emotions. Some of the students are asking what happened to Brother Joseph today, suggesting that he has come to his senses. This news is a big revelation for all his associates, since they never took him seriously. However, not all the students are proud of their comrade, as one of them says that this worthless guy's chakra channels haven't even opened yet. The hooligans say that all this is bullshit because this man is just a simple non-entity. Joseph, meanwhile, decides to go outside and discovers that he has ended up in the capital of the state. He also reflects on the fact that the foolish apprentice who wrote this textbook was lucky enough to become a master of the art of tempering. Looking at the statue, he assumes that this man made it specifically to be respected even more. Coming closer, he realizes that 15 years later, he, the great Gu Feng, was reincarnated into the body of a disciple named Joseph. After some time, he reaches the pagoda where the masters of the art of hardening live. Joseph reflects on how he is now too weak, since even the chakra channels in this body have not opened. However, he decides not to give up, realizing that he used to be ranked 3rd in the martial arts rankings, and now he needs to find a way to become stronger. The first thing he decides to do is find the master himself, named Yagos, in order to put this disgusting carcass in order. He also notes that, at best, he will be able to regain his strength in just a few years. Joseph confidently declares that this time no one will stop him from climbing to the pinnacle of this world. As he climbs the steps, he reflects on how the channels of his current body have completely dried up. Having reached the Alchemist's Guild, he suddenly runs into a friendly guild secretary named Lillian, who asks him how she can help him. Joseph says that he is looking for a man named Yagos and asks if he is still there. Lillian then asks him if he means their former guild chairman, and Joseph guesses that he is not here. Lillian states that this man served as chairman 20 years ago. Joseph realizes this is a problem because he was hoping to ask this man to make a breakthrough for him. Joseph thinks about how great, cool, powerful, and incredibly awesome he was back in the day. The thought of his followers praising his name all over the world while he himself has become a non-entity without chakra makes him angry. Without thinking twice, he hands her the recipe and wonders if she can find all the ingredients. After some time, a man approaches the girl and asks her who she is talking to. Coming closer, the tall man declares that the gentleman searched her. Lillian says that it was the student who asked to find some ingredients, but now we will have to look for this person. The alchemist asks to look at the recipe in order to get acquainted with what is written there. Joseph watches the man closely, noting that he is a first-level alchemist who, for some reason, wears a strange gold medal. Not appreciating the great creativity in the field of potion making, the alchemist says that this is complete nonsense and crumples the piece of paper on which the recipe was written. Immediately after this, he throws it away with a face that expresses absolutely no remorse. A great martial artist who held multiple titles cannot withstand such an incredible blow to his self-esteem and realizes that he needs to take revenge. Meanwhile, a first-rank alchemist named Abdul urges the secretary and orders her to go to the master immediately. He also states that this is not a place for children, when he suddenly hears Joseph's voice behind him. Joseph asks the alchemist if he was promoted just 7 days ago. Abdul says that every self-respecting person knows that he was promoted 5 days ago, after which he recommends to treat him more respectfully. Joseph looks at his interlocutor suspiciously and asks him if he is really an alchemist. Abdul, who for some reason found such a question quite offensive to his honor, wonders what he means. Joseph states that his hands are dark gray and starting to peel, indicating that he has come into contact with the loaded windstone. Joseph also talks about smelling like a blood orchid, which indicates that he was using doping and trying to cover up the evidence. Joseph waves his hand and states that he dares to guess that the additional scent of tiger grainstone was the main material used to create the weapon. Abdul looks at his opponent with incredible surprise and wonders how he managed to do it. Quickly turning away, he says that this is some kind of bullshit, while Joseph states that he doesn't know a lot about himself. Joseph also says that the Bloodfire Orchid actually has terrible side effects, and now his pain points will start to flare up every day at noon. Abdul slowly turns to the side and feels a shudder run through his body. Joseph states that he is sorry, because such a talented alchemist would need to cut off his right hand to save his life. Abdul stutters as he asks Joseph not to try to intimidate him. Joseph quickly turns around and says that he just wanted to tell him how to fix the problem. The alchemist loses his composure and runs after Joseph, begging him to teach him how. However, after a while, he immediately moves away from him, regretting that he grabbed him by the shoulders. Joseph looks at him with the incredibly powerful gaze of a great man who can move mountains. Abdul wonders if this brat is really capable of making such an impression on him. However, his legs begin to gradually give way as he is unable to cope with this great aura. He also bows before him and asks him to reveal this method to him. The people gathered nearby wonder what is going on here and do not believe that such an alchemist would bow down to a youth. Joseph asks him where his list of ingredients is. Abdul quickly runs to get the piece of paper he threw away and brings it to Joseph to show his respect. People continue to watch what is happening and do not believe what they see with their own eyes. Joseph quickly picks up his recipe, which he had recently written out by hand. Immediately after this, to demonstrate his incredible strength, he decides to blow his nose into his own recipe. After this, he squeezes this recipe in his fist so that it becomes soaked with snot. With a strange, cynical expression, he hands the recipe to Abdul, saying that when he gets the ingredients, he will allow him to return to the academy. Throwing this ruined piece of paper in Abdul's face, he tells him that he must remember one important thing. From Joseph's point of view, reputation is not given for free, it must be earned. An aura of total and incredible all-consuming dominance begins to rule the atmosphere of this guild. Abdul looks at the man who can move mountains with just a snap of his finger and realizes that he is nothing but a nobody. Joseph also says that Abdul's right hand will last for another 3 days, but if he does nothing, he will never be able to practice alchemy again. Abdul wonders in surprise if he really only has 3 days left, since he is seeing most of these ingredients for the first time in his life. Joseph recommends that he take young moon bamboo as medicine along with the best ginseng to at least make him last longer. The students watching them gradually begin to laugh, but fall silent as soon as Joseph casts his evil gaze at them. Abdul notes that this boy is not even an alchemist, but for some reason he feels a primal fear next to him. Abdul makes a promise to himself that this boy can laugh for now, but as soon as he solves his problems, he will finish him off without any mercy. After some time, Lillian gets to the gentleman who was looking for her and gives him the recipe. The gentleman is surprised and wonders if the teenager really asked to find the soul root of the crane and the white phoenix. The elder alchemist says that these ingredients are used to increase one's combat power and asks Lillian if she remembers anything else. Lillian states that the man was also looking for the devil's black feather flower, the Shiva flower, and the tea of the celestials. The alchemist wonders if the boy gave his name and tries to figure out how to contact him. Lillian says that she doesn't know his name, adding that she's been working in the guild for 3 years, but has never even heard of such ingredients. The alchemist states that he himself did not know about some of the herbs, but dares to assume that by mixing them, one can obtain the most powerful tool for martial arts. He also admits that the result of the combination of some ingredients is unknown to him, but for now he can only admire this young man. Joseph, meanwhile, walks through the streets thinking that these ingredients will most likely be really hard to come by, so he needs to rely on someone more reliable. The first thing he decides to do is turn to a special storage ring that belonged to the previous owner of this body. Without thinking twice, he places it on his finger and causes a small burst of energy, activating the ring. Running his eyes over all the things that are inside, he finds a huge pile of different junk that is not worth his attention. However, he realizes that something might still be useful, which is why the ring begins to sparkle again. Joseph muses that this iron-heavy sword might be useful to him, but he still misses his star splitter. He also comes to the conclusion that he needs to try it out before he opens all his chakra channels. To do this, he heads to the main gates of the academy in the hopes of getting some proper training. 2 figures suddenly appear in his path, preparing to attack him. Joseph does not understand the reason why these people are hostile towards him, but he still quickly dodges their attempts to grab him. Immediately after this, he pirouettes and stops not far from them, holding his sword in his hands. 2 students named Rufus and Doofus chide Joseph for showing off today. Joseph looks at them with an extremely disdainful look, realizing that he could kill them with one hand. However, to his surprise, 2 friends of the previous owner of this body named Hunter and Cheddar come to his aid. Rufus says that Joseph made too much noise in the last lesson. He rushes into battle, thinking that this is the most compelling reason to start a fight abruptly. Hunter and Cheddar also rush forward, saying that they will not allow the heinous attack to happen. Hunter rushes towards Rufus and leans on him with all his strength to stop him. Their forces are approximately equal, which means that neither side gains an advantage. After a few moments, they jump away from each other to regain their strength. Cheddar looks at him in surprise and says that Hunter opened 4 chakra channels at once, just like them. Doofus rushes into battle, saying that they thought they were on the same level as them too soon. He unleashes a hail of blows towards Hunter, assuring him that he shouldn't be happy. One of these blows significantly damages Hunter's bone, rendering him no longer capable of combat. The plump young man falls backwards into the arms of his comrade, causing his sword to fall to the ground. Doofus grins and says that this is not all, and they still have a lot of stamina left for the fight. Rufus looks at the students nearby and wonders why they haven't started running yet. Suddenly, he hears a familiar voice ordering them to show what they are capable of. This voice is that of a feisty girl who says that she will not allow anyone to hurt Joseph. This person is none other than the princess of this state named Citrini. Rufus and Doofus hesitate to rush into battle, saying that they have no right to tarnish the reputation of their princess. Finally, they throw in a few words about wishing them good luck in their upcoming endeavors. Joseph stops them abruptly and wonders if they were about to beat up his friends and just leave. Rufus turns angrily towards him and asks if he really has any problems. Joseph drags his sword along the ground and says that he has no problems. He also states that he is simply curious as to how big the difference is between someone who has 5 chakra channels and someone who has none at all. Rufus and Doofus smile, knowing they are in for a terrific beating. Rufus is the first to step into the matter, saying that he has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Rushing forward, he says that first they will find out what the power of the 4 chakra channels is. Hunter, Cheddar, and Citrine wince in anticipation of what is about to happen to their best friend. However, to everyone's surprise, a dull thud is heard, and the fight ends instantly before it even begins. Doofus and the rest of the conflict participants look at what is happening in surprise, not believing what just happened. Joseph resolved the issue quite quickly, with just one well-aimed blow to his enemy's weak spot. Rufus begins to scream loudly, feeling his whole life flash before his eyes at that moment. Within moments, he falls to the ground, unable to continue fighting. Doofus tries to blame Joseph for attacking first, but Joseph claims that he simply lifted his leg and Rufus crashed into it. Doofus says he'd better not open his mouth at all if he's going to spout such nonsense to try to justify himself. This fighter reflects that this is complete nonsense, because it was impossible for his comrade to be knocked down by accident. He also says that he doesn't care what Joseph says in his defense, because he won't forgive him anyway. The students watching this scene assume that this fighter is also of a very high rank. After making several rapid lunges towards his opponent, he says that he will do to him the same way Joseph did to his friend. Citrine advises his comrade to run as fast as possible in order to avoid the barrage of blows. Joseph completely ignores this warning and takes out his sword to parry all of these attacks. Without moving a single muscle, he continues to hold off his opponent's onslaught without experiencing any difficulty at all. His friends watch him with undisguised surprise, not believing what they are seeing with their own eyes. At a certain point, it hits the attacker's hand, causing him some pretty serious injuries. Doofus freezes in place and feels intense pain that literally permeates his entire body. Blood starts to flow from his fingers and he looks at them sadly, then starts to cry. Joseph gives his opponent even more reason to cry by landing another powerful punch right to the body. Doofus stands still for a moment, unable to utter a single word, as even the most stupid criticism can no longer escape his mouth. A moment later, he falls to the ground next to his comrade, thereby admitting complete defeat. All the students watching this situation are in real shock, as they have never seen such a light beating. The crowd wonders why these 2 big guys even thought they could stand up to such a blade. Joseph, meanwhile, slams his sword into the ground to mock his victims. Coming closer to one of the villains, he says that he raised his hand against his friends, and for that he will have to pay well. Doofus holds out his hand and begs him not to hit him anymore. Joseph completely ignores these pleas and brutally beats them in addition to what already happened earlier. Immediately after this, he kicks them further into the wall to cause them even more damage. The wall is broken where they land, causing them to lose consciousness completely. Joseph comes closer to them, continuing to play with his sword with one hand, as if mockingly. His friends suddenly grab his face with their hands and ask if he has finally opened at least one chakra channel. Joseph says that it was quite easy and he did not experience any difficulties in the fight at all. Hunter and Cheddar begin to praise their comrade, saying that it was too easy for him. Citrine looks at him with undisguised surprise and quietly asks herself if it is really him standing in front of her. She reminds him that these people belong to clans that have always opposed Joseph's clan, and now they will definitely take advantage of this. Joseph continues to smirk and says that he doesn't understand what these people can do to him. Approaching one of the defeated enemies, he thrusts his sword right next to his feet to intimidate him. With his characteristic dark sense of humor, he wonders whether he will behave well now. After this, he turns around and says that it's time to go back to the dorm, while Citrine scolds him for being completely careless. Cheddar says that even if their clans suddenly decide to take revenge at the Assassin Academy, they will definitely come up with something. Hunter adds that if some students fight back with their fists, the clans will have no choice but to turn a blind eye. Citrine looks closely at his comrade and tries to understand if he really means the same person they all thought about. Hunter confirms her fears, saying that it was a man named Lan Fei who Doofus was constantly running errands for. Hunter realizes that this Lan Fei is a true warrior, and there will be a huge gap between them, ordinary martial arts students. They sadly state that there is nothing to talk about here, since the outcome of this battle has already been decided in advance. Joseph reflects on the fact that under the current circumstances, it will be quite difficult to call him a student. Throwing the sword to the floor, he realizes that it is time to become stronger, because the chakra channels can wait if he needs to strengthen his bones now. Finding himself alone with himself, he concentrates on a secret technique that allows him to pump up his entire body. One day, a meeting was held on this continent where the strongest practitioners were given unique titles. The strongest emperor was given the title of Heavenly Tyrant, which possessed truly fantastic strength. The Heavenly Tyrant technique is a forgotten torment that was accidentally given to Gu Feng in the past. Joseph knows that this is the most powerful technique in the entire world, and he received it earlier. But due to his death, he never got to try it out. Focusing on getting stronger, he realizes that this is a great chance to take charge of himself completely. Next, he does some pretty challenging exercises that strain his entire body down to the last cell. An incredible tension runs through his being, preventing him from fully completing the workout. A few moments later, his body gives out and our hero falls to the ground, hitting his face hard. He rises with great difficulty and greedily gasps for air in order to at least recover a little. Joseph admits that it is a terrible technique, as it feels like it is being torn apart from the inside, and now it is no wonder to him why the Sky Tyrant was so strong. He also understands that with this secret technique, even if he doesn't open the chakra channels, he can still reach the Emperor level. His face instantly becomes serious as he understands that there is no way he can back down here. Taking up another approach to this exercise, he understands that he has always had enough talent, courage, beauty, intelligence, and strength, which means he will not give up. After some time, he achieves new successes and begins to study the first form of the secret technique of the Sky Tyrant. This technique is called moon breathing and allows you to fill your body with powerful discharges of energy. Having received a sufficient amount of energy, he nevertheless cannot cope with the inertia, which is why he is thrown to the side. Having crashed into the wall, he spends a long time trying to regain his strength, breathing heavily. Nothing can break his determination, because from his point of view, if the Sky Tyrant achieved it, then he can achieve it too. After only a short time, he's ready to try the exercise again, regardless of the possible damage to his body. Another graphic oscillation begins to shake the ground nearby, causing all the birds to fly from their seats in panic. Joseph heads to the Academy's gravity training area to increase the intensity of his training. He realizes that a few decades ago, he was just an ordinary student like all of them, training all day long. As he passes them, he clearly realizes that they are probably inspired by the tales of the heroes of those times. Joseph, like all of them, follows the path of the strongest to prove to himself that he is capable of more. Looking around, he notices that most of the students here came voluntarily and came from poor families. Coming closer to one of the chambers, which grants tenfold attraction, he decides to start with it. Before he begins his training, he releases a small gem forward. The camera is instantly activated, and the gem disintegrates into tiny particles in just an instant. Giant beams of energy begin to hit the protagonist, forcing him to go beyond his limits. Only a few moments pass and the beam quickly fades, leaving Joseph alone with his thoughts. He gasps for air, feeling that his body could barely withstand such a load. Joseph reflects that fortunately, he is mentally prepared for such training, but something clearly needs to be done about it. After some time, he decides to go to the tenfold attraction training hall to pump himself up even more. Looking around, he realizes that there are about 200 rooms here, and many students are waiting for their turn. To quickly look around, he uses the spiritual sight skill and discovers a room that is about to become vacant. This room bears the symbolic number 13, which is usually associated with either good luck or its complete opposite. As he gets closer to her, he thinks about how he needs to master the first form of his technique as soon as possible. Taking a few steps forward, he thinks that when the time comes to open the channels with the help of medicines, he will be mentally and physically ready. The door opens and Joseph immediately moves closer to it to take his seat. The student leaving there freezes for a moment, not expecting to see his classmate in front of him. The other students, who notice Joseph's sudden appearance, immediately notice how conveniently he approached the empty door. They whisper angrily to each other, realizing that some brat has almost accidentally entered a room that many have never even seen. Joseph continues his thoughts about how these pathetic newbies will not understand the incredible power of his special technique. After some time, his path is blocked by one of the students, who politely addresses him. He introduces himself as Hank and says that he is a student with 7 chakras, and this room belongs to him. Joseph once again falls victim to his own pride and, without a shadow of embarrassment, sends this polite student away. Hank looks at him in surprise, while the other students remark that it was indeed very humiliating. He tries to come to a mutual agreement, stating that they can work together at any opportunity since he really needs this room now. Joseph continues to purr pompously and says that he has already sent him where he needs to go. This kind of relationship begins to irritate Hank, and he decides to teach this newcomer a lesson. Laughing loudly, he says that he did not expect to meet such a daredevil among his students. As he prepares for battle, he asks Joseph how such a worthless person dares to speak to him in such a tone. He adds mockingly that it's time to teach this upstart some manners. Joseph looks at his new opponent with concern as the students around him begin to tense up. They realize that Hank is currently concentrating his chi energy, which means there will be a serious fight. Hank, meanwhile, declares that he is in a good mood today, so he will spare Joseph and simply break all of his ribs. By concentrating as much energy as possible, he lets out a loud battle cry to frighten his opponent. Joseph calmly turns around and says that Hank's technique looks decent, but he still lacks speed. The other students, for some reason, take this seriously and say that Joseph is probably stronger than Hank. Hank is about to go on the attack, declaring that he will not spare his opponent. He also adds that this circus must stop immediately and pulls his hands towards Joseph. Joseph, meanwhile, responds only with his powerful and incredibly confident gaze. Turning to the side, in an instant he reveals his murderous aura. This aura, of course, affects Hank, who immediately understands that he is a non-entity compared to him. The students wonder what's going on and why Hank hasn't crushed this insolent guy yet. Suddenly, Hank begins to sense a mortal threat emanating from this man as he approaches. His thoughts tell him that he is being swallowed up by the universe itself and that he will soon perish. After a few moments, he wonders if Joseph has been waiting all this time for him to rush forward first. Hank reflects on the fact that he fell for such a cheap trick, but he clearly should have had enough physical strength to kill this impudent man. Meanwhile, Joseph continues to show the world his incredible achievements in the field of physical skills. In the blink of an eye, he intercepts Hank's attack and completely shifts the initiative to his side. A moment later, he delivers a powerful counterattack to break his enemy's momentum. Jumping to the side, Hank only miraculously stays on his feet, not falling victim to the first blow. However, this blow is so strong that a loud bang is immediately heard in the air. Joseph reflects that if it weren't for this weak body, he would have finished off this man long ago, but he could only break his arm. The other students wonder what happened here and how a guy with no special abilities could do such a thing. Hank thinks that the man's energy is completely absent, but his movements are perfect. Suddenly, he hears the voice of a girl who tells him that he must stop this farce. Turning to the girl, he tells her that in 5 minutes he will be finished with him, and if necessary, he will give the training room to her. A girl named Liara says that Joseph occupied this room first, which means she doesn't dare interfere. Joseph looks at her in surprise, realizing that he has seen her somewhere before. Liara smiles and says that she didn't expect that even without the ability to improve, he would start to hone his skills and move so well. After that, she says that skills without the necessary strength are completely useless, and this bet will not work. Joseph smiles and says that he agrees with all of her statements. Liara says that this is why she will come out the winner anyway, and then asks him why he goes through all this if he has no talent but has prospects. Hank learns that Joseph belongs to the Lee clan and says that he must be the same young master who is known for his worthlessness. People nearby say that it now becomes clear why they did not feel his energy. Joseph delves into the memories of the past host of this body and remembers that he once sought this girl, but she declared that she would give her heart only to the one who defeated her. Hank also remembers this story and laughs loudly, saying that he just needs to believe in what he needs to achieve in order to get Liara. Joseph, meanwhile, takes a few steps towards his recent opponent, making him nervous. He also says that this is a fallacy because he would not have fought her even if there were no scum. After this, he turns around and says that he doesn't care what others think because he will continue to train. After walking a few steps, he enters the room and loudly closes the door behind him. Liara and a terrified Hank watch his progress without making a sound. Hank wonders why this man would train if he was a talentless loser. He also tries to understand why he trembles from his very sight and comes to the conclusion that he has lost the final desire to resist him. Liara says that the man was right because his tiger fist has power, but its form is empty. Liara confidently states that if he knew the basics well, he would have easily stopped him. Hank hears the students around him start to mock him without any concern for their safety, and he harbors a grudge. Joseph, meanwhile, finds himself in the training room and sees two dummies in front of him. He realizes that these black iron statues are over 100 years old. Coming closer to them, he strokes the metal and says that they have endured long, truly painstaking practice, having entered the path of the strongest. However, he comes to the conclusion that now is not the time for admiration and it is time to recuperate. Thinking that by opening his chakra channels and awakening his energy, he will reach his peak in 10 years, he decides to start training. After some time, he is thrown uncontrollably into the wall, causing it to crack. The blow turns out to be quite serious, and he notes that the effect of his new form has increased several times. Standing up, he says that in less than 3 days, he will reach the level of a martial arts student, and the probability of controlling chakra is 60%. After this, he again assumes the very stance that causes him so much harm. Another wave of energy passes through his body, inevitably crippling him, causing blood to splatter across the walls. While Joseph was training alone, word of his victory over Hank spread throughout the gym. 3 long days pass, which were spent in the most brutal and intense training. Joseph opens the door to his room and looks at the shocked students watching him. His clothes are completely torn, but his body takes on a completely different shape. As he passes by the students, he doesn't even glance in their direction, enjoying the attention being directed at him. The students wonder why they would put themselves in such a terrible state and realize that there was a reason this man defeated Hank. The next student who was supposed to enter this room freezes in horror and lets out a loud scream. His colleagues run up to him and ask questions about what scared him so much. Looking inside, they discover broken statues of black iron, which were previously thought to be indestructible. The students wonder how that guy managed to smash the century-old statues to pieces. Meanwhile, the main character gets to his house and decides to take a bath. Looking at his new body, he notes that his wounds are almost completely healed, and the technique he now possesses is worthy of its title. Opening the door, he goes into his room and begins to dress carefully. He also contemplates that, as a martial arts student, he will be able to try out the simplest material processing technique in order to create some medicines. Before he can finish this thought, he feels a spiritual disturbance heading towards him. Without batting an eyelid, he puts his hand back and blocks the attack that was headed his way. A few moments later, he intercepts the attacker and performs a special flip move. Before Hunter knows it, he finds himself on the ground in incredible pain. He starts whining and says that he is his friend and does not deserve such a fate. Joseph looks at his comrade in surprise and realizes that he didn't expect to see him here. Hunter gets to his feet and begins to feel his arm, hoping that it is not broken. Joseph says that his arm is indeed broken, but it is his own fault because he should not have sneaked. With these words, he quickly approaches him and asks why he came here. Hunter says that Joseph was acting strange last time, so he decided to make sure he was okay. Hunter also asks where he has been all these days, noting that his chakras still haven't opened, adding that teacher Lola was looking for him. Joseph sets his arm and wonders what that mean girl wanted from him. Hunter asks him if he hit his head if he decided to call her that. He tells his friend that he should throw the nonsense out of his head, since no one has seen Lan Fei for the past few days, and he has definitely reached the first rank. Joseph listens carefully to his friend's warning and says that this is only the first rank and does not scare him. Hunter states that there is a huge difference between warriors and students that must be taken into account. Joseph looks at his friend with incredible seriousness and says that he has an important request for him. Hunter says he will try to fulfill it, while Joseph asks him to lend him some money for medicine. Some more time passes, and Hunter hands him a small bag tightly stuffed with coins. As he leaves, he advises him to worry about his life, since out of 3,000 new students, only 30 are capable of reaching the rank of warrior. Joseph says that worrying won't help anyone, and he himself will return the money to him if he doesn't die. Hunter smiles and says that only a person who has truly changed a lot can joke at such a time. Within moments, the door is quickly knocked down, sending Hunter flying and crashing into the ground next to Joseph. There is a very clear imprint of the boot on his clothes, which is what caused him to go on such a long flight. A few seconds later, Cheddar's body appears next to him, also showing no signs of consciousness. Joseph's friend looks pretty beaten up, and it becomes clear that he has run into a serious enemy. Joseph looks closely at his friends and realizes that they have been hurt by someone pretty serious. Deep down, he knows that the person behind this is none other than Lan Fei. The same Lan Fei, about whom our main character was so warned, comes into his house and tells him that he should not be afraid of death. Lan Fei also adds that if Joseph dared to attack his comrades, then he should not expect mercy. Joseph leans over his friends, trying to figure out if they can get some quick medical help. Rufus and Doofus look at their boss with joy and say that he has finally reached the rank of a warrior, and ask him to avenge them. Joseph mentally notes that these wounds are not fatal, after which he says that Lan Fei has not only reached the first rank, but also shines for everyone to see. In order to better see his opponent, he notes to himself that he glows like a pearl. Lan Fei says that Joseph must choose between admitting his mistakes on his knees or having his limbs torn off. Joseph looks down sullenly at his bangs and says that it sounds interesting. Joseph says that he hasn't heard such insolent words addressed to him for a long time. After a while, he looks at his opponent with a murderous gaze in order to demotivate him. Lan Fei, dumbfounded, takes a few steps to the side, trying to cope with his fear and primal terror. He asks himself where this man got such an ominous aura from. Overcoming his terror, Lan Fei grabs his swords, giving them an energetic glow. Without thinking twice, he rushes forward, but an inexplicable feeling of fear still haunts him. He makes a dash, but because they are now in a state of mental equilibrium, he makes a mistake. Lan Fei felt that if he didn't attack now, he would never dare to raise his hand again. This feeling irritates him and he considers it absurd, trying to understand how this is even possible. Joseph grabs his sword and says that he reacts quite quickly, which deserves praise. Lan Fei makes a quick attack and says that the pathetic boy can change as much as he wants until it's too late. Unleashing all his might, he suddenly finds that their blades met and he was unable to penetrate his defense. Joseph jumps back, feeling the incredible momentum he received from the blow. He pushes down with his feet to slow down, making a characteristic hissing sound. Looking at his sword, he discovers a large crack that appeared in it after the blow. This does not weaken his resolve in the least, and he prepares to rush into battle once more. Lan Fei's henchmen watched in shock, realizing that they could not have imagined anything that was happening now. Even Lan Fei himself found it hard to believe that his incredibly powerful attack had just been repelled. He convinces himself that an ordinary student would not be able to repel his 12-fold blow. Joseph smiles wickedly and says that he can finally fight at full strength, because the last swing gave him more pleasure. Immediately after this, he raises his sword and says that now he will teach him a little lesson. By rushing into an attack, he catches his opponent off guard, leaving him with less and less time to react. Lan Fei knows that if he doesn't take evasive action now, he will have to pay dearly for it. Nevertheless, he decides to leave it to chance and soars into the air, filled with rage. Rushing forward, he shouts that he is a one-star warrior and will deal him a crushing defeat. Rufus happily says that the sword moves as smoothly as the clouds, which means that Joseph is definitely finished. Joseph just chuckles, saying that what his opponent is trying to demonstrate is not at all like the floating cloud technique. Lan Fei lashes out at his opponent, shouting that he will pay for his words. Joseph just smiles, expecting his opponent to make a typical rookie mistake, which he makes when he gives in to emotions. At this moment, he himself grabs his sword with his hand, preparing to carry out a powerful counterattack. Before this, he says in the same arrogant voice that he will soon thank him for his instruction. Waiting for the right moment, he suddenly delivers a swift blow that knocks the sword out of his opponent's hands. The sword rushes at great speed into the stone door and gets stuck there. Rufus, Doofus, and the other henchmen watch in amazement and try to figure out what's going on. Lan Fei couldn't believe that the sword he had been clutching so tightly in his hands had suddenly appeared in a different place. It seemed that just a few moments ago he had all the cards in his hands, but now he found himself without a weapon. Joseph lets out a relaxed breath, realizing that his plan had been a complete success. After this, A threatening aura begins to form around him, giving him even more sinister appearance. Lan Fei looks at his empty hands, still unable to believe what is happening. He desperately reflects on the fact that his opponent is just a worthless person who could not achieve anything. He thinks about how he couldn't reach the level of a warrior, not noticing that a shoe is flying towards him. A moment later, the boot reaches its target and slams into Lan Fei's face with brutal force. The blow is so powerful that his body flies several tens of meters and crashes into a stone wall. His henchman, who had been watching the incident closely, looked at him in horror, not believing that this had actually happened. However, Joseph does not intend to stop and decides to cruelly punish those who dared to encroach on the safety of his friends. He raises his sword right next to his opponent's most precious possession, causing him to panic. Lan Fei begs him not to commit forbidden acts, to which he states that he never even thought about it. However, he immediately adds that after several blows with the sword, his hand became so tired that he was no longer able to hold the weapon in his hands. Joseph voices his fears out loud, wondering how long he can hold on to the sword to continue spreading terror. Lan Fei asks him to finally put the sword away, and Joseph only arrogantly asks him if he is so sure that he wants this. He adds that the showdown with Lan Fei would not have bothered him at all if his friends had not suffered. Joseph begins to think, moving his sword from side to side, trying to decide whether to leave everything as is or to decide on extreme measures. Lan Fei begs him, saying that he is just an ordinary teenager and cannot live without his dignity. He also says that he will give him anything if only he will spare him, while his henchmen begin to tremble in horror. Joseph makes a characteristic snap of his fingers and says that if Lan Fei wants to keep his little friend, he will have to pay. Lan Fei states that he will pay with everything he has without any problem, just to maintain his dignity. Joseph, meanwhile, turns his gaze to his henchmen and says that this concerns them too. In just a few minutes, he ends up with a rather impressive collection of various wallets and valuables. Lan Fei asks him if they paid their bills, while Joseph notices a strange item on his belt. Taking a closer look at it, he realizes that this pendant is one of the rarest things he has ever seen. Moving his sword quickly and decisively, he tears the artifact from his opponent's body. Joseph says that this is a nice jasper pendant and he might want to keep it. Lan Fei tries to protest against this, but when he meets his stern gaze, he immediately falls silent. Pulling himself together, he says that this is the amulet of their clan, which is passed down from generation to generation. Joseph looks at his opponent, realizing that he is completely unimpressed by these pathetic excuses. After this, he states that their gang gave him too few things, and either he gets this pendant or they will all become cripples. Lan Fei turns around cautiously to look at his henchmen, trying to figure out what to choose. He understands that he is absolutely indifferent to these non-entities, and the suspension is more important, but he also does not want to lose his authority. One of the girls, who is becoming more and more scared with each passing minute, asks him what he will choose. Lan Fei makes a show of clearing his throat, pretending that he hasn't thought about this question, and looks extremely confident. With an acting performance worthy of the best stage, he says that the pendant is of great importance, but without his comrades he will not go anywhere. His henchmen are impressed by this revelation, and tears appear in their eyes. Immediately after this, he turns around and gives the command that they must leave this territory. Joseph smirks arrogantly and asks him if he really thinks he can just leave. Immediately after this, the blade begins to sparkle in the air, and the main character takes a few steps towards the enemy. Lan Fei turns around to find out what's going on and is faced with the inevitable. Seeing the blade near his face, he understands that he will no longer have time to dodge. However, he has enough time to grab the girl standing next to him and put her in front of him so that she sacrifices herself to save him. The unfortunate girl understands that she has no chance to survive in this situation. Luckily for everyone, it was just a weird prank to test Lan Fei's spirit. At the last moment, the blade begins to dissolve, returning to the spiritual storage located in Joseph's ring. Flashing the decoration, Joseph asks everyone to relax, saying it was just a joke. Lan Fei looks at his opponent, trying to find the words that can be said in this situation. He calls Joseph a monster, realizing that he himself looks like a pathetic nobody. These thoughts make him even more angry, but deep down he admits his powerlessness and orders his henchmen to leave. Joseph, meanwhile, carefully studies the artifact that he managed to obtain through blackmail. He happily says that this is a real 5-colored divine void stone. Frowning slightly, he adds that he knows perfectly well that he is being watched and orders the man standing behind him to come down. There is only a slight sound of wind, which indicates that someone was indeed there. A few moments later, the person who was watching what was happening decides to show himself. The man jumps into the air, doing several somersaults to land softly. Joseph doesn't even move, despite the fact that this aura clearly didn't belong to his enemy. Luckily for him, this shadow turns out to be Abdul, who had been watching what was happening in amazement the whole time. The alchemist reflects that even though he saw everything with his own eyes, he still could not understand how Joseph was able to defeat Lan Fei. Abdul initially wanted to attack Joseph from behind in order to neutralize the poison, but this battle completely convinced him otherwise. Abdul hands our hero a piece of paper, saying that he has only collected 6 ingredients, as some things can only be found in the wilderness. Joseph assures him that he accepts the gift, then points to his comrades and demands that he heal them. Abdul immediately falls victim to his own pride and says that he will not allow himself to be commanded. Joseph says that in that case he is not much use and it is better for him to leave. Abdul reflects with irritation that he is an outstanding first-level alchemist and far from the last person. However, the thought of why this brat allows himself so much makes him literally boil. He understands that he is forced to behave exactly as he does and approaches these people in order to cure them. After thinking for a long time, he takes out special potions that should help with such severe injuries. Abdul says that he has finished his job and fulfilled his part of the deal, and then asks to tell him how to be cured. Joseph smiles and says that thousands of people asked him to command them, and only a few got the opportunity. He also adds that Abdul will most likely be begging him for this very soon, and immediately loses patience. The alchemist says that he no longer wants to hear any excuses or lies. Joseph asks him why he, a young master, would deceive a destroyed first-stage alchemist. Abdul says that an alchemist of any level is an influential and high-ranking person. Catching the recipe flying at him, he says that he will now study it carefully. Having glanced over what is written there, he is surprised and thinks that this recipe is simply a masterpiece. A small smile appears on his face. He understands that he was not deceived. The recipe is really reliable. As he heads out, he says that they are now even and he is grateful to Joseph for keeping his end of the deal. Joseph says his recipe will help neutralize the poison, preventing any side effects. He also states that Abdul must have already felt his spiritual energy weakening. Joseph sits him down on the steps and says that the antidote also neutralizes the powers, and he wants to recover as quickly as possible. But normal cultivation can only slow down this process. Joseph adds that with his abilities, the hope of returning to his former heights is too great, but he may get very lucky. After this, he throws out the suggestion that the recovery time will take 50 years at best. Abdul understands that this is a very serious term, and if a miracle does not happen, he will remain a senior apprentice for the rest of his life. Joseph continues his blackmail, saying that he only knows a way that will allow him to become a first-level alchemist in a measly 50 days. Abdul says that this can't be true because there is no way to restore energy in such a short time. He again accuses Joseph of deceiving him, to which Joseph replies that a non-entity is not worthy of being deceived. Abdul is greatly impressed by this pompous saying, without even paying due attention to its semantic content. He thinks about it and realizes that it is difficult to believe this boy's words. He also realizes that the desire to become an alchemist outweighs any doubts about the procedure. Abdul apologizes for being so hasty and asks him if he really knows a way to recover so quickly. Joseph says that he knows not the way to restoration, but the way to become a first-level alchemist. Abdul looks at his interlocutor in surprise and asks him what he needs to do for this. Joseph sits down on the steps and proudly says that for this he must become his slave. Abdul says that this is sheer impudence, and no one dares to ask such a thing from a master of alchemy, because such a thing is not seen anywhere. Joseph tells him that he need not worry, because he is not worthy of the title, and therefore will only become a slave for 50 days, and then he will be thrown out. Abdul wonders how this man can say such meaningless things so calmly. This strange behavior, usually characteristic of moody teenagers, confuses him, and he cannot find any logic in it. Joseph asks him if his proposal is really that offensive to him. Abdul grits his teeth and realizes that no person with normal self-esteem would accept such a discussion. However, after a few moments, he looks up at the protagonist and feels incredible pressure. Abdul feels like a cornered fish with only a second left before death. The pressure gets stronger and stronger with each passing minute, causing him to fall to his knees. The alchemist wonders what is going on, unable to understand where the child got such power from. He literally feels as if the soul of this man is suppressing his will and holding him in silent horror. Joseph gives the alchemist 3 seconds to think, expecting him to agree. Abdul understands that if he agrees, he may achieve the desired heights, but he may also regret it for the rest of his life. A lump forms in his throat, making it quite difficult for him to speak. After remaining silent for 2 whole seconds, he nevertheless says that he agrees to this proposal. After a while, he flops back down, trying to figure out how he got to this point. Joseph praises the alchemist for his courage, saying that a little later he will understand how lucky he is today. Immediately after this, he throws him a prescription, saying that he must follow this prescription for 5 days, and if he passes the certification, then he will be accepted. Abdul carefully examines the bundle of paper that was just thrown to him in order to find out what is inside. Only a few moments pass before he suddenly starts shouting that he sees the recipe for the soul-sensing technique. Joseph says that this is not the most effective method, but it will be enough to pass the certification and recover. Abdul reflects that he could never have dreamed of learning such a technique. Joseph recommends calling him young master, adding that if he proves himself as he should, he will not skimp on the reward. Abdul bows respectfully, addressing Joseph by the title he has been given. Back at the guild, Abdul reflects on how there are believed to be ways to sense the soul directly, but all of this was considered legend. Among his colleagues, he wonders if he really managed to obtain such a legendary thing. Abdul musses that he has begun to guess where the feeling of fear came from, suggesting that a soul trap technique was used. Looking around, he comes to the conclusion that such technology probably does not exist even in the royal family. Smiling, he realizes that for the sake of such treasures, one can even become a slave. Despite all of the above, the question of who this young man is continues to torment his curiosity. Meanwhile, while they are being treated, Hunter and Cheddar slowly lie in bed, regaining their strength. Joseph meditates, thinking that after the compression, his spiritual powers are not even up to the level of a first-stage alchemist. He also realizes that he wants to surpass the achievements of his past life and make a legendary breakthrough. While cultivating at a very high level, he came to the conclusion that he was not relying on his memories or the Heavenly Tyrant's technique at all. With maximum concentration, he begins to use the divine technique of Tao. Energetically charged letters containing important information and runes begin to appear before his eyes. Joseph reflects that no one has ever heard of this method, because it goes beyond any idea of the art of cleansing the soul. He comes to the conclusion that if he works hard on this technique, he will be able to restore his spiritual strength in the shortest possible time. On this continent, ascetics are usually divided into those who practice martial arts and those who practice alchemy. The first ones mainly improve their energy, and a minority of them also improve their body, because they are considered ordinary fighters without pathos. Alchemists perfect their soul, and all 3 groups correspond to such entities as spirit, energy, and soul. By reaching the peak of perfection of even one of these entities, a person can become a threat to the entire continent. Joseph had refined his energy and soul to the level of a martial emperor in his previous life, and understood the importance of the relationship between the 3 elements very well. Some emperors reached the peak in 2 entities at once, which provided them with absolute superiority, but they still ran into a certain development ceiling. Gu Feng wanted to obtain the Heavenly Tyrant technique by any means necessary in order to reach the final stage and learn the 3rd aspect as well. His spiritual power should recover very quickly, and at this rate, his soul would reach the peak of Emperor quite soon. Joseph comes to the conclusion that when the time comes to combine all 3 entities, he will surpass all limits and become invincible. Looking at the divine void stone, he contemplated that he needed to fill it with spiritual needles, which would be enough to release its full potential. He also praises Abdul, who prepared good materials that fully met his requirements. Once in the training room, he takes out a small bag from which some material begins to pour out. Throwing it into the air, he mentally destroys the shared bag, releasing all its contents. A few moments later, the room is transformed as light begins to reflect off the multicolored powder. A mysterious symbol appears in front of the main character, which allows him to further improve his skills. Without thinking twice, he throws up the void stone and with one easy movement cuts it in half. All that remains from the void stone is a small drop of essence, which immediately catches the eye of the protagonist. Joseph reflects that the shell of his spiritual power allows him to manipulate the materials around him. This kind of progress in improving his own skills gives him pleasant emotions. However, he decides not to delay and immediately moves on to the next stage of his plan. With the experience of a high-level alchemist, he can quickly purify the stone and prepare the necessary medicine. By combining all the necessary ingredients, he's able to achieve results that correspond to the level of a first-stage alchemist. After finishing mixing all the reagents, he uses the skill of tempering the needles to imbue them with power. By moving his hands smoothly through the air, he also commands his needles to follow his movements. A few moments later, his medicine is completely perfected. Having directed a huge number of needles into a small cloud, he finally completes the procedure. Once saturated with medicinal vapors, the needles are transformed and begin to shimmer with a green light. Immediately after this, they pierce the spiritual body of the protagonist, who prepares for serious pain. He breathes hard, feeling his body grow stronger despite the mounting pain. The air around him begins to vibrate, and the chakras gradually open to their full capacity. Once this procedure is completed, a small amount of analyzing chakra hovers above his head. The outerwear on his body is torn, making him look like a cool hero from a legend. However, the result seems a little unsatisfactory to him, as he was only able to awaken 5 chakras. As he quickly dresses, he thinks about how he needs to get the rest of the needles from the Lan clan to release the full potential of this body. Hunter and Cheddar jump up from their seats and tell him that he went too far when he challenged Lan Fei. They assume that someone poisoned him, and Joseph looks at his green skin, remembering that the effects still haven't worn off. After a while, he explains why his skin turned green, which leaves them completely shocked. They bombard him with questions about how he managed to defeat them all and still open his chakras. Joseph tells them that it wasn't a particularly difficult task, causing them to look at each other in surprise. Cheddar grins and says that he knew it, because the son of a general cannot be a loser. Hunter states that it's great that Joseph opened the chakras, but now the problem has become even bigger, since a real hunt will begin for them. Hunter also says that in the entire state, there are only 2 people who have reached the 5th rank, and among them is the director of the academy named Charles, who is considered the strongest warrior of this state. Cheddar says that in this case you need to rely only on your own strength, because in their academy fights between students are not prohibited. Hunter states that Lan Fei is not a problem, but they need to focus on the student who is ranked 3rd in the academy. They realize that he is talking about a disciple named Lan Xuan, who is Lan Fei's half-brother, but this does not frighten Joseph at all. Hunter says that Lan Xuan is graduating this year, and there are rumors that his strength has already reached the level of a master. Cheddar says that after graduation, this man will probably be immediately taken into the guards because being a master at 18 is simply incredible luck. Hunter and Cheddar begin to worry about their fates, but Joseph reassures them, saying that this man himself will come for him. He also states that if this person does not come, he himself will go and challenge him. Hunter and Cheddar ask him to stop rocking the boat, but Joseph is adamant that he must take the Void Stone. Meanwhile, the scene moves to one of the temples of the Lan clan. Lan Fei says that he has every right to be indignant, but his elder relative advises him to shut up. He asks him not to make a fuss, saying that Lan Xuan is currently meditating, and if he is disturbed, the many years of work that his mother put into him will collapse in an instant. Lan Fei assured that he simply wanted Lan Xuan to teach the loser a lesson and help him release his pent-up anger. The academy teacher was surprised and asked if Lan Fei really thought his brother was a good person. Taking a step forward, he declared that those who called themselves the scum of the Li clan were nothing, and that Lan Fei needed to understand one simple thing. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the teacher said that Lan Fei's main enemy was his half-brother, because he had lost the clan's heritage symbol. He explained that if this was found out, Lan Fei would at best be reprimanded and lose the support of the clans, and at worst, lose the right to direct succession. Lan Fei asked what he should do now and was told that the teacher was his sister's son, and that Tim apparently had nowhere else to go, so he took pity on him. The teacher said that in a week there would be an annual assessment, and if Joseph did not show a chakra glow, he could be expelled from the academy. He added that after this, Joseph's family legacy will be taken away, and then the consequences will be clear. Lan Fei expressed his annoyance and said that he would have to remember this shameful day for the whole week, because he wanted to take revenge as soon as possible. The teacher replied that if Lan Fei couldn't pass such a test, he couldn't be trusted with important matters in the future. He also admitted that he was now worried about his sister, since there was a huge gap between Lan Fei and Lan Xuan. Lan Fei gritted his teeth and declared that he would listen to his uncle and have fun during the tests for the last time. His eyes sparkled, but he added that this did not mean he was giving up. He proudly declared that he was not going to take the test lightly and knew how to take revenge. Uncle asked if he was going to share his brilliant evil plan. Uncle said that it was a good day, and if everything went well, there would be no need to wait for certification. Hours passed, night fell, and Joseph continued to meditate. Suddenly he heard strange noises and wondered who could be interfering with his practice. Using the spiritual pattern, he saw several silhouettes and assumed that they were thieves. He instantly stood up, quickly opened the door, and noticed some paper falling down. Looking down, he found a note with his name on it. Unfolding it, he saw an invitation to meet at the full moon in a maple grove. The note was signed by Liara. Joseph wondered if a woman as attractive and powerful as Liara would want to meet him in the maple grove. Without thinking twice, he began to prepare and left the yard. Suddenly, Lan Fei's henchmen appeared in front of him, rejoicing that they would do everything quickly. They opened the door and were surprised that Joseph believed in a date from Liara. In fact, Joseph didn't believe such nonsense and decided to circle around to observe. He wondered with surprise what these people were doing here. After waiting for the scoundrels to leave, he returned to the room and found a lot of women's underwear. Taking it in his hands, he thought that he didn't expect this from Lan Fei, who was clearly behind this. After some time, Joseph went to the Maple Grove, a training place that at night turns into a refuge for lovers. Looking around continuously and using his divine vision, he saw a pair of disciples hugging each other. His observation was interrupted by a loud scream from a girl calling for help. She ran towards him and asked him to stop and help. Joseph looked closely at the girl and noticed that she looked as if someone was trying to take away her powers. The girl extended her hand, wanting to fall into his arms. A blade whistled through the air and a heavy sword stopped next to her. The girl froze, not understanding why he suddenly showed aggression. In a trembling voice, she asked what he was doing. Joseph replied that she must stand still if she wanted to stay alive. The girl began to cry and beg, saying that he was pestering her and that she would do everything to make him save her. Joseph continued to look at her with cold indifference, as if listening to music. At that moment, another student grabbed the girl and advised Joseph to leave before it was too late. He began to rip the girl's clothes and declared that she belonged only to him. He pushed her to the ground and said that now they had to finish this matter. The girl gritted her teeth and cried, begging Joseph not to leave. Joseph still watched indifferently. After a few moments, he smiled and told her she had nothing to worry about, then loosened his collar slightly. Taking advantage of the confusion, the girl quickly threw the student away with one hand. She angrily stated that he was demanding her return because he was the son of the commander of the royal guard. Joseph smiled and placed his hand on her shoulder. He calmly said that he would save her, but it would not be just the two of them doing it. Then he said that help was already on the way because other people appeared nearby, and a second later they were surrounded. Among them was the head of the academy's academic department, Frederick, who asked the student how he could commit such a shameful act. The fake student assumed that he would now find out why Frederick was nicknamed the God of Murder. Lan Fei's henchmen continued to watch from afar, trying to figure out why things didn't go according to plan. Meanwhile, Frederick called out the offending student and dealt him a powerful blow with his hand. Hunter said that they too would not stand aside and must finish off this animal in order to punish the offenders of the younger student. The students rushed forward to inflict as much damage as possible on the immobilized enemy, and Frederick asked the girl her name. The girl introduced herself as Megan, and Joseph pulled her close, noticing that she was shaking so much that she couldn't put two words together. He also said that as long as he was by her side, no one would dare to hurt her. Megan blushed and wondered if their plan had been so easily discovered and exposed. Frederick also reassured her, saying that there was nothing to fear, but if Joseph had not warned him, the consequences could have been catastrophic. After that, he asked Joseph to look after Megan while he went to save the villain. Otherwise, he would simply be killed. Rufus and Doofus asked Lan Fei what they should do now, because if they didn't save their comrade, it would be the end for him. Lan Fei said that it was better to save their own skin, because if they went out now, they would fall into a trap. Other students who were busy throwing things in came up to them and declared that the job was done. They also noted that they can be relied upon and are more reliable than their comrades Rufus and Doofus. Lan Fei said that Joseph had gotten out of the situation, but he would no longer be able to remain so pure and innocent. Meanwhile, Joseph continued to hug Megan, wondering what he should do next. A smile flashed across his face, and he hoped that the hero of the occasion would finally show himself. Only a few moments passed before the head of the academic department appeared behind him with the culprit in his hands. Joseph picked up the girl in his arms and told her that she should not be afraid because the villain was finished. Megan pressed herself closer to him, feeling incredible embarrassment and shyness in her eyes. Frederick said the animal got what it deserved in earnest. Hunter and Joseph exchanged a look, sending each other a silent signal that they had done a great job. Frederick announced that everyone should return to their rooms and he would report to the director. He also noted that there was no point in keeping Megan any longer and asked if anyone knew where she lived. One of the students said that they lived in the same dorm, and Frederick said that if there were any problems, they should contact him. Joseph gave Megan his coat to keep her warm, and her classmate took her friend. The main character said that he did the right thing, and that if anything happened, she could definitely contact him. Suddenly, Lan Fei's loud cry cut through the air. The contented young man stepped forward, surrounded by the girls who followed him. Frederick asked what had happened, to which his father replied that a thief had appeared at the academy, who was also a pervert. Lan Fei stated that some of the girls' underwear was missing, causing the other students to look at each other in surprise. Frederick looked at Citrine and asked if she had come here for the same reason. Citrine said that something had been stolen from her too, and that what was happening needed to be dealt with immediately. Lan Fei reported that some people noticed Joseph running towards the maple grove. Joseph calmly asked why he was so interested in the missing women's underwear. People began to look at each other and rightly wonder why the indifferent Lan Fei suddenly became concerned about this issue. One of his henchmen came to the rescue, loudly declaring that he had seen the thief. He added that the boss was so worried that he decided to immediately notify everyone, and Lan Fei immediately agreed with this. He then asked what was wrong with his chin, and stated that as an assistant to the academy, he had to do his duty. Taking a few steps towards Joseph, he theatrically noted that he was suspiciously changing the subject, which meant he had something to hide. Joseph looked at him with a sly smile and asked why he was trying to discredit him. Lan Fei said that in that case, to prove his innocence, they would look at his room, and if he refused, he would become the first suspect. Citrine noted that she knew that her friend was definitely not one of those people, and asked the witness if he had definitely seen Joseph. The witness realized that lying was punishable by criminal penalties. At best, he would be beheaded. At worst, the entire class would be slaughtered. However, he turned his gaze to his boss and felt him increase the pressure. Unable to contain himself, he said that the man he saw definitely reminded him of Joseph. Joseph approached the teacher, said that he would not waste time, and invited everyone to his place, adding that if it turned out that he was innocent, Lan Fei would be checked. Frederick cast a serious glance at Lan Fei, who proudly allowed such a thing. Joseph smiled and said that in that case he would rely on the fair assessment of Teacher Frederick. After that, he turned to Citrine and assured her that she need not worry, for heaven was her witness that evil would not prevail. People who watched him gradually came to the conclusion that he was rather an honest person, but Megan did not believe it. Joseph smiled and invited everyone to come into his home to make sure he was not involved. Citrine guessed that someone had decided to set Joseph up, while he knew perfectly well that his soul was pure and there was nothing to fear. After some time, they reached the gate of his house and found Lan Fei's uncle, named Wang Ferdinand, already waiting for them. Van Ferdinand said that rumors about the thief had reached him too, so he decided to find out how it would end. Joseph asked him what he was doing near the entrance to his dwelling, noting that the thief must have been heading towards the maple grove. Frederick looked at his colleague in surprise and asked what he should understand by this. Van Ferdinand began a long speech about how the thief was a real madman who needed to be expelled from the academy, and that he himself had come here to catch the criminal red-handed. Frederick agreed to the proposal, and Joseph said with a smile that he could rely on Van Ferdinand's justice. In his home, he said they could watch as much as they wanted to see if the rumor was true. Van Ferdinand exchanged glances with his nephew and comrades and gave them invisible signals. Keeping a straight face, Van Ferdinand declared that they would find out everything now. Moments later, one of the students who took part in this setup comes forward. Frederick says that if it turns out that one of them decided to offer a pig, he will turn them off first. Citrine suddenly says that she will also go to see everything for herself. Van Ferdinand intervenes in the conversation, saying that if everyone is so worried, they can go there in a crowd. Joseph chuckles and says that apparently a lot of people are interested in his bedroom, and then lets them in. Entering the room, they decide to examine his bed and do not find anything surprising. Lan Fei advises his comrade to search very carefully and not miss anything. The man who tried to carefully place the laundry freezes for a while, trying to figure out what to do. Coming closer, he decides to tell his boss about what happened here. Lan Fei suddenly becomes angry and asks him what the hell is going on. Joseph turns to the student and says that he was asked to concentrate, but for some reason he stopped. Van Ferdinand sternly says that it seems pointless to continue searching since Joseph is innocent, but the real criminal is somewhere among them. Frederick looks at the protagonist, whose face is spreading with a slight smile. Citrine notices his emotions and realizes that he probably knew about everything in advance, but made them all worry. Van Ferdinand turns around and says that there is enough searching for today and it is better to go home. Joseph stops him and says that, according to him, the scoundrel is still at large, to which he immediately declares that the matter needs to be looked into more thoroughly. Joseph smiles and says that this student most likely lied and was probably only following his master's orders. Lan Fei tries to protest, but Joseph states that he has proven himself to be clean, and now it is his turn. Lan Fei looks at him in surprise and asks what he's getting at. Joseph states that it is simple. He wants to arrange a similar check of his room solely because he cannot tolerate such humiliation. Lan Fei rushes out and says that since they've already talked about it, he'll grant his wish. Some time passes and they find themselves at Lan Fei's room. The brave young man says that they can do whatever they want, but if they break anything, they will pay the bills. Joseph and his friends calmly walk inside, saying they know what to do. Wang Ferdinand and Lan Fei watch them with some surprise, unaware of what they have in mind. Hunter and Cheddar dig up a heavy chest and say it won't open easily. Lan Fei takes out his personal key and says that it can only be opened by him, and that his things are hidden in this chest. Coming closer, he easily inserts the key and turns it a few times, opening the chest. The chest quickly opens and illuminates everyone present with a bluish glow. The people nearby, except perhaps Joseph, are very surprised by such a find. It turns out that this chest was filled to the brim with the underwear of other students. It was hard to even imagine the emotions that appeared on Lan Fei's face. He never expected that this could happen. There is a deathly silence, and no one dares to interrupt due to the awkwardness of the moment. Lan Fei still finds the strength in himself and begins to shout menacingly that Joseph set him up, to which he declares that only Lan Fei can open the lid of this chest. The girl starts to get indignant and says that this beast must be thrown out and excluded without the right to reinstatement. Cheddar continues to rummage through the chest and finds a bar of soap, wondering what such a thing is doing there. Hunter begins to give an extremely unconvincing version of Lan Fei being a lover of forbidden pleasures and forces his friends to pick up the soap. As a result, other people believe this legend and jump away from him as far as possible. Lan Fei points at Joseph with trembling hands, suggesting that he is the one to blame for everything. Joseph says that everything has been cleared up, and it turns out that Lan Fei steals women's underwear, but for some reason is also a representative of the traditional orientation. After this, he turns to Van Ferdinand and says that he hopes that the teachers will make a fair decision. The students, who were too easily taken in by this rather contradictory legend, begin to shout that this man should be arrested. Lan Fei begins to tremble while the others point their fists at him, hoping to get him expelled. Frederick watches the scene, wondering if he managed to outwit Lan Fei. Trying to calm the crowd, he says that he will report everything to his superiors, and when the time comes, the punishment and verdict will be announced. Citrine states that if the Academy leaves this pervert, they will personally visit the director and try to achieve justice. Lan Fei falls to his knees and tries to call out to his uncle to save him. Van Ferdinand suddenly turns away from his relative and calls him a non-entity. Lan Fei is left alone with his implacable enemy, who, of course, was able to open the lock of his personal chest. Joseph looks at him with a look of complete victory, preparing himself for this man to be expelled. Lan Fei realizes that his prospects are not bright, and tears of despair appear on his face. Joseph turns away pathetically and enjoys how justice has incredibly triumphed. The Academy soon made its decision public and expelled Lan Fei without the right to reinstatement. Hunter is one of the first to hear the news and immediately runs to his friend to share it. Bursting into the room, he says there are two pieces of news, and Joseph correctly guesses the good news, which is that Lan Fei has been expelled. Hunter claims that he does indeed have a true gift of foresight, after which he says that Van Ferdinand will be conducting the assessment this year, which means they are finished. Joseph states that if he does his job poorly, the same fate awaits him. Hunter says that his friend is not short of impudence, but Van Ferdinand is a teacher at the academy, to which Joseph states that he is just an amateur. The man who lifted his pants says that he knows about Lan Xuan, to which he says that he has completely forgotten about him. After a short pause, he states that Lan Xuan expressed a desire to avenge his younger brother, noting that they are in big trouble. Joseph smiles contentedly and says that he needs to take the 5-colored Divine Void Stone from this man. The scene moves to the 4th floor, to the masters of the art of alchemy. Lola continues to practice, creating a huge axe using her spiritual energy. This action requires quite a lot of persistence, causing her face to gradually turn a little reddish. Having achieved some success, she raises her hands to the sky and commands the axe to turn. The weapon obeys the will of its creator and after some time is directed towards her. Lola puts her hands forward and catches the axe, which falls right into her fingers. After this, she approaches the master and asks him to look at what she has created. The chairman of the Guild of Masters of the Art of Alchemy, Sirius, says that the sun-crushing axe has reached the 1st stage, which means Lola has passed the certification. Other colleagues begin to clap their hands to celebrate the event. Lola happily accepts the applause and is proud that she has achieved some successes along the way. After this, she thanks Master Sirius, as well as all the masters present here. Sirius claims that it was all her own doing, but he wonders how she managed to fuse the shiny gold with the scarlet copper. Lola thinks for a moment and remembers that she received this information not so long ago. After a short pause, she says that copper has a higher degree of solubility compared to gold, and this causes a violent reaction. She also adds that this time she used the heavenly crystal sand as an additive with which the sensation essence was added. The masters listen to her words in surprise and almost jump out of their seats after they understand how it all happened. Sirius says that, apparently, another talented alchemist has appeared in the state. The masters also talk about how they should spread the news of this recipe to everyone in the country. But Lola doesn't want to go that far because she doesn't want to spread this information. Sirius says that in this state it is enough to become a 1st-level alchemist or a great master for His Majesty to arrange a banquet for them. They say that she is a rising star of the younger generation who has reached the 4th rank and has also discovered a talent for alchemy. One of them says that in recent times only one master has been awarded such an honor. Sirius sadly says that Great Master Yagos, who had the honor of achieving such heights, you bowed to a certain Gu Feng so that he would take you as a disciple. Sirius also says that this year 2 1st-level alchemists joined them at once, which are Lola and Abdul. A representative of the Alchemist Guild named Cedric says that Lola is indeed a rising star, but the same cannot be said about Abdul. He adds that the man is now under the influence of a strong poison. Sirius asks Cedric what he's talking about, to which he states that it's quite simple. Lola asks for the opportunity to leave here, but Sirius assures her that she has become a 1st-level alchemist, which means she cannot shirk such important matters. Cedric reveals that he discovered that Abdul cheated during the last assessment and used the forbidden stone of the afterlife. The alchemists say that this is a serious statement and should not be thrown around lightly, noting that they are well aware of Cedric's personal dislike for Abdul. Cedric says his accusations are not at all baseless, as he also boggled Abdul's mind by showing him the list of ingredients he purchased after his promotion. Cedric also says that the harmful effects of the afterlife windstone are not easy to remove and detoxification will not help. Sirius looks at the recipe carefully and angrily orders the others to bring Abdul here as quickly as possible. Lola understands that Sirius is one of only 2 3rd-level alchemists in this state and will never tolerate such treatment of alchemists. After some time, Abdul comes to him and greets him with a respectful gesture. He also congratulates Lola, saying that he has already heard about her success. Abdul also finds Cedric standing next to him, looking at him with a questioning smile. Abdul claims he was in seclusion to improve his skills and suggests he was called here to celebrate Lola's promotion. Cedric instantly loses his composure and starts laughing, saying that Abdul should stop pretending he doesn't understand anything. Sirius states that he is suspected of using the grave windstone during the assessment process, showing off the recipes and demanding an explanation. Abdul angrily reflects that this is not true. He tried to create this stone despite the fact that he had already purified his soul thanks to his new master. Abdul calls his colleague a pathetic bastard and throws the recipe aside. He also puts his hand forward and says that it is he who demands an explanation. People who looked at what was happening shuddered in amazement, trying to understand what was happening here. The whole point is that the alchemist's hands are completely clean, which is not typical for those who use this stone. One of the alchemists reflects that he has no signs of the toxin, meaning the accusations were unfounded. Cedric angrily asks how he managed to get rid of all the symptoms of poisoning. Taking a step forward, he says that in that case he will use the spiritual pattern to see for himself. Abdul chuckles at this question and says, "Did they really think it would be that easy?" A few moments later, the spiritual energy explodes with an incredible bang, destroying all influence from Cedric. Cedric feels his body taking incredible damage and blood starts to spurt from his nose. Unable to cope with such spiritual pressure, he falls to the ground, coughing. Raising his head with difficulty, he asks when Abdul's soul became so strong. Abdul claims that he is a true alchemist, and his soul is several orders of magnitude more powerful than that of the deceivers. Cedric tries to rise, but feels how his soul suddenly begins to lose all its power and former strength. Other people watch this and realize that such a process can no longer be reversed. Cedric begins to rapidly age and deteriorate before everyone's eyes, realizing that he has made a fatal mistake. Sirius sadly says that it wasn't worth it, realizing that he lost a dear colleague. Cedric says that he's already quite old, wants to retire, and asks permission to spend his last days outside the city. The alchemists note that Abdul developed Cedric's spiritual pattern in an instant, and his soul power dropped sharply to the level of an apprentice. Abdul looks at his rival, who has been plotting against him for a long time. He happily reflects on how, with the help of a 5-day soul purification practice, he was able to cause irreparable damage to Cedric and thanks his master. Sirius tells Abdul that he is sick of his progress, because since the day of his promotion, his soul has become much more stable. After that, they all decide to go to the library together to find the alchemist badge there to reward Lola. Lola asks Abdul if he would like to take her on as an apprentice. Abdul looks at her and the girl says that one student does not have the opportunity to practice martial arts, but he is very well read in alchemy. Abdul says that her knowledge of alchemy is much deeper than his experience, and that she is not suitable to be a mentor since she is the commander of the guard. Lola also says that the student she is talking about is the Duke's eldest grandson and the general's son. Abdul says he heard the man was physically unfit, noting that congenital deficiencies could be detrimental to the art of alchemy. Lola says she doesn't disagree with the saying, but she believes the boy is unique and hopes he can be trained to at least the level of an apprentice. Abdul says decisively that he will meet with this student and conduct tests to determine his skill. Lola bows respectfully to her interlocutor and thanks him for his generosity. Lola reflects on her obligation to repay Joseph for sharing such valuable information with her. 3 days later, it was time for the annual certification at the academy. The construction of this martial arts arena was once led by the former chairman of the Alchemist Guild, Yagos himself. Students who successfully complete registration will move on to middle school, while others will be immediately expelled. Joseph observes his own statue and assumes that Yagos, who was actually handcuffing some statue, is in disarray. The students behind him wonder if they could be expelled if they only open 2 chakras. Some throw vicious insults at Joseph, suggesting that he has not opened any chakras and therefore will not be expelled. Citrine asks her comrade to ignore this nonsense, as they have always considered them to be nothing more than scum from the nobility. Hunter says there is some basis for these prejudices, as there are indeed plenty of rich slackers. Van Ferdinand welcomes everyone who came here and says that those who miss the assessment will be expelled. Van Ferdinand says he's decided to change the rules a bit this time. He states that previously, in order to successfully pass the certification, it was necessary to open at least 1 chakra or achieve a striking force equal to 500 kilograms. Van Ferdinand says both requirements must be met this year because some students have cheated in the past. Some students look at Joseph with hostility, assuming that he will not be able to fulfill the conditions since he has not opened his chakras. Joseph sternly asks them what they are staring at, assuming they want to lose their eyes. After that, he smirks and says that they can watch as much as they want if that is their will. After this, he steps forward to open his first root chakra. Continuing to take steps, he opens several more chakras, surprising more and more people. His comrades watch him as he continues to open each chakra step by step. They are filled with amazement and envy, not understanding how he was able to achieve such results. Joseph is almost to the stone and has already opened 6 chakras out of 7 possible. Finally, he takes the final step forward and opens the crown chakra, demonstrating a complete opening of energy. The students are stunned and wonder how this is possible, since this man has always been a typical loser. Van Ferdinand reflects that the fact that the chakra channels were damaged became a source of ridicule throughout the capital. But it turns out that he was wrong. Joseph asks everyone to watch carefully and states that great powers are not such a great path. With these words, he begins to concentrate incredible energy in his hands, endowing them with unknown capabilities. Just a moment later, he makes a quick bullet-like strike. The blow is so powerful that the stone cannot withstand the inertia and breaks away, breaking the chains. Joseph continues to stand there with a stony face, as if the blow meant nothing. However, in reality, the blow was so powerful that it punched a characteristic hole in the thick stone. The observers say that this is impossible, because he broke the chain and left the slow one on the stone, as if he were at the level of a warrior. Hunter and Cheddar hug, while Citrine hurtly asks how he was able to hide his powers for so long. Van Ferdinand realizes that Lan Fei is an idiot because he couldn't even figure out his enemy's true strength. Joseph turns boldly towards his ill-wishers and asks if they are happy with what they see. After that, he told Van Ferdinand with a sly grin that he was very busy, so it was time for him to go. The students realized that with this gesture he was spitting in his face, and it was incredibly impudent. Van Ferdinand angrily stated that the opening of the chakras should not be considered the limit, because it is only an introduction to martial arts and nothing more. Joseph began to laugh, thereby causing more and more anger in his opponent. However, after a while he stopped, realizing that an unfamiliar figure had suddenly appeared in front of him. All this time, a rather tall young man was looking at him, who was wearing another void stone on his body. The young man said that he was a graduate of the academy and also the head of a brotherhood named Lan Xuan. The disciples looked at these two people, realizing that Lan Xuan was a very skilled fighter. Joseph gave him the middle finger to demonstrate how emotionally mature he had been all this time. With a cartoonish face, he said that he didn't have time to talk to idiots. Lan Xuan looked at him with a look full of disdain, trying to figure out how to respond to this. After clearing his throat a little, he said that he came here because of his worthless brother. Joseph replied that the puppy test had been replaced by a group test, but that would not change anything. Lan Xuan asked him if all of his clan were such homegrown boors. Joseph asked what was wrong with him, claiming that after years of feuding between their clans and after he had not seen his brother for a long time, he had come just to chat. Lan Xuan immediately lost his temper and said that he would make him pay for those words. But Joseph only clapped his hands and noted that this was exactly what he expected. Lan Xuan said that he had come today simply to challenge him, handing over a piece of paper with a challenge to a duel. Lan Xuan noted that he did not want to justify someone who committed a crime and received a deserved punishment. But as his older brother, he should sit there. Van Ferdinand was angry that Lan Xuan publicly admitted this. Lan Xuan leaned towards his opponent and offered him two options: either kneel down and beg for forgiveness or accept the fight. Lan Xuan also said that if the second option was chosen, he would be quickly destroyed, so there was no need to think too long. Citrine once again decided to intervene in the situation and stated that Lan Xuan was crossing all boundaries. Shielding her friend with her body, she said that the strength was too unequal, so challenging a martial arts student was shameful. Joseph replied that his brother stole women's underwear and committed sodomy, which meant that his clan did not know what shame was. Lan Xuan asked how dare he say such things while hiding behind the girl's back. Joseph continued to demonstrate his incredible emotional maturity, worthy of a kung fu master, and attempted to spit in his opponent's face. After that, he quickly snatched a challenge to a duel before his opponent had time to get his bearings. After making another cartoonish face of a 14-year-old teenager, he said he would accept the challenge. Citrine tried to dissuade her friend, noting that there was no logic to it. Joseph realized that the previous owner of this body was able to make friends, but he remained lonely throughout his life, although the reasons for this were quite obvious. To at least somehow thank the people who still protected him, he placed his hand on Citrine's shoulder. He looked at her with kind eyes and told her that she shouldn't worry because he knew what he was doing. Citrine immediately felt incredible sympathy for her friend, while the rest of his friends looked at him in surprise. Lan Xuan angrily shouted that if he didn't show up here in 3 days, there would no longer be a place for him in the academy. Lan Xuan said that he swears that if he does not destroy him, he will not be able to bear the surname of his clan with dignity. Joseph realized that the feud between his clan and Lan Xuan's clan had been simmering for decades, and to put an end to it, he would wipe out the entire clan to the ground. After some time, he reached the pagoda of the masters of the art of alchemy. One student struggled with the tricky recipe, wondering if he needed to add a few more cross-processed herbs to balance the potency. Joseph appeared behind him and said that he had put in too much. He recommended adding a wildflower to weaken the medicinal effects. Otherwise, the potion would explode no later than the 5th breath. The alchemist asked him not to interfere, to which he stated that there were only a few seconds left. A few seconds passed, and his words indeed turned out to be true as the potion exploded. Joseph took a small step back, his hair standing on end as a strong gust of wind blew. An alchemist's apprentice named Lucas looked sadly at his results and tried to understand what the hell happened. He also wondered how Joseph knew he had put in too many herbs, to which he stated he knew by the smell. Joseph also asked him to disturb Abdul, but he stated that he was only an apprentice and could not disturb the master. A few moments passed and Lillian entered the room and asked her brother if he was hurt. Lucas complained that he felt sorry for the ingredients, while Joseph greeted her warmly. Lillian noted that last time the master looked at her brother's recipes and praised them without stopping. Lucas looked at Joseph in surprise and asked if he was really a master of alchemy, to which he answered almost nothing, saying that he once was. Joseph approached Lillian and said that he would like to meet Mr. Abdul. Lillian said that she would now take him to his destination, after which she asked her brother not to give up. Lillian noted sadly that perhaps he did not actually have a predisposition for the mastery of alchemy. Lillian told him he didn't need to talk about it, just believe in himself and keep trying. Joseph asked the boys to trust him and recommended adding 30 fewer stalks next time, and if the color became light, adding another ingredient. Lillian advised her brother to listen to these words, since the last time this boy's recipe was perfect. Lucas returned to work, saying that this time he would change his approach dramatically and try to follow this advice. Joseph followed Lillian into a large round hall that had new doors. Lillian walked him to the door, saying that they had finally arrived. After a while, she started knocking on the door to attract the master's attention. A disgruntled cry came from the room, and Lillian took a few steps back in fear. Joseph unceremoniously stated that a young master had come here, which meant he had to open the door. There was more noise in the room, followed by the sound of stomping. Abdul opened the door and rushed forward as quickly as possible, trying to embrace his master. Joseph quickly kicked him in the face and told him that Lillian could return to her duties. Lillian wondered what had happened to the arrogant Abdul, because from the outside it all looked very strange. Abdul told his master about his successes, thanks to which he made several breakthroughs. Joseph, with his usual arrogance, said that he had no time to listen to this nonsense and that he had come to make pills. He explained that the first pill was needed to affect the beginning, and the second one was needed to explode the beginning. Abdul said that these two types of pills could only be made by a second-stage alchemist, and he had recently reached the first stage. Joseph told him that there was nothing to fear since he was nearby and advised him to quickly make the pills. Abdul assumed that the young master was going to personally show him how to make these pills. Realizing that this was too good a deal, he quickly collected 3 bags of pill-making ingredients. Joseph asked him why he had prepared 3 sets of ingredients if he needed 2 pills. Abdul reminded him in surprise that a first-stage alchemist could only make pills with a 60% chance. Joseph said that they should begin and advised him to follow his instructions strictly. After this, they began their preparations, during which Joseph constantly nagged Abdul. After some time, the preparation was finished, and in front of them were 2 almost perfect pills. Abdul held them in his hands and said that he actually managed to make 2 at once on the first try. Joseph studied the pills carefully, while an elated Abdul thought that he would definitely be able to become a powerful alchemist. These thoughts completely blocked his critical thinking, which is why he did not realize that he had made several mistakes. Joseph called it a habit, saying that the pills were too low in purity. Looking at Joseph, tired of such procedures, he came to the conclusion that he would have to do everything himself. However, he stated that his apprentice soul would be enough for a simple purification. Abdul asked in surprise if it was really possible to sense not only the ingredients, but also the finished pills. The alchemist watched what was happening with difficulty, holding back the desire to scream in surprise. He thought that he had never seen such secret purification seals as the young master had placed. Joseph, meanwhile, completed the sensation procedure, looking at the 2 pills lying in his hands. He said that this was all he could do now because his soul power was too weak. He also noted that with the pill that affected the beginning, he would be able to break through to the first rank in 3 days, and he would leave the second one just in case. Abdul looked at the pill in surprise and realized that it gave him an incredible feeling of admiration. Abdul thought that the young master was not only able to refine the finished pill, but also make it even more flawless. Joseph left the office and headed to his home to take care of other business. As he passed by, he discovered that Lucas had finally succeeded in his endeavors. Lillian noticed Joseph passing nearby and greeted him with a sincere smile. She bowed several times in his direction to thank him for what he had done. Joseph made an approving gesture, thinking that he needed at least a little privacy. Lola, meanwhile, was talking to the director and saying that Joseph's combat power had exceeded 500 kilograms and that he had opened his chakras. The director noted that many interesting events had occurred during her time at the academy. From all points of view, given families that were constantly at odds with each other, he was not as interested in the truly hopeless person. He said that Lola was only 21 years old, but she had already become a master of martial arts of the 4 elements and a first-level alchemist, which meant that she had unlimited prospects. Lola was adamant that they had to stop these people from fighting. She also claimed that Joseph had almost no chance of winning, meaning he would definitely die. The director said that this guy was previously homeless and was considered some kind of burden. After thinking for a moment, he said that it was possible that he had been hiding some far-reaching plans all this time. Lola said that the child was still not strong enough to compete with such formidable enemies. The girl admitted that Joseph did a good deed by giving valuable advice, thanks to which she was able to successfully become a first-level alchemist. The director said that in that case he would also go to find out what level, frankly, their students were at. He knew he was going to have to watch the 3rd place in the ranking of outstanding people fight, and that it should be interesting. Instead, he was transported to the academy, to the 10 Gravity Hall where people hone their skills. Hank told Liara that the loser would be fighting Lan Xuan today and wondered why they weren't going to watch it. Liara replied that she didn't have time for that since Lan Xuan was ranked much higher than Joseph. She also said that only the elder brothers of the Xuan clan could be called truly strong. Hank became angry and said that in that case he would go to watch this fight alone, since he was very interested in how he would resolve this issue. Liara mentally called the man a wimp because he wanted to enjoy watching Joseph get beaten by someone else. A few moments later, a figure that seems very familiar passes in front of her, and she quickly turns her head in its direction. Taking a closer look, she realizes that this man is indeed familiar to her. She saw him recently. A look of surprise appears on her face, as standing in front of her is none other than Joseph, who has undergone additional training. Instead, the action moves to the Martial Arts Academy, to the arena where the fight is to take place. Lan Xuan prepares to enter battle, spending his final moments in deep meditation. The students around him whisper excitedly, unable to believe that Joseph would actually come here, thinking it would be better to be disgraced than to die. Citrine expresses hope that their comrade will give up the fight and choose a more prudent path. But faith in this is rather weak. Cheddar replies that it is better to die standing than to live your whole life in disgrace, even on your knees. Citrine disagrees with this view, but their argument is interrupted by loud shouts. This loser has finally appeared in the arena. Lan Xuan opens his eyes, realizing that the fight will take place, even though he was sure that the opponent would run away. The disciples continue to be loudly surprised and shout that Joseph did appear at the scene of the battle. The protagonist walks calmly, holding his sword in his hands, while Lan Xuan realizes that he is looking at a walking dead man. The students do not believe in Joseph's success and say that it is simply impossible to defeat the enemy with brute force. Citrine runs out to meet her friend, trying to stop him, saying that he will simply be killed and that he came here in vain. A few moments later, another figure intervenes in the battle to interrupt it. Lola states that they both need to leave immediately, as she forbids this fight to take place. To the surprise of all the students, she loudly announces that she is canceling the fight. Some speculate that this was all planned in advance by Joseph in order to escape. Lola states that Joseph is her student, and as a teacher, she has a duty to protect him no matter what happens. Joseph says that he is indeed her student, but she could also stand up for Lan Xuan. After that, he passes by, advising everyone to disperse, because there is nothing to see here, and he will only have a few seconds. Lola is surprised that this man feels absolutely no fear. After a while, she activates her form, keeping it ready. Lola reflects that they are only preparing to help their student at the right moment. Looking at Joseph, she understands that no matter what happens, she will not allow him to become a pawn. Joseph takes a few steps forward and finds himself next to his opponent. Lan Xuan looks at him and says that he didn't even expect him to appear. Joseph activates the mode and his body bursts into cold fire. He arrogantly asks his opponent if he really thinks that empty chatter will prolong his miserable life. Lola looks at them in surprise, not believing that he really reached such heights in just a few days. The other students, who did not believe in his success, try to understand how this is even possible. Hank came here to enjoy the destruction of his sworn enemy, but he can't believe what's happening. Lan Xuan smiles and says that now it is clear why he lost last time, because Joseph really is hiding a lot. After this, he confidently declares that his luck has come to a complete end. The students are shaken by the surge of energy and are amazed at the great power of this man. Some teachers say that this is a true 9-star warrior who will soon make a breakthrough and become a master. Van Ferdinand muses that he would like to crush Lan Xuan once and for all, but unfortunately, that is impossible. Suddenly, the director appears and says that the fight is unlikely to be too short. He states that everyone here underestimates Joseph, and this fight will be very interesting. Lola and the other teachers look at each other in surprise, deciding to watch what is happening. Joseph takes a few steps towards his opponent to get into a fighting stance. Every step he takes is filled with spiritual resonance, which only speaks of great power. The director immediately picks up on these fluctuations and keeps a close eye on his student. The thought flashes through his mind that something is clearly wrong here. Looking at Joseph, he realizes that there is something strange in his movements, as if the space is trembling from his steps. The director realizes that the world orders inside the circle seem to pulsate in time with his steps, as if alive. The head of the academy understands that the young man brings the movement of the surrounding space into resonance with himself. He quickly realizes that there is a very high level of technology involved. Lan Xuan is unaware of the danger and says that under the pressure of Joseph's power, even walking becomes difficult. At the same moment, he concentrates all the energy in his fist, creating an energy ball around himself. He assures that he will not kill Joseph, but will beat him so hard that he will beg on his knees. A few moments later, he launches a quick attack with the rushing clouds technique. Additionally, decides to use the skill star rotation palm to attack from afar. One of the teachers says that Lan Xuan's art is hidden in the palm, which is like a rotating star. Joseph calmly dodges the blow without much effort. Lan Xuan tries to understand how his opponent was able to dodge at such a breakneck speed. Hoping to catch up with him, he uses the moonwalk skill and rushes after him. However, Joseph dodges it with the same ease, leaving Lan Xuan incredibly surprised. The thing is that thanks to his precise and honed skills, he can literally move through the air. Lola and the director, who had never seen such technology before, stare at Joseph in surprise. The director reflects that he managed to clearly see the student's movements. He quickly realizes that these moves are meant to evade attack and complete an amazing chain of moves. After performing the required number of moves to complete the combo, Joseph creates a massive energy vortex. The director is literally stunned by the fact that the rhythm of the whole world seems to revolve around the movement of the student. It soon becomes clear that the power of the universe itself is concentrated in his body. Lan Xuan and the academy director realize that they are facing an incredibly talented opponent and student. The director shouts loudly that this young man literally possesses unearthly power. The old man continues to watch closely what is happening and notices how an energy sphere appears around Joseph, allowing him to concentrate energy. The fact that this young man is using the power of the universe is incredibly surprising to the academy director. Joseph, meanwhile, does not slow down. He completes his combination of movements and creates a huge number of spiritual hands. After a while, he feels the time has come for the decisive blow. Taking a fighting stance, he summons several of his most powerful spiritual palms. Lan Xuan looks at this with undisguised amazement, trying to figure out what he should do now. Joseph pompously proclaims that life flows like a salon capturing flying swans. Immediately after this, he unleashes the seal of ephemeral life skill on the enemy. The director admits with surprise that this is indeed the very skill he had not heard of for a long time. He realizes that even he himself is not capable of looking deep enough to use this technique, but this young man was able to achieve it. A thought flashes through the director's mind. Could this young man really be Yagos's student? Lola objects that this is impossible, since a warrior of the first star cannot impose such a seal. Meanwhile, the attack continues to rain down on Lan Xuan, who has no chance to dodge. Having received serious damage and lost the ability to move, Lan Xuan can only wait for the next attack. This attack achieves its goal, driving him into the ground with terrifying force. Joseph lands and calmly looks at his defeated opponent. He takes a few steps forward to ensure his victory. All the other students and teachers are watching his actions. Everyone is shocked. The leader of the Brotherhood, Swan, was defeated with one blow by some pathetic schoolboy. Joseph continues to advance towards his opponent. Some whisper that this combat technique is only suitable for low-level warriors, as it takes too much time to prepare. The audience does not believe that a newcomer was able to defeat such a great warrior. Joseph lifts his leg and tells his opponent that he can be 100% sure of one thing. The director takes a few steps forward and orders the student to stop immediately. Joseph ignores the order and declares that no one will save him now. Lan Xuan understands that he is dealing with a madman who has gone off the rails and doesn't even listen to the director. The principal continues to try to calm the disobedient student and again orders him to stop. Joseph once again ignores the orders of his superiors and delivers a powerful blow to Lan Xuan's body. This blow is so powerful that a lot of blood flies out of the opponent's mouth. His body is severely disfigured and he loses the ability to move. The audience is shocked by the cruelty of the main character. Some disciples understand that if Lan Xuan is not cured by the legendary beast, he will remain a cripple forever. The principal rushes to pull the students away, but is too late. He freezes, amazed. The student does not respond at all to requests and orders. Joseph decisively kicks his opponent straight in the face, who is no longer able to resist. Lola looks at the manifestation of cruelty in surprise and tries to understand its cause. Joseph arrogantly declares that he promised to beat up his opponent, so now he will lick his boots. Lan Xuan remains silent. The damage is too serious. Joseph continues to boast as he stands over his helpless opponent, declaring that he kept his word. He tears the void stone from the body of the fallen man, although no one thought that he would dare to do this. Joseph says that he will, of course, take this artifact for himself, and the director indignantly declares that he is crossing all boundaries. Joseph looks at the director with disdain and kicks Lan Xuan's body towards him. The director is horrified to think that he has raised a monster and does not understand why he allows himself so much impudence. He approaches the student and looks at him with a stern gaze. The director states that the man has already been studied and no unnecessary cruelty is needed. Joseph replies that the stake was initially the opponent's life, so whether to live or die is now up to him. He then angrily turns to his superior officer, declaring that it is none of his damn business. The director is shocked by such insolence because he never expected this from a pathetic brat. Those present also do not understand why Joseph suddenly decided to act like a bosom teenager in puberty. Charles freezes in surprise and genuine shock at such audacity. After this, he tries to pull himself together in order to somehow cope with the resentment and stress from the insult. He then asks his opponent if he has the slightest idea who he is talking to. Joseph continues to act arrogantly and states that Charles is over 100 years old, and he is still marking time, and if he were in his place, he would have burned out long ago. The comrades watching the scene come to the conclusion that Joseph has definitely gone crazy. Charles loses his temper and orders the pathetic youth to regret his words. Immediately, a serious force begins to press on him, causing him to tremble. Joseph struggles to resist the pressure, creating currents of air around himself. He angrily addresses the director, saying that he is putting pressure on his hundreds of years, while he is only 15. He also states that if he does not die here today, he will definitely take revenge for such an insult. Charles ignores the teenage chatter, reflecting on how, under the onslaught of his power, this puny warrior still holds his ground. So he notes that he is amazed that the young man is 4 steps below him in strength, but is still able to show such determination. Charles wonders where this inflexibility and defiant spirit that resides in this boy's body comes from. Lola calls it a question and wonders why this image evokes so many familiar emotions in her. In search of an answer, she turns around and suddenly realizes that the answer was right in front of her eyes all this time. She takes a few steps forward to make sure everything is as it should be. She looks at the giant statue that depicts Gu Feng, who is just now transmigrated into the body of a 15-year-old teenager. Lola looks at him closely and realizes that there are definitely some similarities between them. In a life that affirms the face and manner of not giving up no matter what, it finds a response in the image of Joseph. During this time, Joseph continues to show himself to the old man, despite the fact that it costs him his health. He says that even though he may die now, he will take his opponent with him. With these words, he uses periods of exploding energy to swallow her. After a moment, his spiritual power briefly increases, giving him additional strength. Charles wonders how he can deal with this monster, as he would not want to spoil such a promising student. However, after a while, he looks at his opponent in surprise and realizes that he has underestimated him again. Joseph gains an extra boost of strength to confront Charles. Joseph closes his eyes to enter a battle trance state. Lola stares at him in surprise, not believing that this man is so strong. Joseph begins to move his hands very quickly, making it seem as if he has several of them. He directs air currents to help him deal with this enemy. The clouds behind him are gathering, creating serious weather patterns that could help him. Lola talks about a hurricane coming and wonders how such power is even possible. Charles, having lived for hundreds of years and seen a lot, is also surprised that one can command nature. He looks up at the sky and realizes that powerful gusts of wind and incredibly thick clouds are approaching. A grimace of genuine surprise never leaves his face. He says that this is really so. Looking at Joseph, he wonders in his mind why he, being the strongest master, turned so cold in the face of a pathetic warrior. He notes that due to this youth's movements, a strong wind arose and clouded the sky, and apparently, this is Mr. Gu Feng himself, his hurricane palm technique. Joseph, somehow managing to master serious techniques despite being a weak warrior, continues to amaze everyone else. In the old days, at the top of the sea of clouds that is located on the snow peak near the Temple of the Gods, Gu Feng defeated all his opponents with just one technique and went down in history. Charles tries to calm the teenager down, telling him to stop and stop acting up. He thinks that even though it is indeed Gu Feng's hurricane palm, there is still nothing to be afraid of. But due to the range of this guy's capabilities, it is better to leave him alive. Charles realizes that this boy is too valuable to kill, because he contains a lot of knowledge. He turns around and says that duels between students are a purely personal matter, but there was no need to demonstrate such pompous cruelty. He says that this will be considered a misdemeanor the first time, but he will not tolerate it again, and then leaves. Those watching the events are surprised that the director abruptly left the fight. The students ask themselves when the principal became so talkative. Lola intervenes in what is happening, recommending that Joseph finally calm down and dissipate his power so as not to get into trouble for himself. Joseph continues to act very proudly and says that this is not the end. He looks after the director and says that he is lucky that he runs fast. Immediately after this, he kneels down and assumes a pose in order to conquer and steal. Lola looks at him and understands that this pose hides some unspoken rule and notes that the power of this man should not be underestimated. She sits down and watches closely as Joseph becomes immersed in the process of meditation. After some thought, she suggests that she could use the power of this rule to speed up the process of her own improvement. Those watching the events are surprised to note that the captain of the guard suddenly decided to take full meditation. Frederick tells everyone else that the fight is over and everyone should disperse. He also exchanges a bow with his colleague and tries to lead the students out. After this, he turns his gaze to the two meditating fighters and realizes that something is wrong here. However, he does not dare to disturb them, after which he turns around and walks away. Meanwhile, Joseph and Lola's energies begin to intertwine, exchanging valuable information. Lola draws a huge amount of resources for her own improvement, just by borrowing a little power. A strange glow begins to appear above her head, allowing her to improve. Lola reflects on how she managed to break out of the deadlock and solve the problem that was preventing her from breaking through, and now her rank has increased. She also asks what happened to him recently and where these unnatural techniques came from. The meditation routine comes to an end, and she slowly opens her eyes. The first thing she sees in front of her is Joseph, who is looking at her intently with his head tilted to the side. Lola starts blushing for this reason and asks him what he is doing here. Joseph says he just came to congratulate her on her promotion. Lola asks Joseph in surprise if he has already become a warrior of the stars, and she can't believe her ears because it sounds too cool for her. Joseph states that Lola is a product of the 4 elements. For her, rising in rank is like a walk in the park, but for him, it is just an accident, like some kind of fleeting success. Lola grabs him by the ear and asks him not to pretend to be an idiot, because in her opinion, he became a warrior only recently, and there's no point in pretending anymore. Joseph says that his wounds haven't healed yet, but in a couple of weeks he'll rest, and then he'll definitely explain everything in detail because now is not the time. Lola looks at him carefully, studies every scratch, and understands that he really does have wounds, and for a reason. Turning around, She gives him exactly 3 days to rest and strictly orders him to be in her office exactly on time, like a soldier at dawn. Joseph watches her go, mentally noting that this girl is tough but completely devoid of common sense. And that's exactly what makes her so cool. Smiling, he says that despite everything, her talent is quite worthy of being under his supervision, as if he were the main guru here. After a short while, he quickly heads to the gravity room to pump up and improve his skills. He thinks that he needs to urgently use this pumping to absorb the remnants of the original chi that are left from the pill, otherwise there will be no sense. He passes by his classmates, who stare at him in surprise and try not to get in his way, as if he were someone important. Liara notices him and wonders with a question in her eyes if he really managed to get out alive after that fight. Afterwards, she overhears the conversations of the other students, who are discussing how cruelly this guy treated Lan Xuan, and are surprised. One girl says that Lan Xuan's chakra channels are almost completely destroyed, and if he does not take the medicine, he will remain disabled forever. Liara is shocked and watches what is happening, not believing that someone could deal with such a strong warrior with one blow. Meanwhile, Joseph continues his unstoppable victories and enters the training room, where he intends to level up even more. After a few minutes, he becomes a warrior at the peak of the second star, and his soul power is restored to the first stage. He breaks everything in his path because now he can make weapons and all sorts of cool things for combat on his own. After some time, the action moves to the protagonist's restroom, where he is after grueling training, trying to catch his breath. He casually approaches his bedroom door and is about to enter, but suddenly freezes. It is at this moment that he realizes that he is in deep trouble, because much more than 3 days have already passed, and he is still relaxing here. He turns around to escape responsibility, but Lola immediately stops him. A few moments later, she opens the door with a distinctive creak and steps out into the fresh air. She looks at him disapprovingly and asks if he has already missed her for 3 days, as if it were a survival test. Joseph tries to give a weak excuse that he was improving and therefore lost track of time. Lola stops for a second and carefully studies her charge. She quickly notices that he became a warrior at the peak of the second star and notes that he rose quite quickly. Expresses hope that he understands the consequences of all the strange pills he takes and demands an explanation from him. Joseph asks what exactly he should explain to her, realizing that this time he can't get out of it. Lola bombards him with fair questions about how he learned to perform such powerful techniques, because just recently he was completely different. The main character understands that it will be very difficult for him to give normal answers to all these questions, because he himself is not yet fully aware of them. Joseph asks her if she thinks Principal Charles is behind all of this, and slightly surprises Lola with his suggestion. Lola states that the director is the one who once trained Joseph under Yagos, and Joseph immediately realizes that things are hot. He thinks that blaming everything on Yagos is logical and fair, and besides, he will have to meet him face to face in the near future. Lola ruins his brilliant plan by saying that it is nonsense because their clan has never crossed paths with Yagos. She also says that Mr. Yagos never knew how to perform a hurricane palm, so there is no point in blaming him. Joseph looks at her in surprise and cautiously asks how she knows that Yagos did not possess this technique. Lola thinks for a moment and tries to figure out whether it is worth explaining this issue at all, but decides to change the subject. After a while, she says that if Joseph doesn't want to tell, she won't force him, showing that she respects his personal space. She also states that she was worried about him, but it turns out that her worries were in vain, after which she grabs his hand and tells him that they need to move on. After a while, they find themselves on the main street of the state, and Lola says that she has found mentors from the Alchemists Guild for him. Lola states that the mentor will decide his fate after testing the strength of his soul, but Joseph states that he does not need a mentor because he knows perfectly well what he wants. Lola says that it is not up to him to decide, adding that she has already reached an agreement with this man, noting that it was not easy to persuade him. Joseph tries to find out who this alchemist is that is being forced upon him, but Lola refuses to answer and heads straight to the meeting place. The atmosphere in the Alchemists Guild is relaxed and casual, and the students go about their business calmly as if nothing special was happening. However, after some time, the heroes notice that something attracts the attention of other students. This person turns out to be none other than Abdul, who tells them the information they need. Lola breaks through the crowd and loudly distracts Abdul, saying that she was looking for her and brought the young master with her. Joseph winces, realizing that she has asked some soulless mentor to be his guide. Abdul doesn't even turn around and says that first they need to find an apprentice in the outer hall to send a soul power test. Joseph begins to worry that it will take too long, but after a while they hear Lillian's familiar voice. She happily runs up and says that they finally meet again, thanking Joseph for helping her brother. Joseph asks her to tell her brother that he has talent and if he works hard, he will succeed. Lillian says her brother made a lot of potions, invested a lot of money, and moved to a new level of unity to make a breakthrough. Lillian admits that she doesn't even know how to thank Joseph for his help and sincerely appreciates his support. Joseph chuckles and says it's not hard at all, then jokes that she could be his girlfriend. Lola immediately slaps him on the back of the head and reminds him that he shouldn't forget where to hunt and shouldn't try to pick up girls. Joseph tries to justify himself and says that it was Lola who started flirting with him first, but she remains steadfast. She declares that if he doesn't pass the test, she will give him a real hard time herself. The students ask them to be quieter, and Lola apologizes to them, saying that they are already leaving. Abdul continues his lecture when he suddenly hears angry shouts from one of the students, telling Lola and Joseph to get lost. Abdul asks everyone else what's going on and why the noise won't stop, and then makes eye contact with Joseph. Abdul understands perfectly well that if he does not intervene now, this will be the end of his wonderful career. One of the students says that these idiots have made a noise here, but he will throw them out of here right now. Abdul throws the student over himself and tells him that he should kick himself out, calling him an idiot. For some time, he runs uncontrollably towards the main character in order to pay him tribute. He immediately tells the other students that the man came here to achieve the heights of science and was not afraid of the difficulties of the long journey. Immediately after this, he begins to curry favor with his young master. Lola looks at him in surprise and says that this student can be called simply by his first name and there is no need to stand on ceremony. A moment later, she gave Joseph another slap on the back of the head and asked him why he froze in place and did not greet the master. Joseph realizes that in order for this show to continue, he needs to play along a little. After this, he stands at attention and loudly greets his teacher. Lola states that she is now going to take this Czech maniac to test his soul strength, but Abdul states that there is no need for testing here. Lola continues to hit the protagonist on the head and says that this boy has no manners at all, and the master is too lenient. Abdul rushes forward to cover his face, and the protagonist's head is hit in the cheek by a hand. He asks her not to hit this man and adds that she misunderstood him. Apparently, the young gentleman has extremely high potential. To the surprise of all the students, Master Abdul says that Joseph does not need any soul test to become great. Lola looks at Abdul and asks him if it's me, or if this person really has extremely high potential. She also asks about mentoring, to which he immediately replies that he will take this person as an apprentice. After this, he makes eye contact with Joseph, who mentally asks him what he can teach him. Not a few seconds pass before he immediately starts talking about how he still won't take him as a student and that they misunderstood him. Lola tries to figure out what he means when he says that the master is acting strange today. Lola turns towards Joseph to find out what the hell is going on. Their conversation is interrupted by loud cries that everyone should step aside and make way for Mr. Herbert. The third-level Imperial Court Great Chemist looks around, showing all his seriousness. After a while, he meets the gaze of our heroes who are also standing to the side. Lola makes a respectful bow to show her respect for the great master. Herbert bows respectfully in response, closing his eyes slightly. After this, he goes about his business without saying a single word to anyone. Joseph watches the old man, feeling the powerful energy of the soul's power from him, and rightly assumes that he is on the third stage. Lola says that if Mr. Herbert visited the Alchemist's Guild, then Citrine's illness is out of control, after which Joseph asks her what happened. Lola says that this is not a secret at all, because Citrine has suffered from the fact that 5 yins are tearing her chakra channels since birth. Joseph says that if the rank 8-5 dragon break is not applied, this illness will finally kill the princess. Lola says that the 8th rank break can only be made by a legendary alchemist, who is the equivalent of a divine being. Joseph smiles at his teacher and tells her that she should return to the academy as he wants to speak with Master Abdul alone. Abdul immediately plays along with the main character, saying that there is no need to worry about this, since he will certainly follow all the instructions and will not let them down. Joseph walks away with confidence and calls Abdul to follow him, saying that they need to find a quieter place to think things over. After some time, he confidently places his hand on his premonition-sensing interlocutor and says that it is necessary to tell Herbert that the illness of the king's daughter can be cured. Joseph also says that in addition to the 5 dragons, the issue can be resolved in another way, by influencing vital points with golden needles. Abdul says that such a technique is considered legendary and is surprised that Joseph has mastered it. Joseph talks about hurrying and telling the king about this, and also states that he will not allow anyone else to treat her. Abdul asks if he can at least stand aside and watch during the procedure, to which he states that he doesn't care about such details. Having written down the necessary recipes and ingredients, he passes them on to his interlocutor, saying that everything necessary is definitely here. Abdul watches what is happening with interest, realizing that he has a chance to learn the legendary technique. However, after reading it, he still asks why there are so many ingredients. Noting that it looks like he is going to make a weapon, Joseph says that he is currently lacking dark rank weapons, so he will take advantage of the opportunity and do everything at once. After some time, the action moves to the shopping street of the state. Joseph muses that he needs to choose the perfect box of gold needles for the task, and then begins to haggle with Megan, who asks for a small discount. The seller says that she should go elsewhere since 300 gold for her services is already a high price. Suddenly, his eyes become cold, and he says that there is another option to solve this problem. He says that if she became his girlfriend, he could work this out. Megan turns away and says that she would never agree to such things. The alchemist seller tries to stop her, asking questions. Then he really doesn't want to cure his younger brother. Megan stops, and he immediately comes closer to her, saying that one day he will become a real alchemist, and she will remember the moments spent with him in her dreams. Megan says that she at least wants to get this bottle of living water now. She has been saving money for 3 months and will return for it until the last minute. The alchemist does not give up his attempts to get closer to Megan and says that he will agree only if she remains his girlfriend for a while. A loud click suddenly resounds in the air, instantly echoing throughout the impudent salesman's hand. He asks the man who stood up for this girl what he is doing here and where he came from. Joseph says that he is ready to ask them a similar question and asks how dare he touch his girlfriend. Memories of the last time she met our hero flash through Megan's mind. Slowing down a bit, she realizes that it is the same guy named Joseph who helped her. The alchemist's apprentice says that if this is his girl, then he is not worthy of her. Pointing to his bruised hand, he says that apparently someone got into big trouble. Joseph says that he would be happy to hear about how the alchemist's apprentice can cause him trouble. The alchemist says that he is the eldest son of the commander of the royal guard, so he must kneel and ask for forgiveness. Joseph says that he knows the commander of the royal guard, but he has never heard of him. He also states that he has money, which brings a smile to the evil apprentice's face. After this, he throws the bag on the ground and says that he has one question. You, the master, rush forward to collect your payment, but suddenly stop looking at the serious Joseph. The protagonist asks him if he can stop and take this money, drilling him with a piercing gaze. The apprentice wonders why even generals who have fought hundreds of thousands of wars do not have the same future intentions as this man. The master understands perfectly well that if he even touches, he will be finished off, while Megan watches what is happening in surprise. She reflects on how she just wanted to get money, but then she had no choice but to agree to Lan Fei's plan, but everything turned out completely differently. Looking at Joseph, she assumes that if there is a martial artist in this world, he must be like this. Meanwhile, the apprentice discovers his comrade and rushes to him for protection. He approaches one of the guards and begins to complain loudly to him, pointing his finger at Joseph. The guard frowns and raises his eyebrows as he looks at his next victim, whom he plans to torture. Local residents, observing what is happening, come to the conclusion that someone has caused trouble for themselves here and try to find out what happened. The commander of the royal guard, Locust, says that either Joseph kneels and begs for forgiveness or becomes crippled and spends the rest of his life in prison. He gives him a stern look and says he'll give him 3 seconds to think about it. The apprentice smiles and reaches out his hand to the bag of money, saying that Joseph must now walk around looking back for the rest of his life. Instead of the usual response, Joseph decides to launch a powerful attack directly at the impudent apprentice. The blow turns out to be very accurate and hits right at the weak spot of this scoundrel. He coughs with difficulty and says that his spiritual currents were interrupted by this blow. He also declares that from now on and until his last day, he will be a cripple. Joseph smiles and says that he chose the second option, expecting an attack from the villains. Locust rushes forward, grabbing his weapon to crush the insolent boy. He reflects on the fact that right before his eyes he is being called a brother, has become a cripple, and his father and mentor would not have allowed such impudence. Megan covers her mouth with her hands to keep from screaming in true horror. However, after a while, a flash of energy clicks in the air, which immediately dies down. Locust looks straight ahead, wondering how this is possible. The thing is, Joseph easily stopped this blow with just one hand. Megan takes a closer look and realizes that this wasn't just stopping the sword with one hand. To the surprise of the other guards, it turns out that this man is holding the sword with 2 fingers. Joseph laughs and says that the esteemed captain of the guards can no longer oppose him. Locust gritted his teeth, thinking that this green kid clearly had a lot of impudence. After this, he asked to take a closer look, noting that this is the precious sword of the young moon. Joseph looks down at the weapon he holds the sword in as the seal is removed. Locust makes a sweeping attack stance along with a step forward and throws the opponent aside. Megan looks at the weapon in surprise and realizes that it belongs to the dark rank. Megan exclaims that this is a special type of sword, tempered by the most powerful alchemists, and not everyone can wield it. Locust says that this is a young moon's precious sword made of frozen iron and was made by a second-stage master. Locust says that Joseph is the 3rd person to witness the seal being removed, as well as the 3rd to draw the blood sword. Joseph, with his usual arrogance, says that this is the most useless dark rank weapon at the 1st stage. He then makes a quick sideways move to avoid the attack. Locust attacks, but Joseph confidently parries with his sword. Joseph, seeing that the weapon had resonated with his spiritual energy, smiles and begins to mock. Immediately after this, he delivers a huge number of blows, blocking Locust. The captain of the guard hears strange vibrations of spiritual energy and concentrates. Looking at his weapon, he realizes that his precious sword seems to be screaming. This is despair. He asks what happened and how to restore this weapon now. Raising it up, he again casts a special spell to remove the seal on his blade. Despite all attempts, the blade remains silent and does not change its shape. The other guards watch their chief's futile attempts, but the result remains the same. Locust sadly says that it was the treasure of their clan, because they begged the master thousands of times to agree to make it. Joseph then asks arrogantly if this is all he can do. Locust turns his gaze, full of despair and hatred, to the protagonist, realizing that he hates him more than anyone in the world. After this, he and his friends rush at him and say that he must be finished off immediately. The guards grab their weapons and order Joseph to go to the next world. Joseph laughs arrogantly and says that these are pathetic insects that attacked him. After this, he makes a swift, incredible victorious march, cutting down his opponents one after another. Megan watches what is happening in amazement. Her breath is taken away by surprise. She asks him if this is a martial technique or a dance combined with it. Joseph says the name of this technique refers to the emperor who created it, who began to go mad towards the end of his life. He continues to strike one blow after another and says that this emperor never ceased to be able to dominate talented people. The emperor created this technique to show that even through chaos, one can catch the enemy off guard. Within moments, all of his opponents are airborne and unable to do anything against him. Joseph takes the weapon from the guard and says that the sword is still worth money, which means it can be sold. After that, he breaks his knees and asks if there is anything else. The opponent falls to the concrete floor and struggles to get up, despite the incredible pain. Locust says that his father is the commander of the royal guard, and if he dares to steal anything, his people will slaughter his entire clan. Joseph continues to laugh in the face of such threats, and says he would like to see such attempts. After some time, another group of guards comes to the market and wonders who caused the disorder here. Locust informs his superior that this man attacked law enforcement officers. He asks for help, after which the guards take a few steps forward on their horses. These guards wear golden emblems on their shoulders, symbolizing their high status. 2 guards named Kufus and Mufus order the boy to lay down his arms and surrender immediately. Joseph says they don't even know the whole situation and they blame him. One of the guards says that the royal guard serves the majesty and they would not simply take him for an enemy. He rushes forward and says that Joseph is dishonest and that an explanation will have to be extracted personally. Joseph decides to use the seal removal skill. Unlike Locust, the sword obeys him. Kufus asks how he can use such a blade. They cross their blades, and a powerful clang of metal is heard. Their strength turns out to be approximately equal, and the confrontation lasts for quite a long time. Kufus finds himself behind his opponent and lands on his feet softly like a lynx. He says that this is a dark, rank weapon and understands why this young man fought back against the guards. His attention is drawn to the bright glow emanating from the metal of the weapon. Kufus says that he simply has to get this artifact for his collection and laughs slightly. He claims that today is clearly not Joseph's day since he met them, and this will be the end of his atrocities. Joseph snaps back and charges forward, thinking that this is a master-level opponent and he needs to control himself. Kufus remains standing and says that in that case, Joseph has brought his own fate upon himself. They rush at each other to meet in combat again, the sound of swords ringing out as they are unable to cut each other due to their incredible strength. Joseph tries to gain an advantage through incredible speed and deceptive maneuvers. Using the illusionary movement skill and the wind demonic foot, he steps forward with a fiery kick. Kufus manages to react to the swift attack and receives some damage. Joseph rushes forward, thinking that he must defeat his opponent with a quick movement so that he doesn't have time to use his power. Kufus says that the enemy is finished and decides to take advantage of the removal of the diamond sword seal. After this, he rushes forward, preparing to test the strength of his blades. Two blades collide, creating a loud clang. Kufus is thrown back and tries to catch his breath so as not to lose this game. Looking back, he realizes that his opponent is faster and stronger than he expected. Joseph is getting closer to him at an incredible speed, and Kufus is trying to figure out what happened to this damn boy. Mufus shouts at his comrade to be careful. Mufus jumps from his horse and draws his weapon to catch his opponent off guard. However, when he stabs the youth with the sword, he doesn't react, as if the sword was made of plasticine. A moment later, the attack dissipates into thin air, and Mufus realizes that the enemy has used the shadow clone technique again. Joseph appears above them and says that he simply provoked them, and now they are finished. The guards look at the approaching enemy and realize that they have made a mistake. They wonder if he really decided to finish them off at the same time with one blow. Mufus muses that these are just petty Star Wars, but he poses a serious threat. To counter this, he decides to use the skill of the royal guards. Combining their souls, they fire a powerful projectile towards Joseph to disrupt his momentum. Joseph realizes that his opponents have a technique for joint attack, and he did not calculate this possibility. He thrusts his weapon forward, hoping that he can block her. Realizing that his attempts are doomed, he reflects on the fact that the calculations did not make sense in the first place. A few moments later, an arrow pierces him through and through, causing him serious damage. The inertia from this blow is so strong that it throws him back 10 meters. Joseph finally stops, having lost all momentum, while the rest of the people watch what is happening, unable to recover from the shock. Megan also looks at him in surprise, realizing that she does not believe what is happening because of its implausibility. She reflects on the fact that this man just forced the guards to use such a serious technique. She immediately remembers that during the flight, he decided to look back and tell her important things. Joseph told her to run away from here as quickly as possible before it was too late. Megan looks at the body of her savior, wondering why it all ended this way. Looking up at her potential offenders, she realizes that they are still standing and capable of catching up with her. Locust says that the girl needs to be grabbed, after which she turns around and runs, thinking that she needs to quickly go get help. Meanwhile, the commander of the guard turns to his comrades and realizes that they have all been disarmed. Kufus and Mufus look around and analyze the fight that took place. One of them ponders that a warrior of 2 stars single-handedly forced them to use a common technique, and this seems unrealistic to them. Without thinking twice, they decide to take the necessary things and leave in an unknown direction. Locust asks them why they are taking the precious sword of the new moon. Kufus states that they helped them capture the criminal, and in the future they expect him not to interfere. After this, they announce that they are leaving and ask him not to see them off. Locust sadly reflects on how the entire family fortune was spent on this sword, yet he was still left with nothing. Standing up, he calls his colleagues pigs and orders them to detain this bastard. Locust angrily says that he has lost his sword and will now make Joseph regret being born. Megan continues to move in short bursts, looking around for someone who can help. She urgently needs to find someone to enlist support and save her comrade. The thought that this man sacrificed his own life to save her from humiliation brings tears to her eyes. After some time of her thoughts, she suddenly finds herself near the gates of one of the residences. A smile appears on her face as she realizes that she has arrived near the Lee family's residence. In the garden of the residence, one of the fighters is busy, saying that he has already placed a seal on a weapon capable of demonstrating great power. After a while, he falls silent, hearing a strange sound of footsteps heading straight towards him. He turns to his servant 9527 and asks him where he is running to. The servant states that there is a girl at the gate who said that Joseph was captured by the royal guards and asked to be informed that he requires support. The warrior says that this good-for-nothing should be hanging around the academy and wonders when he even managed to run into the royal guard. The manager of the clan's residence, Oswald, simply tells this girl that the respected gentleman already knows everything, and she need not worry. The servant salutes and then heads out to keep an eye on the girl. Megan asks him when they can help the gentleman, to which he states that the matter is being handled by the authorities, and she can rest easy. Megan recalls that the Lee clan's master is the country's top military officer and an important figure who is nicknamed the Peacemaker. She also tells herself that after the current king, the 6 wisest have the greatest power and authority. She also notes that if one of these influential people intervened in the matter, then one can take a breather, but a heavy residue languishes on her soul. The action moves to an unknown dungeon, where our hero finally opens his eyes. He reflects on how all the channels in his hands hurt like they were broken, and he cannot use even half of his strength. He also clenches his teeth to relieve some of the pain looking around. Raising himself up on one elbow, he discovers that a large number of strange figures have gathered around him. Looking around, he realizes that he is in the underground prison of the Long clan, about which there were dark legends. The old man asks his new comrade if he is awake, and then asks him questions about where he is. The old man says that he has heard about the man because the guard said that he managed to crush the hands of the young master. Joseph asks him why they are not in the secondary prison, to which he replies that it is a private prison where they put whoever they want. Joseph says that this family has too high an opinion of themselves and they will answer for it. The prisoners say that when he was about his age, he ended up in this dungeon by chance, passing by the gate near the family's house, and he still lives here. After this, he points to his cellmate and says that when he was 8, he went with his father to the city to buy food and inadvertently looked at some beauty from the clan. Joseph smiles and says that he will definitely be able to get out of here, and then he will free the rest of the prisoners. Hearing such words, the old man only clenches his yellowed teeth in sadness. He advises the boy to stop dreaming and sit still, noting that there is no escape from here anyway. He tries to calm the new prisoner down by saying that they still feed him regularly once a day, even though the food is not the freshest. Joseph, meanwhile, decides to come to his senses using the Sky Tyrant technique, which uses the elegant form of a lady. Some prisoners say another one is refusing to accept the reality, but the cell leader says it's only a matter of time. Joseph, meanwhile, reflects on the forces leaving the zone and beginning to penetrate the destroyed canals. Feeling a surge of strength, he realizes that the Heavenly Tyrant technique is actually the best technique for training the body. Instead, the action is transferred to the alchemist's laboratory on the 4th floor, where a meeting has already been scheduled. Abdul asks Lola to stop making such a stupid joke about this question, and then asks if the young master has really disappeared. Lola replies that this is true, because she searched the entire academy and even asked several guys with whom she communicated well, but he was nowhere to be found. The alchemists come to the conclusion that it is no longer possible to delay the princess's treatment, otherwise she will die. They wonder what some young man from a wealthy clan could possibly know about this, but Abdul is trying to buy time. A risky thought comes to his mind, and he decides to confess what he and his friend have really planned. As soon as he tells about his plan, one can only read hatred and hostility on the faces of the two alchemists. Herbert says that Abdul really has too high an opinion of himself, since he dares to joke with the life of the princess. Sirius adds that some rich good-for-nothing pulled the wool over his eyes, and he even believed it. Herbert declares that he will imprison the man in heavenly prison, and when it is all over, he will be immediately beheaded. Abdul throws himself at the feet of Mr. Herbert and asks him to believe in Joseph, assuring him that he will definitely be able to save the princess. Herbert responds to this with a powerful kick right to the face of the annoying alchemist. Herbert says that Abdul committed a great crime because he did not say that he did not know how to handle the golden needles, and now they will not be able to cure the princess. He wonders how he will now be able to report this to His Majesty the Emperor, to which Lola states that there is no need to rush. Herbert continues his hysteria, saying that Lola is also to blame because Joseph was her student, and subsequently she will also be held responsible. Lola replies that she was able to move on to the next level with the help of this student's hint. Herbert asks her not to say that she also believes that the guy knows how to handle golden needles. Sirius is surprised and asks how this is possible, noting that the boy is known to be able to fully open up his chakra channels if he continues to improve. Lola says that now this young man has not only fully opened the channels, but also defeated Lan Xuan with an incredible technique. She states that this technique was the seal of ephemeral life, meaning that not everyone could use it. Herbert listens to this story in surprise and wonders whether the real technique was actually used back then. He has a sneaking suspicion in his head that this man is probably a student of Mr. Yagos. Lola says she doesn't know this, to which Herbert states that if this boy is Mr. Jagos' student, then it is quite possible that he has mastered the technique of golden needles. Sirius adds that he had previously received information about the state of Joseph's body, noting that many of his hidden channels were destroyed, and it was absolutely impossible to restore them. Herbert understands that such coincidences simply cannot be accidental. He turns to his comrades and says that they must use all possible forces and resources. With his characteristic severity, he says that they must, even from underground, get him this man in the shortest possible time. Instead, the action moves to a bar near the academy, where people usually stroll. Hank sits next to his friend Liara and says that the whole academy is now discussing that battle. The tipsy fighter says that he is now sure that Joseph will not be defeated so easily. Liara orders a drink and says that she asked him several times not to tell her this, and hopes that she won't have to ask him again. She also says that she has a problematic situation, so she will be in solitude for a few days. Hank angrily says that this girl is acting like she's some kind of big shot, because he's been courting her for a long time, and she won't even let him touch her. Megan greets them and asks him if he would like to try the lavender love story. Hank asks her if they have met before, recalling that she is a student of the original group. Megan, after thinking for a long time, begins to praise herself, introducing herself and saying that she will soon become a warrior. He then unceremoniously grabs her hand and asks her if she can sell drinks, but Megan asks him if he wants to buy a drink. Hank angrily says that 6 silver coins for a love story is extremely cheap, after which he grabs a shot glass. After that, he grabs her by the chin and says that she is so cute she should become his girlfriend, and in that case he will give her money every month on a regular basis. Megan slaps the headman's hand away and asks him to behave decently, at least in public. Hank feels an incredible rage, which is reinforced by alcohol intoxication, and realizes that he will not accept another refusal. He grabs her by the cheeks and asks her why some shopkeeper dares to turn him down. He says that now he will definitely take her by force, and she does not dare to refuse him. Hunter and Cheddar walk into the establishment and lament that the whole day of searching has been wasted, so they decide to have a few drinks. One of them wonders what's going on and why it's so quiet, but Cheddar quickly points out the reason. Looking at Megan, he says that this is the same girl who set up their dear friend. Hank realizes that these two people are clearly weaker than him and orders them to get out of here immediately. Hunter laughs at his opponent's confidence and says that they are Joseph's friends who will destroy him if he touches them. Cheddar says they haven't taken him seriously before, but that doesn't mean that moment will never come. Hank reflects on how all of Joseph's confidants are children of influential people and the king. After this, he says that he has no time to interfere in the affairs of rich clans, and it is time to improve himself. Approaching the exit, he says that he has won enough today, and now he will go and rest. Hunter and Cheddar talk about how if everyone wasn't looking for Joseph right now, they would have broken the knees of this nobody. They continue to discuss important matters, and Megan begins to suspect something. She asks them if they were just talking about brother Joseph. Cheddar loses his temper and yells at her, telling her that she set him up and shouldn't think they'll listen to her. Megan is surprised that they still haven't found their friend, stating that it's been 3 days and the Lee clan still hasn't saved him. This time, Hunter starts to behave unceremoniously and grabs the girl by the hand, asking her what she knows. Megan tries to understand the reason why everything didn't go as she expected. Some time passes, and she decides to tell them absolutely everything she knows. Cheddar continues to press the girl, asking why she didn't say something so important, to which she replies that she already reported to the Lee clan. Hunter asks her if she saw the master in person, to which the girl replies that their servant passed on the information. Hunter and Cheddar say that this is a serious problem and they need to hurry now to save Joseph. Hunter also addresses Megan, saying that she can't get out of this now, so she will go with them. Instead, the action moves to the courtyard of the Moon House, where a young gentleman named Laurie continues his training. His father tells him that he is much more hardworking than his stupid older brother, and in the future he will definitely become a master of his craft. Lori turns around in surprise to look at her father as he continues to be lost in thought. Lori asks her father why he looks so sad, trying to figure out what happened. Lori's father says that recently the entire capital has been looking for one young guy, but for 3 days no one has been able to find him, and this is damaging the reputation of the guards. Lori asks her father who he is and why she should look for him, to which he states that he is the eldest grandson of a military official. He also asks his son where his brother was rushing to which he replies that his brother is in prison because a guy broke his arms a few days ago. Lori's father says that this boy spends his days lounging around, and even when he was the commander of the guard, he was defeated. Lori says that his brother captured this man just 3 days ago and that this prisoner is quite young, after which he makes the assumption that perhaps this is the very young man everyone is looking for. Lori says that the man has a similar name, but he can't remember his last name. The father exhales, assuming that his son gave a different surname, which means he can be safe. However, after some time, Lori says that he was mistaken. This prisoner's name is Joseph Lee. It is difficult to even imagine the surprise and horror that appeared on this man's face after he received this information. At that very moment, our hero's friends arrive here, determined to find him. The clan father immediately runs up to them and asks what happened and how he can help them. Herbert and Cheddar say that the latest information is that Mr. Joseph is imprisoned in the personal mansion of the Lun clan. One of the family realizes that his worthless brother has put Joseph in prison without the other's knowledge. He asks his colleagues where this rumor came from, thinking that he is ready to finish off his son right now. Lola turns to Megan, asking her to tell her everything that happened back then. Megan carefully recounted everything that happened that day, including every detail and particularity, leaving nothing out. Abdul wonders if all this happened because of his student, whom he accepted into the ranks of alchemists too carelessly. Herbert grabs the head of the family and says that now they are interested in only one question. Looking at him extremely sternly, he asks him whether Joseph is alive or dead now. The head of the family says that he does not know, stating that his unworthy son did it and he himself only just found out about it. Meanwhile, Joseph continues to spend time in restorative meditation in order to get out of here. He reflects on the fact that all the destroyed canals have finally been restored thanks to new technology. He regrets that it will take time for a full recovery, when suddenly he hears that they have arrived to see him several hours earlier than he expected. There is a loud creaking sound and the door slowly opens under its own weight. Locust orders his subordinates to drag this bastard here. Sitting down on a chair, he says that today he will make him regret that he was ever born. The subordinates carry out his orders quite quickly, chaining the main character to a pole. He looks them over carefully to assess the threat level and tries to figure out how to act. Looking at the crowd of people, he realizes that there are only 35 people here, 12 of whom are warriors. Taking a look at the hooded figure, he notes that there is one person here at the master level. In order to get as much information as possible, he decides to pretend to be both asleep and dead. Locust smiles and says that the water that was just poured on Joseph contains a special substance that corrodes wounds. They initially hoped that this would cause him real suffering, but they are surprised to see that it has no effect at all. Looking closely, they cannot understand where all the wounds that were on the main character's body went. Joseph suddenly opens his eyes, which slightly frightens everyone present. Taking a closer look at Locust, he asks him who he is and why he decided that his opinion was worth anything. Locust quickly jumps out of his chair and says that he will act differently. Coming closer, he makes a quick attack on the protagonist's chest in order to cause damage to him. Joseph responds to this with a powerful kick right to Locust's face, the most devastating blow. He chuckles as he says that he now sees who he is, noting that he is a stray dog. After that, he asks him about what happened to his beloved young moonsword. Locust feels true rage, causing his face to turn red. He prepares to rush at him and says that he needs to be finished off, but the alchemist's apprentice stops him. He says that this young man is deliberately provoking him because he knows that he will not live, but there is a fate worse than death that they can offer him. Locust chuckles and says that he almost fell for his bait and starts to back away. Walking away, he says that today they will make him try their clan's signature treat, adding that first they will reward him with 100 lashes. Joseph, meanwhile, is thinking about how he was just punched, but cold energy rushed into his body and his body processed it. After a while, he realizes that all of this is a side effect of the Heavenly Tyrant's body tempering technique. He remembers the one who fought with them then, the local tyrant, who was fighting for a place at the top of the world rankings, and they fought for several days. He recalls how the Sky Tyrant had rebuffed his true ki energy, calling his invincibility into question. However, now the protagonist has a revelation, because now he understands that the body of the Heavenly Tyrant was capable of absorbing the energy of the enemy's Kui. This allowed him to receive reduced damage and much more enhancements simply from hitting his opponent. Joseph wonders in awe how such an insane technique that is no less than other divine skills could appear in the world. He also understands that this technique allows one to absorb the opponent's energy, but to do this one must take the other's attack and allow the true Kui to enter the body. Joseph reflects that no martial emperor would dare to accept an attack from a strong opponent, and even the Sky Tyrants would not allow it unless absolutely necessary. Joseph reflects on the fact that he doesn't like all this, because even this technique, upon further examination, turns out to be less than ideal. His thoughts are interrupted by a powerful blow that leaves a serious mark. The jailer asks the protagonist where his pride has gone, declaring that he can easily deal with him now. Immediately after this, a huge number of blows rain down on his body. Joseph tries to endure the pain by telling his opponent that he should have tried harder. At that very moment, he decides to use the true Chi restoration skill to heal himself. The hooded figure suggests that Joseph has strong bones, because after so many blows, he never cried out. The apprentice laughs, saying that it's even more fun this way because it wasn't for nothing that they prepared so much. Joseph reflects that he only has to endure a few dozen more blows before he can be sure that he has broken through to the level of a 3rd-star warrior. Locust suddenly gives the command that they stop shooting him blanks. Smiling, he says that he really underestimated him because he was able to hold out, and so they prepared a special dinner for him. Joseph is happy because now he has fully recovered to the 2nd star and can get out to freedom at any time. He understands that trying to escape now would not be very wise, since there are master-level warriors here, and it would be better to scout out the situation first. The apprentice says that the powder prepared in this jar is a remedy called Yam Madness. Coming closer to find out what it is, the alchemist takes the powder with his hands. After this, he throws some of the substance in the face of one jailer and then another. Their eyes turn red and their movements become stiff for a while. However, after a while, their skin turns light red and their eyes become filled with a maddening desire. The apprentice says that if anyone else had tried even a pinch of this remedy, he would have already died of lust. Having received an incredible blow to his nervous system and psyche, Joseph makes a great effort to endure it. Locust barely holds back the urge to vomit and says that it would be better to conduct experiments directly on Joseph. The apprentice says that these people took only a small dose, and this entire jar is intended for him. Joseph realizes that this fate is much worse than death, and begins to resolutely set himself up for a breakthrough. After some time, he makes a true breakthrough to the 3rd star thanks to his total intolerance. He reflects on how he has powerfully reached the 3rd star rank by making a breakthrough thanks to his internal energy. After this, he realizes that there is no point in staying here any longer and tries to escape. Breaking his bonds, he calls those present pathetic perverts and throws the jar at his opponents. When in the air, this can sprays whatever is in it. Locust tries to shout to his comrade, telling him that he needs to get the antidote faster. However, the apprentice is quite satisfied that there is no antidote and recommends that he have fun with them. Locust pushes away a man afflicted with a strange disease and tells him to have fun with someone else. He desperately turns to his uncle, saying that this man needs to be finished off as quickly as possible. The gray-haired warrior takes off his cloak and says that the boy must prepare for death. Joseph rushes forward to fight the man, but he is not intimidated. The gray-haired fighter says that some pathetic warrior dares to show disrespect to him. However, moments later, the situation changes dramatically as Joseph decides to use a secret technique. He looks into the eyes of his opponent, using the universal soul suppression technique. This technique proves incredibly effective, instantly suppressing the resistance in the eyes of the gray-haired old man. His eyes also glow red, but his spiritual energy gradually begins to weaken. Joseph lunges forward, preparing to unleash a powerful charged energy blast. His opponent does not have time to react to such a rapid movement and receives the maximum possible damage. The impact causes the inertia to push him even further, causing the elder to create a small explosion behind him. Rising to his feet, the warrior says that this scoundrel has mastered the technique of the soul. However, after some time, he finds himself in more serious trouble than Joseph. A huge number of pumped-up men who have tasted the aphrodisiac rush at him. Joseph at this point looks at this spectacle, after which he notices that Locust, who has already succumbed to the effect, has already joined them. He immediately turns around and tries to leave the room before it becomes too dangerous. His hair is unraveling, so he decides to turn to his ring. After activating the ring, he decides to change his clothes in order to restore his vision. After a few moments, he also uses a special hair tie to tie his hair into a ponytail. Joseph is thinking about finally getting to the alchemists, because the princess's illnesses can no longer be delayed while she sits sadly in her sleeping coma. Instead of opening the door with the handle like a normal, polite person, he decides to do it in the most epic way possible, with a powerful kick. And then he is almost burned by the bright sunlight that bursts into the room as if it decided to cast blindness in real life. And Joseph is forced to cover his eyes with his hands so as not to go blind. To his surprise, right in front of him is the head of the family, as well as all his comrades whom he had ever known and who clearly did not expect to see him in this particular form. Joseph, with the air of a man who has been interrupted in an important matter, asks them how they got there in the first place. Cheddar and Hunter simultaneously ask him if he's okay, to which he says with a huge smile that nothing bad could ever happen to him. Cheddar rushes forward like a hungry cat to a bowl, trying to figure out where these very strange sounds are coming from. The head of the family is happy that everything is fine with Joseph, but at the same time his face expresses complete incomprehension. Herbert looks closely at this boy, in whom he senses something special, and asks him if he can explain the wild sounds coming from inside. After a while, Cheddar, who has the same gentle and impressionable soul as the others, falls out of there and immediately begins to convulsively hold his stomach. Hunter asks him with a serious face what happened there, but Cheddar is in such a state that he can clearly speak. Joseph, trying to save face, tells them that it is better not to go there, because the young master is having fun there with his servants. However, the remaining people decide that they should check everything out personally. After a while, Joseph just throws up his hands and tells his comrades that he warned them, and now it's not his fault. All of the above people were not strong enough to withstand what they saw, so now they are forced to hold on to their stomachs. The head of the family, still pale, asks Joseph what exactly happened here. Joseph, clicking his tongue in displeasure, says that Locust decided to come visit him, adding that he himself would like to know what exactly happened there. The father of the family begins to understand that this young man is not as simple as he seems at first glance. Looking at him, he realizes that the guy's physical strength is only at the level of a 3rd star, but his aura is so strong that it seems like he holds an entire army inside him. The father of the family assumes that the reason for this is all that filth that he just saw in that room. He says he doesn't yet fully understand what happened to his son, but at least he's safe now. Abdul, with a philosophical air, declares that in his experience fathers are often copies of their sons, but someone sharply interrupts him, saying that this is complete nonsense. Herbert at this point turns to Joseph and suddenly calls him by name, which causes a general wave of surprise. Herbert looks at him, narrowing his eyes, and asks how he even knows him. Joseph calmly replies that to his left is the head of the alchemist guild named Sirius. To his right is teacher Lola, which means that only Herbert remains. Herbert, frowning, asks him if he really has the golden needles technique, to which Joseph replies that he can try using it rather than fully master it. Herbert says that these are, to put it mildly, not the best words in such a situation, because the life of a priceless princess is at stake. Joseph asks them with a slight grin if they have any other ideas at all other than trusting him and letting him try this technique. Herbert looks at Joseph with no small surprise at his incredible carelessness. After this, some semblance of a grin finally appears on his face, despite the fact that he tried his best to hold it back. However, he says that if Joseph saves the princess, the entire state will be indebted to him until the end of time. However, he immediately becomes gloomy and adds that if he fails, even his grandfather will not help him, no matter how great he is. Joseph, like a stone, declares that his own life will always remain only in his hands, and he does not intend to die just like that. Herbert turns his head and gives him a stern, stern look. Abdul, seeing that a full-scale battle of views is about to begin, decides to intervene and says that now is not the time to sort things out. The princess urgently needs help. Joseph looks around at all the people who came to his aid and suddenly notices Megan among them. He grins crookedly and tells her that last time she set him up, but this time she brought people to save him, so now they're even. He also adds that he needs an assistant to help heal the princess, and she is quite suitable for this role. After this, he turns to Herbert, saying that he needs the help of all these people, and as gratitude for their work, he asks only to pay the expenses. Lola at this point thinks about the fact that the golden needle technique is a legendary acupuncture technique, and no alchemist in their right mind would miss the opportunity to see it in person. Abdul whispers to his mentor if he can stay and watch the process, to which he is reminded that he was his student. Abdul grumbles discontentedly, saying that he was an extremely incapable student, whom his mentor did not value at all. These words prove to be insufficiently convincing, and Abdul is left with nothing. After some time, the action moves to the 4th floor of the alchemical tower in a secret room. The unconscious princess continues to lie on her bed. Despite the fact that the girl is in a state of deep magical sleep, it is clear from her face that she is suffering even in her sleep. Herbert says it is a bed of blue jade, which is capable of holding back disease. But in this case, it has already reached the limit of its capabilities. Joseph adds that he is currently at a low soul level. Otherwise, he would have discovered long ago that the problem of the destruction of the chakra channels could not be delayed any longer. Lola asks him, looking worried, how confident he is that this procedure will be successful. Herbert asks him to tell him honestly what the chances of success are, saying that in any case he will inform His Highness of the risks in advance. Herbert gloomily reflects that if Joseph fails, he will have to say goodbye to the princess forever. Joseph says that if she were in a male body, he would perform the operation directly, but since she is a girl, he will have to operate the needles from a distance of 15 meters. He also adds that what happened in the Long Clan's house left him quite exhausted, and he still hasn't fully recovered his strength. Herbert, his eyes wide, asks him how he dares to throw needles through the curtains while being 15 meters away. Sirius says with a philosophical look that his master once told him that if the alchemist's soul does not reach the required level, then the impact on vital points will be useless. Lola responds by giving him a resounding slap on the back of the head and asking why he is so frivolous at a moment like this. Lola also adds that everything is extremely serious now, and therefore he would not like anyone to get in the way. He claps his hands, saying that Lola should stay behind the curtains and Megan will hold the princess. Herbert says that there is no need for any curtains here because he must act directly, because the princess is priceless. Joseph intercepts the curtain and says that the princess is priceless, which is why the curtains are needed, because for the operation she will have to be completely undressed. Joseph says that if he acts directly, then according to the decree of His Highness, he will be obliged to marry her. With a confidence worthy of a better cause, he asks them if this is really what they want to achieve. After this, he turns around and lifts his nose almost to the ceiling. Herbert does not understand why this man treats such a serious matter as the utmost stupidity. Joseph states that if the destruction of the canals continues, the next attack will finally end the princess's life. After this, he sits down and asks his henchmen to undress the princess and prepare the curtains. A moment later, he takes out one of the needles and, using his kinetic abilities, spins it in the air. He says that now he will throw the needle to teacher Lola right at the point of the cloud gate, and it will enter by 7 millimeters. Lola doesn't even have time to squeak before the needle suddenly appears right at the right spot. The needle stops after traveling exactly as far as the main character planned. Lola looks at the work done and understands that a direct hit was achieved. She reflects on the fact that her underwear is made of golden silk, and it is unlikely that he could have known in advance how much force would need to be applied. The girl asks how he even knew what kind of underwear she wears. Joseph says that when they were outside, he noticed that there was a golden glint on her neck. After this, he adds that this underwear has really become popular among girls lately, but she cuts him off, saying that she would prefer not to hear this information. After this, he says that it is necessary to start as quickly as possible, since success now depends on them. He also says that he would not be able to remain so calm if the princess were lying in front of him without curtains. Joseph addresses Megan, telling her to hold the princess as tightly as possible. After this, he gives the command to the needles to move forward, and they immediately obey his command. The needles pierce the curtains that tightly close the image of the girl from him. A moment later, these needles are pierced into the princess's body in order to heal her. Lola follows the process closely in order to highlight certain nuances that may be useful to her in the future. Meanwhile, Herbert, Sirius, and Abdul are waiting for the procedure to be completed outside the door. Sirius asks what he thinks of the whole procedure, while Herbert rubs his forehead tensely. He says that if things have come to this, then there is no other way out. Abdul tries not to catch his boss's glances, thinking about the urgent need for help. After a while, strange noises come from the room and they hear the sound of approaching footsteps. Joseph opens the door and stretches serenely to regain his strength. Herbert yells at him menacingly, asking if he hasn't even started yet. Joseph calmly tells him that he is actually already finished and the procedure was successful. Sirius asks him if he really managed to do the impossible, to which he states that everything went as well as possible. Nearby alchemists are trying to figure out if this procedure could have been completed in just a few minutes. Abdul reflects on the fact that now everything will definitely end for him, not only in his master's life, but also in his own. Herbert raises his hand to his interlocutor and says that he is laughing impudently if he dares to play with the life of the princess, making him nervous. Lola stands up for her student, saying that the princess has really gotten better. When Joseph looks into her eyes, he says with confidence that the princess is now truly safe and sound. Herbert and his colleagues stare at Lola in surprise, trying to understand what is going on. Herbert asks her if she really decided to play a joke on him. Sirius runs into the room and says that he can't believe that the princess is actually getting better. They all look around the room in surprise and try to figure out if all of this is really true. Herbert tries to understand how it took this young man only a few minutes to heal the princess from a serious illness. Abdul is happy about what is happening, realizing that his life will finally be saved. Herbert approaches Joseph and asks him why the procedure went so quickly, assuming he is not telling him something. Joseph angrily says that unfortunately he used 18 needles, and if he had 18 knives, he would have stabbed him instantly. He also says that this procedure should not take much time, and scolds him for being the chief alchemist but being completely incompetent. Abdul understands that the situation is escalating and hopes that he will not be held accountable. Herbert finds himself in a stupor, but the feeling seems surprisingly familiar to him. He recalls that the only person who called him stupid was his teacher, who constantly hit him on the head for any misdeed. He realizes that he is experiencing a strange feeling, but now he does not feel angry, although he was initially furious. Herbert asks the protagonist if he really called him stupid, but Joseph asks him if he would mind. Lola taps the protagonist on the shoulder and tells him that he must immediately apologize to the master. Joseph, with his characteristic arrogance, says that this master must first learn a little to operate needles at a distance, and then it will be possible to at least think about apologizing. Lola bows respectfully before the master and says that she is very ashamed of her student. Herbert says that this young man understands everything perfectly and was not mistaken at all. After this, he says that since the princess is no longer in danger, they can go their separate ways, and he is going to spend the next few days here. Hunter and Cheddar try to run home, but Lola quickly grabs them by the shoulders. She says that they will both go with her to clear things up. Once outside, she says that the two of them are the man's closest friends and asks them why he has changed so much lately. Lola suggests that perhaps this man was deliberately hiding everything, but it is impossible that absolutely no one knew about it. Hunter and Cheddar look at each other, trying to figure out how best to answer this question. Hunter states that the young master was previously a burden to everyone, and so they had to look after him. But suddenly, he outgrew everyone. Lola realizes that the master has always kept a low profile in the past, and wonders if this could have something to do with the current situation in the Lee clan. Hunter and Cheddar look at her in surprise, trying to understand what she means. Lola says that initially this man was known as a mediocrity, who was humiliated by everyone, but suddenly he shone and showed himself to be a calculating person. The girl assumes that this is connected with some very important changes in the family. Hunter says that Joseph's grandfather is currently training in isolation, and Oswald is in charge of all the affairs of the house. He also says that Joseph's father is now far away in the northwest, guarding the border territories and also cannot control Oswald. Cheddar claims he has heard rumors that Joseph's grandfather is not in isolation at all, but was imprisoned at the behest of Oswald. They also note that Oswald is not a biological son and try to understand how he could have been given so much power. Lola says that there must have been some event that they don't know about. The teacher says that if there is a turmoil in the Lee clan, it will naturally affect the country as a whole. Hunter says that Oswald has long been a cause of concern for them, but as soon as the young master finally gets back on his feet, they will definitely be by his side. They also ask her whose side she will be on if there is civil strife within the Lee clan. Lola looks at them with an extremely serious look, realizing that she has her own responsibilities. Turning her back to them, she says that she is the commander of the city guard, and her primary task will be to protect His Majesty. However, she quickly turns to them and says that it doesn't change the fact that Joseph is dear to her. At this time, Joseph himself sneezes violently because too many people began to remember him. He wonders why he felt so strange since he was not sick, when suddenly a familiar girl approaches him. Megan gets his attention so they can at least talk a little. She asks him if he could take a look at her brother, who is in dire need of help. Joseph smiles and says that he now understands where it all led, suggesting that he will be lucky in love today. They both leave the city, and Joseph gives her 1,000 gold pieces for medicine for her brother. But the girl says that she does not need it. 4 hours later, they arrive at her house, and Joseph says that he is not surprised that she opened her chakras at such a young age. He says it takes 4 hours to walk from home to the academy, which is like going into seclusion. Megan explains that their father was once the best and bravest officer in the kingdom's guard, and he took her and her brother to live in the city district until he died. Joseph says he's very sorry for her loss, and then suggests they get down to business. A few moments later, they pull back the curtain and enter the room where Megan lives. The girl points to the man lying on the bed and says that it is her younger brother named Martin. Joseph takes a closer look at the sick man and discovers that his skin has turned green and his body is covered in strange marks. Megan says that she worked part-time wherever she could to save up money for a doctor's examination, but nothing worked out for her. Joseph says this condition is quite unusual and tries to check what is going on with her brother. After quickly analyzing Martin's condition, he says that he cannot believe what he saw. Megan says that she has already turned to many alchemist students, but they all turned out to be powerless, and now she has become very scared. She lunges at the protagonist, saying that she has never felt so scared. Joseph strokes her head to calm her down a little, telling her that there is nothing to be afraid of. He states that since he is here, even if her brother himself wants to die, he will not allow it. Megan asks him what really happened to her brother. Joseph speaks thoughtfully about how the body of heaven and earth is to blame for everything. Megan says she finds the name extremely frightening and asks if it can be cured. Joseph says that in reality, such conditions simply cannot be treated. Megan says that she is asking him to save her brother and is ready to do whatever he wants. Joseph pushes her away a little and says that now she is provoking him to commit a crime and that she needs to understand this correctly. Joseph also says that the types of bodies of heaven and earth are not a disease, and he simply cannot cure it because it is a natural condition. Megan asks him how her brother became like this, because there are many people in the world who are different from others from birth. From his point of view, each of them has characteristics that may manifest differently from those of ordinary people, and such characteristics include a poisonous body. Joseph also says that there is nothing to cure here, because Martin has a poisonous body, which means it would be strange if there was no poison in him. He also states that his brother is weak because the toxin ingrained in his body is too strong. He takes out a golden needle and says that this poison must be constantly contained, and to do this, one must improve and build up physical strength. Moments later, he plunges several needles into Martin's body and discovers that the poison is even more powerful than he expected. After this, he removes the needles from his body and places his hand on his forehead to continue the procedure. Megan sadly talks about how the gold needles didn't work and tries to figure out what to do now. Joseph sits down on the table and says that it is not a big deal because he is going to absorb the poison from his body and everything will be fine. Using a special energy creation technique, he establishes spiritual contact with Martin's body and draws energy from it. Megan asks him what they will have to do with the poison if everything works out, to which Joseph states that there is nothing to be afraid of. Joseph also says that this guy only opened 5 chakra channels, so there clearly shouldn't be anything serious there. Megan looks at him in surprise, while someone claims that the substance will only give him a tonic effect. Joseph continues to grit his teeth as he absorbs the toxic fumes that are in her brother's body. The procedure is quite quick and has the desired effect, as little Martin's body becomes normal in color. Joseph wonders if such a simple poison can eat away at the body from within, and asks heaven and earth to be smitten with it. Megan reflects that no one has been so kind to her since her father left. She looks at the main character, realizing that he is helping her, not sparing his own life, and feels how her soul has become warm. After a while, the procedure is over and Martin can finally breathe a sigh of relief without suffering. Megan wipes the tears from her cheeks, realizing she has never been happier. Joseph, meanwhile, continues to assimilate the toxic energy he received from Martin. He smiles because he is very lucky to have found an almost inexhaustible source of energy. Some time passes, and the young man finally opens his eyes, seeing his sister in front of him. Megan happily hugs him and tells him that he is finally well. Martin gets out of bed with difficulty and watches Joseph meditate, asking his sister who he is. Megan says that this young man is in the same class as her, after which she declares that he should call him Young Master because Joseph saved his life. Martin gets out of bed and bows respectfully to Joseph, thanking him for saving his life. Joseph asks him out of the blue why his body produced the poison, noting that he would need more in the future anyway. Martin looks at him in surprise, trying to understand what he means. Finally, he turns to his sister and laughs, saying that the gentleman has a good sense of humor. Joseph, with his characteristic arrogance, says that he never jokes, after which he demands that he bow to him 3 times in order for him to take him as a disciple. Martin looks at him and asks if he really wants to be his teacher. Unable to contain himself, he starts laughing and says that he looks the same age as Megan, about a year older than him, but at the same time he wants to teach him something. After this, he states that he would bow to him if he were a master-level holy guard. Martin says that he is very grateful for salvation, but he is not ready to bow down in order to become a disciple. Megan immediately makes him bow and says that Joseph is young, but he is an unrivaled master of martial arts and alchemy. Martin says that she should be more careful around him since he is her younger brother. Megan says that she has done so much for him, but he makes her feel so sad. After this, he bows low before Joseph and asks to be accepted as a disciple. Joseph says that he will not regret it, adding that he will teach him an incomparable cultivation technique called the Heavenly Tyrant Technique, which will suit him well. Martin thanks him, then says that he would like to learn some serious fighting techniques and asks if he can teach him the Tiger Fist. Joseph is annoyed because in his eyes, the Martial Emperor's sacred technique is worse than some Tiger Fist. Megan slaps her brother, telling him that he will only study what the teacher tells him to. She also says that since he is a beginner, he will be starting with the basic Sky Tyrant technique, which almost makes Joseph choke on his pride. Trying to contain his emotions, he says that he should first hone the Heavenly Tyrant technique, and that will be more than enough to use poison. After this, he states that there are 18 positions in this technique, and now he will show him the first 3. The next few hours are spent in grueling training to ensure that Martin masters the basics of this technique. Joseph says that they started with the basics, but he must practice them diligently day and night, and later he will be able to touch on martial techniques. Martin says that if these techniques turn out to be worse than the Tiger Fist, then he will not learn them, to which Joseph angrily declares that he forbids him to remember this technique. He also states that he needs to trust the master's instincts, since now he must constantly strengthen his body and increase the level of poison. Looking around, he suddenly notices unprocessed ore stones nearby. Martin says that he used to always go with his uncle and the others to mine ore until the poison took over his body. Joseph looks closely at the bag of stones and realizes that he senses something unusual here. Taking one of them, he looks at it carefully, feeling strange spiritual vibrations. Martin states that this one was clearly different from the others, and he felt a strange energy in it, so he took it with him. Joseph quickly cracks the stone shell and gets to the most valuable part. Joseph asks Martin where he found them and if there are more like them, to which he states that there are many such minerals in the Five Peaks homeland. Joseph says that it is a very useful thing, which they call the Purple Sunstone, and it is capable of generating gravity. Martin asks him if it costs a lot of money, to which he states that it is quite rare, but that gravity rooms are built in academies. He says that Purple Sunstone is a 5th-level material, but it is usually almost impossible to find it on the market. Martin talks about how amazing this thing is as the protagonist brings his ring to the stone. After a few moments, the stone disappears, and Martin asks why the teacher is taking his students' things. Joseph says that he will save this stone for the future, and when he can use it, he will definitely return. After this, he leaves and says that he must train, reinforcing the 3 positions of the technique day and night in order to fully develop it. As he leaves, he reflects that with such a powerful ability, this boy will become one of his most outstanding followers. The first thing he decides to do is finally make a mystical weapon and heads to the Alchemist's Guild. After some time, the action moves to the same Guild of Alchemists, when the hero's energy is directed to me. Herbert draws his weapon and says that today they must find Joseph. Joseph arrives there quite late, at a time when the next day has already begun. He approaches Lillian and says that he would like to use the enhancing information and asks why Sirius and Herbert are looking for him. Lillian says that these people will tell him better than she can and asks him to follow her. Joseph sadly reflects on how everyone wants something from him lately and he can't be alone. After a while, they enter a large room where Sirius and Herbert are already waiting for him. Lillian asks them for permission to return to work, while the protagonist continues to move forward. Sirius and Herbert rise from their seats to address him, but he walks past them unceremoniously. Sitting down on the sofa, he asks them why they were looking for him, not hiding the displeasure in his voice. Sirius and Herbert look at each other, trying to figure out why this man is acting so strangely. Herbert hands him an invitation from the Royal Highness, who is holding a reception for his close associates, to which he can take 5 companions. Joseph accepts the invitation, then looks at them and asks if this is really all the information he was supposed to get. Herbert chuckles and prepares to ask him another question. He asks him if he is a disciple of the great master Yagos, to which he immediately replies that he is not his disciple. Herbert asks him in surprise how he should then understand the possession of the skill of printing ephemeral life and operations with golden needles. Joseph gets to his feet and says that if there is nothing else important, then he will go about his business. Sirius tries to stop him, saying that this is not all they wanted to tell him. Herbert asks where he is in such a hurry, stating that they invited him to thank him for saving the princess's life. He also says that together with old Sirius, they prepared this modest gift for him. Joseph comes across a small golden chest and decides to open it to find out what's inside. Looking at the special badge, he guesses that this is the badge of a second-level alchemy master. Sirius claims that his golden needle technique is actually an order of magnitude superior to a second-tier alchemy master, but he is not allowed to issue the next rank badge. Joseph closes the chest and says that this thing is really not bad, and he is more than satisfied with such praise. After this, Sirius shows him the chest closer and tells him that he should look at it. Joseph says that even with your eyes closed, it is clear that this is a mystical weapon. Looking at this dagger, he carefully examines every detail of it, noting how it sparkles. Herbert asks him what he thinks of the weapon, reflecting that he has to part with what is most precious to him in order to learn this technique. Joseph says that this weapon is not bad despite the fact that it has too many effects, but the fact that with the power of a third-stage alchemy master, he was able to control this weapon is impressive. Herbert and Sirius reflect on the fact that after such words one can die of anger, because this is a very valuable sword. Joseph notices this emotion in their eyes and says that they apparently do not agree with his discussion. After that, he states that the main material from which this weapon was made is the illusory iron of the northern waters. He also says that the improper manufacturing of these weapons makes them less durable and has also disfigured the weapons. Herbert realizes that this problem had never even occurred to him before. He had always thought only about increasing his rank. Joseph says it is important to make a choice between handcasting and application, as true flame does not make a perfect weapon. He suggests that the handcasting technique is rather crude, and the stages are not well coordinated with each other. Herbert looks closely at his weapon and realizes that he now sees more and more flaws in it, and it is not suitable for combat. Joseph continues to look at them with some reproach, causing them to exchange surprised glances. Sirius reflects that there was no one in the state who could give them instructions in the art of alchemy. They both feel that a hidden path is opening up before them, where a huge amount of knowledge is hidden. Herbert asks Joseph to share information on how to then make high-quality mythical weapons. Joseph says that he will now use their lab, since he himself needs to make a weapon, and they should keep an eye on him. Then they will learn something. Both alchemists look at their interlocutor in surprise, not expecting such irresponsible impudence. Abdul is glad that the master took the trouble to invite him to learn from his achievements. Abdul also says that he called all his students and gave them a severe beating, sending them into seclusion. Joseph ignores these words, saying that he didn't even think that the state had this kind of auxiliary information that would help the smelting. Sirius says that this information was established here during his lifetime by Mr. Yagos himself. Joseph asks Abdul if he prepared the materials he instructed him to obtain, to which he states that they were ingredients for the pills. Joseph states that he has an apprentice and is going to help him make the first poison-resistant abilities, adding that he will make them along with the weapons. This loud statement surprises all participants in this process. Joseph asks Abdul why he is frozen and demands his materials, to which he states that such simple preparations are already made. Joseph turns to him seriously and says that he suspected that he would not be interested in watching the weapons being made. Without waiting for further instructions, Abdul quickly takes out all the materials that someone asked for. Sirius says that one formation is not capable of supporting two different processes and performing the smelting of two pieces of information separately. This is an unheard of miracle. Joseph turns to him and says that now they will not only hear, but also see this miracle with their own eyes. Herbert stops his colleague and tells him that young people often react violently to everything, and he needs to be allowed to make mistakes so that he can think about his mistakes. Joseph taps on half of the camera several times to activate it. After a few moments, the chamber is filled with energy, which begins to emanate from it in all directions. The materials that Abdul brought quickly fly towards Joseph. A few seconds later, the camera starts rolling and Abdul asks Joseph if he requires two types of pills, to which he states that he does. Abdul is incredibly surprised by this, trying to figure out how it is possible to prepare two different types of pills in parallel with creating weapons. Herbert tries to understand how something like this is even possible, suggesting that they are simply being led by the nose. Sirius is also quick to be disappointed in this man for some reason, assuming that he is only deceiving them. They assume that they have fallen for his trick, forgetting the fact that he recently surprised them with the golden needle technique. Joseph throws himself into the air to perform an incredible alchemical miracle. Due to his rapid movements and the techniques he uses, the formation is activated. The first step is to begin the process of preparing pills in this alchemical furnace. Once in the right place, he takes the necessary stance to add depth to the process. At this point, he uses the weapon casting formation skill to initiate the creation of the blade. Sirius asks what is going on here, realizing that the formation has not been fully activated. Herbert says that the formation can either activate or not activate, and concludes that Joseph is simply not strong enough. Joseph calls them a bunch of good-for-nothings and orders them to shut up and watch. He states that this large formation activated by the spirit consists of a total of 48 main formations, which corresponds to 48 different smelting methods. He says that this whole scheme is called reinforcing auxiliary information, and if you activate it every time, it will be too expensive. He also says that he is now going to make simple pills and first-stage mystical weapons, which means he will use 20 basic techniques. He makes the assumption that 108 possible combinations will be quite sufficient. Herbert and Sirius suddenly realize how wrong they were once again in underestimating our great hero. Looking at what is happening, Herbert once again reflects on how incredibly mature he has become. Thoughts come into his head that on the path of alchemy, full of hardships and searches, completely new gates have opened before him. Joseph also talks about the importance of using force and soul particles during smelting. Joseph states that Master Yagos was able to establish such a large formation with auxiliary components, and this proves that his abilities far surpass theirs. Abdul watches what is happening and realizes that his master is a real god. He asks him how he can smelt and create pills while having a conversation. Joseph says he's just afraid that the idiots around him will miss it. Abdul gets scared like the last cur and falls silent again so as not to anger his master. Joseph's incredible confidence and stunning control over rhythm and detail instantly captured the gaze of the three old alchemists. Every movement of his was like a subtle art and touched the notes of the human soul. All the people were thinking that they had no idea that they would ever see such an elegant processing process. Joseph says that the true flame of the furnace needs to be stabilized in one area, and now it is already at the pill-forming stage. After this, he demonstrates to them the processes of smelting the mystical weapon, changing its structure. Herbert starts screaming about how this is a form of high-quality iron essence. Joseph says that a first-degree alchemist must handle materials responsibly, and only in this way can he understand what the original materials are made of. Immediately after that, he takes out the most powerful purple sunstone and sends it upward as an ingredient. The purple sunstone is carved into an alchemical cloud, creating even more vapor. Abdul says that he can't see anything in this eerie fog, but Sirius advises him to use the power of the soul. Gradually, something resembling a blade begins to form from this shapeless cloud. Joseph holds his fingers straight and commands this information to freeze. The chemical substance instantly obeys the will of the protagonist and begins to harden. Joseph adds his incredible strength, straightens his arm and exerts force on it. The blade begins to spin rapidly and heads towards our hero's hands. A few moments later, there is an explosion that attracts everyone else's attention. When the smoke clears, it is revealed that a giant blade has been thrust into the ground. Joseph immediately performs incredible moves, surprising everyone else involved in the process. Finally, he spins the formation, which completes the pill-making process. The three alchemists watch this process and reflect on the fact that, apparently, he is finished. Abdul watches his master closely and notices that he is tired. He immediately rushes to him and asks him not to rush, handing him a small bottle. Joseph says that the elixir of cleansing the heart and restoring the soul of such a low level is only suitable for animals. Herbert hands him a highly purified elixir that will definitely help him. Sirius also decides to make an offering to him, saying that he has spiritual fruits and a few other things. Joseph goes ahead and shows off the phantom white crane move and asks Sirius if he knows it's a powerful aphrodisiac. Sirius laughs and says it's for old business, and Herbert tries to find out what it's about. Joseph glances at you without ceremony, as if now people are saying this will come in handy. After that, he sits down, radiating energy and saying that everything else is just garbage that will not help him recover any faster than his own body. Abdul asks him if he knows he just ate a second-stage aphrodisiac. Joseph assumes a meditative pose and creates a huge amount of energy for his body. The impression that Joseph made on these people this time turned out to be fateful. Joseph exhales tensely, feeling that he has partially recovered. After this, he states that his energy has only been restored by a third, since such smelting takes too much energy. Abdul asks him why his entire soul was only restored by a third. Joseph states that he only has the power of a first-stage warrior, and it is normal that he recovers faster than them. Abdul says he is at stage 1, but every time he tries to fully recover from a melt, it takes him a week. Joseph asks him in surprise if he already or just tried to compare them to each other. After a while, he takes his blade and says that it turned out almost exactly as he intended. Joseph shows this blade to Sirius and Herbert, asking them what they think when they look at this blade. Herbert looks at this weapon and says that it is not worthy of being called a masterpiece. After this, they decide to use the technique of spiritual vision to fully admire it. Joseph smiles contentedly and asks them what they think about this weapon. Herbert concludes that this is a high-quality first-stage product, and its structure is completely unique, as if it was born from heaven and earth. Herbert praises the weapon and asks if he can remove the seal from the weapon. Joseph states that he put more energy pulses into the sword during the smelting process, making it impossible to remove the seal in battle. It is also said that during the smelting process, he added the purple sunstone, and Sirius asks him if it is the key material for creating gravity. Joseph says that this is exactly the case, adding that he combined 2 gravitational informations in this form of Syrian weapon. He then raises his weapon and commands it to release its seal to release its power. The alchemists observing this guess that a 10-fold attraction has just been produced. Joseph says that he has only released 1 gravity form, and there is another one that can create a 100-fold attraction. Joseph says that he could add another form, but the weapon would not withstand such power and would be destroyed. This information greatly impresses Sirius and Herbert, causing them to look at him in surprise. Herbert asks our hero if he can lend them this sword for research for a few days. Joseph indignantly asks them what he should do himself, hinting that he has no other weapon. He also states that he would never walk around with that same piece of rubbish, at which point Herbert and Sirius swallow their pride and say that he is right. Herbert reflects on how he recently demonstrated the power of the spring winds with the same sword, and now he wants to destroy this weapon. Abdul looks at these alchemists and understands that while they are still tormented by shame and bitterness, in reality, being a brand Joseph is an honor. Joseph states that such a sword must be used more for perfection, and that daily exposure to such attraction will speed up the process considerably. After thinking for a moment, he says that this is why he decided to name his sword Black Girl. Abdul asks him how the name of this sword is connected with the purpose that is being prepared for it. Joseph hits him on the head and tells him to name the weapon whatever he wants. Luckily, the situation remains in his head, and Abdul makes the wise move of not asking Joseph why he named the weapon that. Meanwhile, our hero decides to take out his weapons and says that it's time to get the pills. Herbert inhales the scent and ponders, for the aroma of the pill is so strong that it lifts his spirits. Once you open the door, it becomes obvious that the pills inside are pure art. Abdul is happy that his master has made these wonders with his own achievements. Joseph says he's grateful for the lab being lent to him because he's put so much effort into enlightening them. Sirius and Herbert happily come closer to ask him a question. They were both honorable people, but only in this state. And Joseph in his past life was a famous alchemist, whose name thundered throughout the world. Alchemists of the highest levels asked him for advice countless times. That is why these two scientists diligently wrote down his instructions, like elementary school students. After this, they thanked him honorably, saying that thanks to him they had dispelled their doubts. Joseph smiles and says that he has to go, and when he has some free time, he will give them some more advice. Herbert asks Sirius what he thinks of Master Joseph. Sirius says that his knowledge is unbridled and nothing can compete with it. Herbert agrees with these words, saying that in the past he had the good fortune to study with Mr. Jagos, and only then did he experience similar emotions. Herbert also says that he personally would not trust the legend that Joseph is a disciple of Jagos. He shares his feelings that this man is much more accurate than even Mr. Jagos himself. Meanwhile, Megan returns home from work and wipes her face tiredly. A few moments later, she discovers that she is not alone at home and asks Joseph what he is doing there. Taking a closer look, she is suddenly surprised and takes a step back. Joseph looks at her with a menacing gaze and asks her how Martin is feeling. Megan states that he is feeling much better, so he goes into the mine with his neighbor's uncle. Martin soon appears at home and greets the master, taking off his basket. He shows his master that he has mined quite a lot of ore. Instead of saying anything, Joseph gives him a powerful slap in the face. Martin loses his balance and falls to the ground, hitting his head hard. Joseph loses his temper for no reason and orders his student to kneel. Megan looks in horror at her brother, whose ears are so badly damaged that blood is starting to flow from his mouth. Martin asks his teacher why he hit him. Joseph says that he ordered him to intensively hone the 3 positions of the Heavenly Tyrant technique, and he is doing some nonsense. Martin talks about how he has to earn money and provide for his family because he can't allow his sister to work alone. Megan tries to settle this conflict and orders her brother to apologize to the master. Martin questions why he should apologize if he was hit for trying to feed his family. Joseph studiously ignores the awkward questions and tells the student not to be stubborn, ordering him to fall on his knees. Immediately after this, he throws a small stone forward in order to injure his student. Martin falls to the ground and says that Joseph is only a year older than him and accuses him of daring to offend the weak. Joseph approaches the weak child menacingly and says that such useless students only bring shame on their teacher. Megan tries to protect her little brother and asks Joseph not to kill him. She also accuses her brother of making her cry, ignoring the fact that he was trying to earn money for food. This strange noise brings another man who tries to figure out what is going on here. Martin turns to Uncle Louvre, begging him to save them. Louvre asks his comrade what happened here and tries to find out the cause of the noise. Martin says that this man decided that he was his teacher and is now threatening to kill him. Louvre sees potential in Joseph's case and suggests that the path of violence is not for everyone. Joseph continues to act like a depressed teenager and asks him why he cares how he raises his student. The Louvre says that it is time to teach this impudent fellow a lesson, whose milk has not yet dried on his lips. Martin says that now he wants Uncle Louvre to be his teacher. Louvre says that when they break through and become warriors, they will organize a mercenary army and their income will be much higher. He also states that he will first deal with this incomprehensible teacher who beats a small child. Megan tries to stop her uncle and says that there is no need to resort to violence. Louvre says that he does not intend to beat the man, but only to leave a few marks on him. Joseph says that in this case he will stand and not move, and if they can even touch him, he will lick Louvre's boots. Louvre rushes forward, saying that he doesn't really like conceited people. He prepares to bring down the full force of his fists on him. However, as soon as he gets dangerously close to it, a strange anomaly occurs. Joseph decides to use the calming spirit of heaven and earth and impose a ban on movement. Louvre feels the curse spread throughout his body and causes him to fall to the ground. Martin and Megan watch what is happening in surprise and look at their neighbor with pity. Joseph continues to display his cruelty and pride by ordering Louvre to kneel and come to him to lick his boots. Martin looks at his uncle in horror and asks him to get to his feet. Unfortunately, his prayers go unanswered as the curse proves too strong. Louvre, unable to control his movements, bends down to Joseph's feet to lick his boots. Joseph delivers a powerful punch right to his face to knock him back. Martin looks at this man and realizes that he is facing a real villain. Louvre falls to the ground unconscious, much to the surprise of everyone except Joseph. Joseph continues to threaten the defenseless child and says that now it is his turn. Martin looks at his teacher with fear and asks him not to come closer. Megan tries to stop Joseph and says that her little brother doesn't understand anything yet. She also says that if anyone is to blame, it is her because she raised him poorly. Joseph sighs and says that this man has good natural abilities. Turning around, he declares that he is a bad student. The convenient regime. The fact that Martin worked in the mine in order to feed his family. Martin realizes that common sense rarely concerns people like Joseph and tries to persuade him not to leave. With great difficulty, he falls to his knees before him in order to at least somehow influence his inflated pride. Megan looks sadly at her brother, who crawls to humiliate himself in front of the protagonist. Martin grabs Joseph by the leg of his pants and tells him that he was wrong and wants him to teach him martial arts. Joseph arrogantly says that he doesn't need students. Such mediocrities. Martin hits his forehead on the floor and says that he was actually wrong and asks for forgiveness. Megan begs for mercy from Joseph and says that she will no longer allow him to go into the mine and will force him to improve himself diligently at home. Martin tries to help his sister and says that she will not be able to support the family on her own, and he can still go to the mine, but also finish his education. Joseph continues to ignore Martin's obvious problem and says that he is giving him one last chance, because in 5 days he must open 7 chakra channels and move to the rank of warrior. Megan looks at him in surprise and says that it is impossible to achieve such a breakthrough in 5 days. Martin topically says that if the teacher gave him such a deadline, it means he is absolutely sure that it is possible. Joseph turns around and says that in 5 days he will personally check his students' results. Finally, he declares that this is exactly when they will see each other, not a second earlier, and no delay. After some time, he goes to his hotel room to begin improving his skills. At the same time, things are not standing still in the Alchemists' Guild. A stormy and eventful life continues there. Sirius and Herbert announced for the first time in decades that they were going into seclusion, and this mysterious decision gave rise to many guesses and rumors. After 5 days, Joseph returns to Martin, having achieved a breakthrough to the rank of a 4th-star warrior. As he gets closer to the house, he hears Megan and Martin discussing what is about to happen. Joseph opens the curtain and hears words that if Martin makes a mistake, he could die. A truly strange sight appears before his eyes. Martin is completely covered in a green tint. However, his efforts were not in vain. He finally made the breakthrough he was asked to make. Bursting home, inspired by the title of a warrior of the 1st star, he says that he was finally able to achieve what he had planned. Megan immediately starts running away and says that they need to find Joseph urgently because only he can help. Joseph smiles and says that there really is a lot of poison here. That's exactly what he needed. Martin happily says that he made a breakthrough and in fact, it only took him 5 days. Joseph states that he is very happy for him and will now begin to absorb this poison himself. Immediately after this, he sits down at the table opposite and begins to extract dark energy from himself. Martin asks why, after he steps away, his body not only absorbs the poison but also loses a huge amount of strength. Joseph explains that he has a poisonous body, and therefore the energy of the poison is perceived by him completely, but at this level he cannot yet contain it. He adds that as the cultivation level increases, the ability will become stronger, as will the power of this poison. Joseph says that with more powerful abilities, he will become absolutely invincible. Martin asks how to obtain such abilities, to which Joseph replies that there are many different traits in this world that need to be learned. Martin asks if the poisonous body is really such a good thing, to which Joseph states that otherwise he wouldn't have consumed it. Martin suddenly guesses the reason for Joseph's affection and asks if he simply wants to become stronger at his expense. Joseph avoids answering the awkward question and decides to switch to his ring. He says that this pill will help keep the poison in the body for 3 days, and when Joseph is not around, Martin can use it. Joseph also passes the pill to Megan, saying that she also has good potential, but she spent all day making money and it affected her strength. Megan takes the pill and says that the best quality goods in the market cost more than 1,000 gold each. Louvre decides to visit his neighbors and asks Martin if he will go to the mine today. He quickly notices Joseph, who looks at him with an indifferent gaze. Martin quickly runs up to his uncle and says that he has broken through to the rank of warrior. Louvre nervously says that he is very glad to see this, adding that he was taught in a very strange way. Joseph turns to him and says that he wants him to come to him quickly. Martin asks his teacher not to create problems for their neighbor because he is a kind person. Joseph asks the man his name, to which he states that everyone calls him Uncle Louvre. Joseph is surprised and asks if he really wants to be called Uncle Louvre, and he replies that just Louvre will do. Joseph learns that Gauguin himself sealed the deposit where these stones were located and instructed Joseph to infiltrate it and find the purple sunstones for him. As soon as the Louvre leaves for its business, he turns to Martin and Megan and tells them that they should dress up and go with him to the banquet. They ask what banquet they are talking about, to which the Louvre assures them that it is a banquet in the Imperial Palace. Sometime after that, they go shopping to find a suitable dress for Megan. The all-powerful hero who conquered entire worlds turns out to be too weak to last a few hours in a clothing store. Blushing, he says that he has very important things to do and decides to run away. Finally, he shouts something to his allies that he will wait for them in the evening. At the square, he says that it is still much better and more pleasant to be alone. After some time, a man appears behind him and speaks to him in a whisper. Immediately after this, he begins to run away, attracting Joseph's attention. Taking a small stick, Joseph says that no one can fool him. Taking careful aim, he throws the stick towards his opponent so that it follows him on his heels. The man in the covert suit suddenly turns around and tries to take an evasive maneuver. But he doesn't succeed, and a needle quickly pierces his arm. The young man looks at his wound and wonders why the stick smells like beef. Joseph grabs him, and the scout feels that the energy of his entire body suddenly stopped functioning. Joseph makes a powerful leap 50 meters into the air, surprising everyone else. After some time, he goes to a secluded place and throws the scout to the ground. He asks him who he is and what he needs here. The scout replies that he was going to take the young gentleman to a deserted place to deliver a message, but things turned out the way they did. After this, he takes off his mask, and it turns out that it is his old friend named Sinister. Joseph asks why he is not with their fourth uncle and what he is doing here. Sinister compliments Joseph, who asks him to get to the point. Sinister says that news has reached the fourth uncle and asks if he's going to attend the banquet, to which Joseph states that he continues to waste his time. Sinister says that rumors about Joseph have reached Oswald, who will now actively try to make his life difficult if he comes to the banquet. Joseph responds by stating that Oswald is an ordinary child, whom the Lee family simply gave the surname to for good behavior, nothing special. He continues that he never took the man seriously, but if he shows enough impudence, he will quickly teach him a lesson. Sinister looks at his young master in surprise and realizes that there has clearly been some change in his character. He tries to stop Joseph and says that this man is not only a green rookie, but also has good support because he is currently under Oswald's control. Sinister adds that Joseph's father and uncle are very worried about him, which is why no one has yet decided to settle the matter. Joseph states that he is not going to play these political games, but at the same time notes that the king is probably behind Oswald. Sinister is amazed at how easily Joseph was able to unravel this whole political tangle, like an experienced master detective. He asks the hero how he came to this conclusion, to which Joseph replies that it is obvious, since his grandfather is a recognized leader in military circles. Joseph also says that his father commands millions of soldiers and guards the western border, which means that the entire national army is subordinate to this family. The protagonist notes that the king is unlikely to be satisfied with this arrangement, so the sudden growth of the Lan family and the appearance of the king's pawns is quite logical and predictable. In his view, even with this, the king could not remain calm and got himself a puppy in the person of Oswald in order to destroy the dynasty from within. Sinister asks Joseph if they will really be allowed to do this to us, to which he replies that there is no need to worry and advises returning to his uncle. Sinister tries to object, but Joseph quickly cuts him off with a hand gesture like a magical stop sign. He says that if Oswald suddenly stops taking care of himself and the king begins to tire of the title, then he will gladly help him find another job. Immediately after this, he leaves, leaving Sinister in an extremely surprised and even a little dumbfounded state. After some time, the action moves to the entrance to the palace, where a considerable crowd of people, dressed up and important, has already gathered. Every royal banquet is a great opportunity for high-ranking officials and nobles to establish relationships, exchange gossip, and show off their status. Joseph quickly runs into Hunter and Cheddar, who greet him with smiles and are clearly happy to see him. Cheddar gives Joseph a friendly pat on the shoulder and asks with interest where he's been all this time. However, after a minute, Cheddar looks at his friend seriously and asks why his body is now so hard, as if made of steel. Joseph says with a sly smile that if you take these pills, you can immediately grow into warriors ready for any challenge. Hunter is skeptical of this information, recalling that most of the first element pills were usually grayish in color and not that cool. Joseph states that if they don't like the pills, they can always give them back, but adds that these pills were made by Master Herbert himself. So it's better to think twice. Hunter and Cheddar immediately start to show enthusiasm, like kids on a sweet treat, and it's as if a familiar figure appears behind them. Joseph turns around to see a luxuriously dressed Megan and her brother standing in front of him, clearly making an impression on the guests. Hunter and Cheddar look at her with a goofy expression on their faces, trying to figure out who she is and where such a beauty came from. Hunter claims to recognize her and calls her the idiot from the bar he once accidentally saved. It sounds funny, but with a slight hint of impudence. After this, he approaches Joseph, says that now he is not surprised that he disappeared for a couple of days, and asks how he feels. They joke together that this is how ordinary village girls turn into real beauties, if they just dress well. Joseph decides to introduce the girl with dignity and adds that this is her younger brother named Martin, who is also his student. Hunter and Cheddar look at Joseph in surprise and joke that they didn't expect him to go to such tricky lengths just to get the girl. Martin asks his mentor in surprise if he really took him just to hit on his sister. Well, they really had fun there. After some time, the company moves on and finds itself at a royal banquet, where everything smells of luxury and intrigue. Those who have the privilege of being in the main hall occupy a far from insignificant role in the kingdom, and know how power is structured. Among those present is the infamous Oswald, who acts pompously, as if he is the most important person here. Looking around, Oswald suddenly notices a familiar figure approaching him, and this clearly does not bode well. Joseph, along with his friends, takes the place of honor at the table and prepares to sit as if on a throne, ready for any turn of events. Joseph's uncle Manny muses out loud about how this man, once considered trash, suddenly became immensely popular and influential. After that, he turns his gaze to the head of the civil officials named Lan Harper, who is rumored to have single-handedly defeated Lan Xuan. Then Manny's gaze falls on the commander of the city guard named Colonel, who, by the way, masterfully cured the princess's chronic illness and earned respect. Also present at the banquet is a second-rank alchemist named Larry, who watches Joseph with interest. In addition, there are two princes here, Janther and Gunther. Oswald states that since he came here, he should get up and sit next to them, because they are all members of the same family. Hunter and Cheddar cast disdainful glances in Oswald's direction and dismiss his offer. Joseph asks his friend if she knows why people look down. Megan asks him why he thinks that, and is told that if people looked up all the time, it would be a real problem. He pauses briefly and says that if that were the case, their noses would be full of water when it rained. People nearby start to burst out laughing. It's hard to imagine how subtle and creative the humor must be to make this company laugh. Even the captain of the guards admits that this is an incredibly funny joke. Oswald slams his fist on the table, and one of his servants immediately jumps forward. The servant takes a swing at Joseph and declares that the family member must immediately kneel and apologize to the head. After this, a swift blow is delivered, which, however, does not reach the target. Joseph slaps the servant, says that he has been waiting for this moment for a long time, and asks why he is not on his knees yet. Having received a powerful blow, he does not have time to dodge another powerful finishing move. Such severe injuries force him to fall to his knees and he loses consciousness. People nearby are amazed at Joseph's incredible strength and agility. Oswald, of course, loses his temper because no one can forgive such a provocation. He asks Joseph how he dared to do such a thing, since he claims that he used his foot and kicked the servant aside with unprecedented strength and determination. Joseph responds sarcastically by saying that Oswald was a good slave and that the family gave him their last name, then calls him slave number 8527, as if it were a cliché of humiliation. He also states that slaves must know their place or risk becoming dog food. However, Joseph, with great irony, states that this is His Majesty's banquet, and that is the only reason he is not going to tear Oswald to pieces in front of everyone. Oswald realizes that such an insult can only be washed away with blood, and quickly draws his sword from its sheath. Rushing forward, he orders our hero to die immediately, not realizing what a real monster stands before him. As soon as he rushes forward, an unknown force stops him right in the air. The captain of the guard is shown to be responsible for this, making characteristic gestures. Moments later, Oswald is thrown aside without achieving the desired result. Colonel says that today is a holiday, and His Majesty has arranged a reception for his officials, so there is no need to spoil everyone's mood. One of the officials agrees with Colonel and asks the others to clean up the place and reserve everything at young Master Joseph's table. Joseph calmly assumes the appropriate pose like a regal cat and pours himself some tea. Oswald continues to hurl insults, stating that Joseph should prepare for serious consequences. Joseph replies with a haughty grin that barking mongrels usually don't bite and continues to calmly drink his tea. Colonel appears to be the protagonist of the scene, realizing that his movements were incredibly fluid and easy, which speaks to his status as a successful and experienced warrior. He even admits that he himself cannot boast of such a deep understanding of martial arts, which in itself is an honest admission. After some time, the herald solemnly announces that His Majesty the Emperor has arrived, and the atmosphere is filled with anticipation of a great event. The Emperor's arrival is accompanied by a huge amount of fanfare and loud shouts, as if the entire palace is frozen in anticipation of the important moment. The Emperor of this state, named Jeff, sits majestically on the throne, looking down on his subjects with wisdom and power. Next to him are other familiar figures who constantly accompany the Emperor, like shadows of his greatness and power. Among these figures are Princess Citrine and Chief of the Guard Lola, two women whose strength and beauty inspire admiration and respect. Joseph greets them with a characteristic gesture, which causes a storm of different emotions in them. Jeff says he threw the party to celebrate two important events, the first being Commander Lola's promotion to alchemist because she's a genius. The second event was the healing of his dear daughter Citrine, which was a great joy and relief to him. Lan Harper declares that this is a great fortune and that the heavens have blessed the imperial family, then proudly steps forward. He announces that he has prepared gifts for the imperial family and solemnly opens the box. Lan Harper says that with great difficulty he managed to obtain 2 moon pearls from the Star Sea, which he presents to Commander Lola and Princess Citrine. Colonel jokes that the Prime Minister is indeed rich, and then adds that he will heartily give him 2 books on martial arts. Lola and Citrine happily accept the gifts and say that they will be very useful to them in the future. Larry says he brought second-order beauty pills that he made himself. Oswald says that their humble servant has prepared jewelry made of magical jade that will inspire only pure thoughts in people. He holds out a special comb and says that this thing was created by the best villages of the entire state. Larry adds that the magical jade is a very rare material, to which Colonel immediately states that Commander Lola is worthy of such a treasure and honor. After this, he says that Princess Citrine is the quintessence of beauty, who is the pride of the entire country and a living ideal. Coming closer to her, he admits that he could not think of anything more worthy to give the princess. People nearby wonder if he's trying to confess his feelings to her in this way. Citrine looks at him with some confusion, hoping that it's not what she thinks. Oswald pulls something incredibly luminous from his inside pocket. He says that he specially sent people from the Empire to buy the egg of a demonic beast for a tidy sum and give it to the princess. People nearby can't believe their eyes because it's the egg of a demonic beast. The thing is, demonic beasts are extremely powerful creatures that even revered martial artists stay away from. Many have tried to tame these beasts to gain strong and reliable companions, and some have even succeeded, becoming heroes. However, most were defeated because the animals are hot-tempered and cruel, and people came up with a method of raising them from a young age. A demonic beast raised in this manner will be loyal to its owner and will never turn its back on him. But the price of eggs has increased more than 1,000-fold. Colonel jokes that people will do anything to get a girl. Citrine looks at him with sincere gratitude and says that she will never forget this gesture. Joseph intervenes in the conversation and says that the demon beast's egg is indeed dead, and a dead animal is of little use. He adds that it is not even possible to fry or eat it, since the egg has long since gone rotten and become useless. Oswald objects that this is complete slander, but Joseph stands his ground, claiming that the egg is rotten and nothing more. Emperor Jeff asks Joseph how he knew that the egg was already dead. Joseph replies that he has a huge number of arguments, but no one believed him until they opened the egg. Joseph says that, of course, one can wait until after a long month of incubation. The princess notices that there is not a single sign of life in the egg. Jeff advises our hero to watch his language, stating that such things cannot be stated without evidence. Joseph muses that, judging by the energy emitted, the egg is undoubtedly dead, but people who are hit by such an expensive item often have their rational thinking blocked. One of the officials presents a gift of 10 dragon eyes, primordial stones. hoping for the incredible beauty of the princess and the fighting power of Master Lola. Larry reflects on the high value of these things and tries to understand what they are trying to achieve. Lola understands that the dragon pearl is terribly expensive, but compared to the original stones, it is just dust. The official thinks that he is much more interested in Lola, because if she provides support, she will be able to seize the imperial throne. These thoughts fuel his ambitions, and he begins to understand that perhaps such gifts will melt his heart. Lola says that this gift is so amazing that she can't accept it. The official grabs the precious stones and asks the commander of the guard if she still doesn't understand his feelings. After this, Yantar falls to his knees and says that in the presence of all the nobility he is proposing to her. Lola lifts him up from his knee and tells him that if he crosses the line again, she will ask him not to blame him. Yantar reflects that he went to such lengths for her sake, but she still refuses him. He makes it clear that he knows he is unworthy of her, but there is no one more suitable in the state. Lola says that this is not true and asks him to name someone he considers more worthy. Lola freezes in place, and Jeff watches this with undisguised interest. Yantar bravely says that he will fight this man, and if he loses, he will retreat. Other people are wondering what they are really interested in. Who owns the heart of the coldest and strongest girl in this country? Even Joseph watches what is happening with interest, trying to understand what is going on. Lola asks them if they really want to know the answer to that question. Instead of action, she is transported mentally back 15 years to when she was just a little girl and knew nothing about love and romance. She thought her life would always be like this, until one day her mentor returned from the foot of the mountain. The mentor became irritable, stopped paying attention to mistakes, and Lola was always dissatisfied with herself. She also heard the girl muttering a name through her teeth and tried to figure out what that name was. After some time, she learned that this person's name was none other than Gu Feng. Once upon a time, Lola witnessed a gathering of a huge number of divine entities. One of them said that an imperial decree had been issued, and if Lady Tiana wanted to convene them, her word was enough. Tiana stated that there were about 10 elixirs left in their palace. This was the only means by which she could summon them. Tiana was the first beauty of the state and said that she needed help. One of the rulers of the 9 heavens said that the lady was too kind, adding that he was currently training cultivation techniques. Another ruler said that if the lady spent so many elixirs just to fight Gu Feng, it would be unnecessary. Another ruler of the 9 heavens stated that this man was not to be underestimated. However, the more arrogant ruler of the 9 heavens said that this person was not such a serious opponent. He added that if he put in maximum effort, he would have no problem defeating this good-for-nothing bastard. Another ruler of the 9 heavens said that no divine knowledge could grant the ability to challenge Gu Feng himself. The arrogant ruler asked his colleagues if they had heard anything about the Gangetic Mahamudra. He added that this is a river that was invented by the first man on the continent 10,000 years ago. The rulers said that they had studied this technique, which was capable of tearing any person to pieces. Another 9 heavens lord declared that he was beginning to get tired of this farce. His colleagues said that they were all rulers of the 9 heavens realm, and therefore would not be able to destroy the pitiful Gu Feng. The rulers discuss among themselves that this man probably knows everything, so he will not dare to come here. Lola recalls that no one from the Vanishing Kingdom ever dared to set foot on the land of the Night Sky Castle. After some time, the main battle moves to the snow peak located in the Sky region. The rulers come to the conclusion that Gu Feng will not come after all because he is a coward. They drink joyfully and laugh, saying that no crusher of troops can cope with them. The wisest ruler of the 9 heavens says that Gu Feng may not come here alone. In response to this, he is told that even 10 such scoundrels will not be able to cope with him. Siana states that this man will definitely not bring anyone. She's asked why she can be so confident. Chiana says with sadness in her voice that she knows this man very well. After a while, she says that this person has already arrived, and people begin to feel very uncomfortable. Chiana claims that she definitely wasn't imagining things. She knows perfectly well that Gu Feng is heading here. Chiana asks them if they can't hear the wind raging. Some lords say that they are literally on a snowy peak, and such things are always the order of the day here. However, after some time, they realize that they were not imagining things. The clouds begin to change their shape and take on the appearance of a powerful palm. A cry resounds through the air, calling for the wind returning to the heavens technique. After a while, the skill of the boundless golden assault palm falls upon them. The overlords look at this technology and say that it is simply incredible. The most arrogant Nine Heavens Lord rushes forward and summons his secret technique. Another lord also calls to his weapon and says that the divine weapon of 100 battles will be able to help him. They all rush forward as one to fight this enemy. Together they form an energy ball that shoots into the assault palm. However, all their efforts prove futile as they are unable to cause any damage. After some time, a powerful explosion is heard, which throws everyone aside. The rulers of the Nine Heavens were unable to inflict any damage on this man. Chiana watches what is happening and slowly approaches the main battle site. A very strange, creepy smile appears on her face, and she says that her lover is also beautiful. After a while, steps begin to form from behind the clouds. Gufeng makes everyone wait for a long time and also makes a spectacular appearance, eclipsing the sun. His eyes are forever imprinted in the memory of young Lola, who witnessed it all with her own eyes. He slowly walks down, looking at Xiana waiting for him, and tells her to ignore the destruction. Gufeng takes a few more dozen steps past the bodies of his fallen opponents. Stopping a few meters from her, he asks if she was really worth it. Chiana replies that the man for whom Xiana dances turns the world upside down for her. She asks him if she should dance for him again. Gufeng indifferently tells her to accept her defeat with honor. Xiana states that he never had a chance from the start. Wiping a tear from her eyes, she draws her sword and says that today one of them will die. Gufeng says that she is not his rival, and 10 poor ants did not leave even a scratch, which means she cannot kill him. Chiana says that she only called them so that he could waste his true chi. Immediately after this, she summons her sword to give a signal. This signal calls upon the powerful warriors who have been hiding in ambush all this time. They use special techniques to stop the emperor and finally turn the tide of the battle. Above the mountain where the main battle is taking place, clouds thicken and scythes of dark energy appear. Gufeng looks at what is happening and says that this is the real Star Squad. After that, he looks at Xiana and says that he understands that she really is going to go all the way. Xiana takes to the air to call her allies together for a combined attack. She says that this unit has not found a use for itself for a long time despite its strength. After this, she declares that today everything will change, because she decided so. The girl says that together with the squad and the sword of the Purple Knight, she will finish him off here, on this mountain. Several flashes occur and the real battle begins. Xiana tells the protagonist that her squad can use the energy of the stars, and this will allow the sword to absorb power. She also states that being here, on a snowy peak under the very star, she is as strong as a goddess. Gufeng realizes that he has heard enough exposition and calls for action, saying that it is now up to him. After this, he also rises into the air, preparing to respond to the enemy's techniques. He says that even if she is commanded by the energy of billions of stars, he will still destroy her with his technique. Chiana tells that black frost will one day fall upon the sky and people should not disturb the spirit beasts. Lola watches what is happening with genuine surprise and hopes that she will be able to survive. All her hopes are that her mistress will hold out a little longer. She remembered Gufeng as a man who embodied the full power of war. Her consciousness failed her, and she successfully fainted from the strain. Her memories are cut off at that moment, and when she woke up, she heard rumors that Lady Kayana had gone into seclusion. Quite quickly, she realized that the lady had lost that day, and the Crusher of Troops had defeated all the enemies in his path with one move. However, at the same time that his reputation was at an all-time high, the tragic news of his death spread. Lola knew she couldn't believe it, because the man's shining eyes had gone out. But she didn't know who his killer could be. That was why she had reached the land of this state and decided to stay in this academy simply because there was the expressive statue of Gufeng himself standing here. Having finished her story, she looks around at all the remaining people. She thinks that on that day in the martial arts arena, this guy's gaze was exactly the same as Gufeng's. After a short pause, she quietly says that she is very sorry that this person was only a weak reminder. Joseph looks at her in surprise, trying to understand if she is in love with him. Yanter asks her who he is, angry that he still doesn't know his name. Lola says that this man has long since left them and is heading away from the banquet. Yanter says that if this man is already dead, then he still has a chance, and asks what he did that made her so devoted to him. Lola says that if he really wants to achieve the same thing as this person, then he must listen carefully. After this, she tells that this divine warrior made a dark weapon that is capable of absorbing the energy of stars. He also claims that this man destroyed the defenses of Red Moon City in one fell swoop, destroying one of the continent's 3 power centers. This man also saved his friend in the Eastern Sea, and if it were not for him, the 8,000-mile journey would have been impossible. Lola continues her story, saying that the strength of this man eclipsed all the warriors. To top it all off, this man appeared through the clouds, like a heavenly blow from the rulers of heaven. Finally, the most beautiful woman on earth, possessing divine beauty, could not conquer him. This story makes everyone here freeze in surprise and shock. Lola says that this is not all, and now everyone knows who her heart belongs to. Lola says that if the guy can do at least a golden part of everything specified, she will definitely accept his proposal. Yanter understands that all these cases point to the name of a person 15 years ago. Lola apologizes to everyone, saying that she will have to leave this banquet. As an excuse, she says that she's a little tired, and now it is time for her to rest. People look on in surprise as the captain of the guard stands up because she's a little tired. Joseph also looks at the small ball filled with drink. Megan comes closer to him and asks if he is okay. Joseph begins to dig into his memories to understand how much he has done. Jeff says that the guard commander is unwell, so she had to leave them during this feast. The prince sits down in his seat while Gunther continues to watch him. He realizes that if his brother were to convince Lola to marry him, he would gain not only an alchemist and a warrior as an ally, but also the support of the city guard. After this, he rises to his feet and says that it is his turn to present his gifts. After the prince's presentation of gifts is complete, other officials begin the celebration. Martin says that he thought for a long time and still did not understand who Mrs. Lola was talking about. Megan tells her brother that this is about the one and only Gu Feng, whose statue stands in the academy. Martin says that this statue looks impressive, but if this man didn't want to be the first beauty in the world, then he is an idiot. Joseph says that the youth does not understand anything yet, noting that this is called experience in matters of the heart. Martin says that such a person must be either an idiot or a boy lover, after which Hunter and Cheddar agree with her. Joseph says that they speak respectfully of a martial arts legend, to which Cheddar replies that these men were only slightly stronger than normal, but were extremely brutal. Hunter agrees that he stole the heart of the most beautiful girl on the planet, and for that, he already deserves death. Citrine breaks the tense conversation and asks the protagonist what gift he has prepared for her. Joseph wonders why he should cook anything at all if he was invited to a feast. Oswald takes the opportunity to laugh at him and says that someone came here for a free meal. Joseph replies that only an idiot like him could think of such a thing. Jeff reminds his daughter that if it weren't for this man, she wouldn't have the opportunity to walk here at all. Joseph says that he really doesn't have anything worthy for the princess, so he decided to perform something. Oswald laughs heartily at Joseph, saying that no one would want to listen to him strum the zither. Joseph asks who gave him permission to open his mouth and recommends that he know his place. The other officials are surprised and irritated that even the gifts from the people for whom they risked their lives could not please the princess so much. After some time, the servants finally bring the necessary musical instruments for the hero. Jeff says the Duke and General literally lived martial arts and didn't expect to be drawn into music later. Joseph lets down his hair, preparing to perform the melody. Colonel appreciates the piece of music and understands that the energy of a great master emanates from this man. Joseph tries to convey all the incredible skills he learned in his past life. The way his slender fingers touch the strings leaves everyone watching in awe. Citrine guesses that the man is playing a difficult piece of music, the real blooming in Guangling. Needless to say, the heart of the young princess was instantly under the influence of music. After some time, the hero completes the musical piece, and it impresses almost everyone. One of the servants reports that suddenly all the flowers in the garden have blossomed. People whisper and wonder how flowers could bloom at such a time. The whole point is that such a work really has magical charms, influencing flowers. Citrine looks at the garden and says that it is simply beautiful, and regrets that teacher Lola has already left. Colonel watches Joseph closely as he flexes his fingers, preparing to rise to his feet. The guard commander says that it is known for certain that this melody was played by Gu Feng during his first meeting with Kiana. He remembers that it was winter then. It was snowing. But this melody awakened the gods, and they blossomed flowers. This melody was created for the one who performs a magnificent dance, and for the one who is ready to turn the world upside down for the sake of this magnificence. Jeff claps his hands and says that he is so old, but this is the first time he has heard such beautiful music. Oswald continues to sneer, stating that Joseph did indeed perform a beautiful melody, but that was not enough. Oswald claims that he did not spend a penny. No benefit was gained for the princess, and therefore the gift is pitiful. Colonel says the man's gift is a real treasure, and one worth any amount of money for. Joseph says that everything is important to perform heavenly melodies, and also notes that last time the melody was only possible thanks to the class of the beautiful Sienna. Rising to his feet, he says that Oswald has not had the opportunity to learn in the past, and perhaps it is time for him to catch up. Citrine, meanwhile, is fascinated by the fact that she has been compared to the first beauty, Tiana. Oswald moves on to the next part of his plan, saying that he has prepared a gift not only for the commander and the princess, but for Colonel as well. Colonel says he doesn't deserve any of this, so he'll refuse the gifts. Oswald insists and says that Colonel suffered internal damage years earlier, and now he is lucky enough to get his hands on the purest pill to cure him. Colonel looks at him in surprise as the youth states that he has obtained a rank 6 elixir called Emerald Water Dragon's Eye Pure. Without thinking twice, he orders his servant to make a speech and present the pill to the commander. Colonel holds the artifact in his hands, reflecting on how he barely won this fight, was seriously wounded, and since then the cross has completely disappeared. Jeff reflects on how many people were sent to find a cure for Colonel, but they all came back empty-handed. He tells Oswald that his contribution is invaluable, and therefore will give him absolutely anything he asks for. Oswald thanks the Emperor for such generosity, after which a smile appears on his face. He publicly declares that he would like to marry Princess Citrina. Citrine orders the man to know his place, then tells her father to never agree to this. Oswald, in turn, reflects that he was born into a lower caste, but was able to become the head of the family, and nevertheless his position is very unstable. Citrine looks at her father with growing concern and says that he cannot agree to something like this. Oswald declares that his feelings for Citrine are sincere and asks him to grant his wish. Jeff spends some time thinking, after which he orders his daughter not to be so direct. Jeff states that the man has shown incredible generosity and that their fate will be a relief to him. Citrine looks at her father in surprise and cannot believe what she is hearing with her own ears. She asks herself in her mind how she can end up like this, when the father who loved her all these years sells her into slavery. Rage immediately takes complete possession of her body, and she angrily rushes towards the egg of the magical beast. She loudly shouts that she does not accept such a verdict and sends everyone to hell. A few moments later, the egg hits the floor at high speed and shatters into pieces. A very unpleasant and disgusting smell of rotten meat immediately spread throughout the entire hall. Almost everyone covers their noses with their hands and realizes that this egg was indeed rotten. Oswald looks at the remains of the egg in surprise, and emotions of surprise and anger appear on his face. Citrine complains to her father that the egg was indeed expired and asks him to reverse his decision. Jeff remains adamant, saying that the demon beast eggs are precious and rare, and that it being spoiled only means that Oswald was tricked. Citrine understands that the Emperor has already made his decision and does not want to change it under any circumstances. Jeff says none of this changes the fact that Oswald's contributions are still very significant. Citrine covers her face in horror, but the Emperor does not have time to declare her the man's bride. Joseph asks for everyone's attention and returns to the stage to take a closer look at the pill. Looking at it, he announces with surprise that this pill is a real fake. Such a bold statement surprises everyone present. People reflect that giving a counterfeit pill in the presence of the king himself and the court officials is a grave crime punishable by death. Citrine watches what is happening in surprise and slowly repeats the words that this pill is fake. Hoping to seize any opportunity to avoid marriage, she grumbles to her father that it is purple and fake. Oswald starts to protest and says that this is a 6th-tier medicine and Joseph is up to no good again. Joseph asks him what he means and nods his head towards the rotten egg. Jeff asks Larry for his opinion, to which he states that the pill does not appear to be fake, but it is difficult for him to draw conclusions about such high-ranking drugs. Colonel asks Joseph what proof he has, to which he states that the pill itself is not poisonous, but becomes lethal when in contact with water or blood. Jeff becomes enraged and slams his fists on the table, glaring at Oswald. Oswald says that this is complete nonsense, and when the guard commander is fully recovered, everyone will realize that the pill was real. Joseph suggests testing it, but Oswald says that the 6th-tier medicine is incredibly precious, and if even one pill is lost, even death won't solve anything. Joseph says it's pretty simple. You just put a drop of blood on a pill and feed it to the dog. If it dies, it means the medicine was poisonous. Jeff says he's happy with this arrangement and orders the dog to be brought, adding that of the two, the one is lying. Looking at them with a tired look, he says that now they will find out which of the two of them will be the lying dog. Joseph calls Oswald, a mongrel, and orders him to lend his blood, but Oswald states that he should lend his own if it was his idea. Joseph calmly says the name 8527, which used to belong to Oswald. A few moments later, Martin runs up to him, and Joseph says that this is his new faithful servant. After this, he points to Oswald to Martin and says that he is his predecessor. The officials watching what is happening guess that the situation in the family will become tense. Joseph looks at his servant and orders him to squeeze a few drops of blood onto the pill, but Martin asks if he can't use his own. After some time, Martin is injured, which is why he agrees to donate some blood. Using Martin's blood, Joseph unceremoniously kicks him like the last dog and says that from one drop of blood, the pill has already become fatal. Joseph speculates that by using a dummy with a poisonous body, Oswald's guilt will be proven. After some time, a servant appears, holding a dog next to him. Oswald looks at his opponent and says that the entire procedure should be carried out by the Imperial bodyguard. The bodyguard approaches the hero to take the pill from his hands. The bodyguard then kneels down in front of the dog to offer it a pill. The unsuspecting dog grabs the pill with his teeth and quickly swallows it. The bodyguard says that at first glance there is no problem, and Oswald is triumphant. Jeff becomes angry, realizing that the pathetic boy was trying to trick him. Citrine realizes that she needs to come up with something urgently to save Joseph. Oswald laughs at his opponent and says that he dared to play the Emperor, and today everyone will witness his death. Joseph maintains a triumphant expression, and Oswald realizes that something is wrong. He quickly turns around and sees that the dog has died quite quickly and is covered in strange spots. He falls to his knees in horror and wonders where the multicolored dead dog came from. Jeff looks angrily at Oswald and says that it is better to ask him. Oswald says that Joseph is solely to blame for everything, since he was the one who hid the healthy dog somewhere nearby. He orders that the healthy dog be returned and that this dead monster be taken away. Manny thinks that his friend brought the pill addiction here, and now the problem that was troubling the family will be solved much more easily. Jeff orders the guards to arrest the man, thinking that he put in a lot of effort and this puppy only brought trouble. Oswald, along with his servant, tries to fight back and says that the Emperor must punish Joseph. The officials approaching are trying to understand why some aristocrat decided to make an attempt on the commander of the guard. Colonel says he's not feeling well and must therefore take his leave. Jeff watches him and tells him that he should take good care of himself because they sent 2 people to get more of these pills. Joseph stops the guard commander and asks if he can look at his wounds. Jeff says that this young man has acupuncture techniques, and even Princess Citrine was healed. Colonel sits down in front of the hero and tells him to look at his wounds. Joseph enters a state of meditation and decides to take advantage of the universe. A complete picture of what is happening with the chakras of this person instantly appears before his eyes. Silence reigns as no one wants to disturb the diagnostic procedure. Colonel looks at the hero and calls him baby, then asks what he found there. Joseph cannot stand such an insult and asks why he was called that. Colonel calmly says that even his father is a baby to him, and Joseph even more so. After this, Joseph makes quite accurate predictions about the diagnosis that is tormenting Colonel. Colonel again calls the hero a baby and says that he is a very smart person, which means he probably knows the solution. However, a few moments later, he discovers that Joseph has taken the bait early and asks why he suddenly started eating. Joseph arrogantly says that he is just a child, and a person who is called a baby cannot know anything. A deathly silence falls over the room again, as no one expected such oddities from their father. Colonel says he always called Joseph's grandfather old man and his father baby, and then asks what to call Joseph himself. Joseph calmly says that he can simply be called young Master Joseph. The officials nearby freeze in horror, realizing that this man has shot out all his brains. Colonel asks Joseph if he understands who he is speaking to, adding that no one has ever dared to call himself a young gentleman in front of him. Joseph says no one is forcing Colonel to communicate and he can do whatever he wants. He also adds that if he doesn't want to talk, you can fill his mouth with more lamb. Jeff realizes that the situation is rapidly escalating, but decides to watch what is happening. Colonel rises to his full height and looks menacingly at the hero, who, meanwhile, does not bat an eyelid. Looking at the terrifying look, he calmly takes the drink and takes a sip from the mug. The aura of the outgoing guard commander truly terrifies everyone, but Joseph remains unperturbed. Looking at the commander, he says that this gesture was quite dramatic on his part. The officials are scared and say that this boy is looking for death if he behaves so freely with the guard. One of his family members immediately takes his side and says that he is simply inexperienced. Colonel begins to laugh genuinely, surprising everyone. After this, he slaps Joseph on the back and says that the descendants of this weirdo are very similar to him. Sitting down next to him, he wonders why he doesn't have such funny children. After this, he says that he agrees to such conditions and will address Joseph by your favorite title. After that, he asks him if he will leak it after what he did. He quietly advises him not to go too far, reminding him that he has already stroked his ego enough, to which Joseph states that he almost got his shoulder blade torn apart. Colonel chuckles again and asks him what he needs to do to get better. Joseph says that they will drink together first and leave the treatment for later. Colonel agrees to this proposal, after which he slaps him on the back again and declares that the old commander will drink with him today. Officials watching the scene are wondering whether this man really is the weakest member of the family. Lan Harper says that there are still people in this family who are worth taking into account. Lan Xuan reflects that it seems like he lost not because he cheated, but because he lacked skill. After some time, the feast comes to an end, and Joseph and Colonel say goodbye to the others. Citrine approaches our hero to have a little chat with him. The sympathy that had been bubbling in her mind for a long time makes itself known. She thanks him for saving her. Joseph says that his actions are not worthy of gratitude, after which he adds that he would do anything for her. Such a compliment does not go unnoticed, and Citrine immediately blushes. Joseph informs the commander that he will contact him when he comes up with an effective way to cure his ailment. Colonel turns around and reflects on how funny he finds this kid. Hunter and Cheddar ask Joseph how they knew the pill was poisonous. Joseph said that it was a genuine pure emerald water dragon pill and there was no poison in it. His friends are surprised by this answer, and he says that this is not the right place for discussion. After some time, he tells them about the condition of his student. Cheddar and Hunter praise him for his steely toughness, while Martin is surprised that he was taken advantage of again. They also look at each other and understand that since they were told such details, it means that Joseph considers them loyal allies. After a while, one of the officials approaches him and asks if Joseph has a free minute. The servant also says that his master would like to invite him to a personal meeting. Joseph says that it is late and he is very tired, and suggests meeting another time. Suddenly he hears words that although it is late, even 1,000 glasses will not be enough for loved ones. Gunther says that the king has come to the conclusion that the young master deserves to be in his close circle and asks if he will do him the honor. Joseph says that even as someone's close friend, he's not turned off by one-on-one meetings with a man when he is so high up. Gunther says that this won't be a problem because there are several women in his light. Joseph instantly changes his mind, saying that in that case it is an important meeting that cannot be missed. After a few moments, he climbs into the palanquin and makes himself comfortable. Gunther watches his interlocutor with interest, that is, he is ready to talk to him. It begins with the words that the rumors were not at all exaggerated. The young gentleman is surrounded by a noble, mysterious aura. Joseph says that the prince's manners are as stately as a dragon's, because he is a real candidate for the monarchy. Gunther wonders inwardly that this young man would be so straightforward. Gunther says that Commander Bai had previously said that he would have a fateful meeting with a man he adored, and suggests that Joseph is that man. Joseph asks him if he is talking about the most mysterious military commander of the 3rd Division, who even has dreams. Gunther claps his hands, and the concubine who was next to him suddenly transforms into that same Commander Bai Mao. The beautiful girl greets him respectfully, saying that it is a great honor for her to meet him. Joseph looks at her in surprise and says that he didn't expect the commander to be a woman. After this, he says that as long as such a revered figure is on the prince's side, everything will be fine, but he has no desire to participate in coup d'état. Gunther looks at him with some surprise and a slight hint of displeasure. Joseph understands that since he has witnessed such information, he too does not have much time left. Bai Mao smiles and says that Joseph has exceeded all her expectations. She also says that Prince Gunther will definitely be the next ruler, and his help will have a positive impact on the well-being of his family. She asks him if he really wants to ignore the predicament he's in, and Joseph realizes he doesn't care. But now he's going to have to play it off. He understands that if his clan wants to separate, then creating a new state will not be difficult, but for this he needs to survive. Joseph says that in this case he will support this prince and asks him to promise that while he is alive, he will provide his clan with peace, prosperity, and a good reputation. Gunther swears on his life that as long as he lives and the clan does not rebel, he will live in peace and prosper. After this, he speaks of Joseph's great contribution to the empire and expresses regret regarding his father's behavior. Joseph talks about dogs dying there, some getting shot, and the same thing happening to dynasties, and then asks what he needs to do. Bai Mao looks at him carefully, if it is a question, and then asks if he can really cure Commander Colonel. Gunther reflects that before everyone claimed that the commander's wounds were incurable. But if it turns out that he can be cured, then everything was in vain. Joseph calmly takes a sip of the drink, saying that he is absolutely confident that he can cure this man. Hearing this information, the prince exchanges glances with his faithful ally. He once again decides to check with our hero whether he is sure that he can achieve this. Joseph says he won't have a problem with it, then wonders if he shouldn't do it, but the prince says that's exactly what he wants. From his point of view, as long as Colonel was in good health, his older brothers would not dare lift a finger. Joseph says that Prince Gunther will only turn 16 next year, and Prince Janther is 30 years older, and therefore His Majesty will support Gunther. He also says with some sadness in his voice that the emperors are already numbered. Gunther and Bai Mao ask him if he really knows anything thanks to his incredible knowledge of medicine. Joseph says that His Majesty is already over 70 years old, and therefore his health has weakened. But this is not the main thing. Joseph adds that he noticed signs of the effects of slow-acting poison in the emperor's eyes. Bai Mao wonders who dared to poison His Majesty, assuming that his elder brother was behind it, as he is already eager to take the throne. Joseph says that the death of the king will be a tragedy for the state as well, but it is a good opportunity for Gunther to show himself and convince the emperor to issue a decree of succession. Gunther asks him if he is sure that it is Janther, and he states that everyone except the officials knows this. After this, he says that the prince accompanied the emperor to all military events and has many merits. However, recently the emperor has been attracting... Joseph says that even the presence of Commander Bai Mao here explains the emperor's willingness to protect him. Joseph states that given these factors, even a fool would already understand that His Majesty fully supports Gunther. Gunther smirks and looks down, shaking his head slightly. Joseph looks at him in surprise and asks if he made a mistake somewhere. Gunther says that even if the young master understood everything, he cannot blame the others, and in fact, he's just a pawn of the king. After a while, he suddenly raises his voice, asks a question, and then did Joseph really think that he really deserved the throne since his father made him do all this? Joseph looks at him in surprise, while the prince speaks frankly about how from the outside it may seem like they are really trying to protect him. After this, he adds that in reality, the emperors only care about their own safety. Joseph asks him if he really wants to say that Yanter dreams of the throne, but the emperor is too carried away by power and does not intend to give up the throne. He also continues his assumption by stating that the emperor promoted Gunther in order to distract the crown prince's attention. Gunther says that the young gentleman is really very smart and was able to figure out this chain from a couple of details. Bai Mao says that what happened was exactly what she expected, because the young master is that same outstanding genius. Joseph says that this complicates the situation a little, since the emperor has been poisoned for a long time and could fall ill at any moment. After some thought, he suggests that curing Colonel would be a great favor, and so they should get closer to him. Gunther says that the outcome of their battle will affect 6 people. If he has more votes, then he has nothing to fear, even if the others are against. Bai Mao says that the first 2 people will be Prime Minister Lon Harper and the young master's grandfather, who is currently missing. The next actors here are Colonel, who is loyal to the king and does not take sides, and the chief palace alchemist, who is loyal to Yanter. The final judges will be Sirius, who only cares about the path of the alchemist, and Charles, who has a closer connection with the king due to Joseph being his student. Gunther says that if he had the support of the Li family and his teacher, that would already be a lot of votes. Joseph asks the prince not to forget that the emperors are still alive, and as long as this is the case, any efforts are in vain, even if all 6 votes are on his side. Gunther asks him what he means, to which he states that only if the actions are impeccable, then only can it be of any use. After this, he adds that if His Highness dies and everyone finds out that the crown prince poisoned him, then it will be a completely different situation. Gunther says that if he helps him achieve success, he promises the entire Li family not only prosperity, but will also marry Citrine to Joseph. Joseph looks at him in surprise and asks him what exactly he means. Gunther guesses that the young gentleman is the kind of talented person who, even while wandering through a precise field, will leave behind a unique aroma. He says that as a man, he understands him perfectly and will be able to quickly organize and arrange everything. Joseph reflects that I was not far from the tree if he is even willing to give up his sister. After that, he turns his gaze to Bai Mao and realizes that she is clearly not thrilled about this prospect. Gunther immediately moves away from Joseph, whom he had just been hugging quite sincerely. Joseph realizes that the relationship between the two people is quite complicated and says that they will talk about it later. Suddenly, he hears the guards shouting that hired killers have arrived here. The air begins to shake from the arrows cutting through it as they rush forward. Gunther remains completely unperturbed, despite the fact that an attempt was made on his life. Joseph talks about how even in the face of the enemy, the prince remains calm, and they say that this is impressive. Gunther says that under the protection and loyalty of Bai Mao, he has nothing to fear, and he is already impressed by the protagonist's composure. Joseph says that if he does not fall under Bai Mao's protection, he will have to beg for help. Gunther laughs and says that the young master can be absolutely calm since he has already been attacked many times. Joseph says that this is not a normal attack, because this time, things are not so simple. Bai Mao uses his talents to say that things are bad because they are being attacked by someone of master rank. After a few moments, she uses her special technique to evaporate into thin air. Joseph says that the commander's equipment is not very good. It is unlikely that you can really not worry about anything with it. Gunther smiles and says that today they will not spare a single mercenary. Moments later, he receives a telepathic message that he urgently needs to move aside, as their palanquin is under attack, and the energy charges instantly run into the created energy barriers. However, this barrier is not enough to contain this energy. The palanquin turns out to be destroyed, but all the people who were with it manage to escape. Bai Mao, she basically immediately rushes to him to protect him. When she gets closer, she examines him, and he says that he is completely fine. Bai Mao turns his gaze to Joseph and asks if he pushed the prince to save the two girls. Joseph smiles and says that he only has 2 hands, so he instinctively saved the 2 beautiful ladies. Gunther says that the young gentleman is charming, which means that saving girls first and foremost is normal for him. After that, he says that now they should figure out how to get out of here. Looking around, they discover 2 figures dressed in cloaks. Bai Mao looks at them menacingly and says that he knows very well who they are. The girl claims that these people deliberately hide their figures using bone reduction techniques in order to change their bodies, and also instantly guesses that their mission was to distract her, and the real target was the prince. One of the attackers takes off his mask, and Bai Mu calls out his name in advance, instantly guessing. This man decides to regain his former physical characteristics by instantly increasing in size. The attackers turned out to be the commander of the 1st Division of the National Guard named Phoenix, and his deputy named Marty. Bai Mao understands that one of them is a martial emperor and the other is a martial master, which means they are unlucky today. Bai Mao asks Phoenix how he was able to join the Crown Prince's forces when he was one of the guard commanders. Phoenix says that Commander Bai Mao is even more caught up in this power struggle than he is. Bai Mao states that she is protecting the prince on the orders of the emperor, and Phoenix recommends that they end this useless conversation, as he will now do what he must. Phoenix orders his deputy to kill the prince in order to get rid of the Lee family's puppy and the 2 girls next to him. Marty nods briefly and says that the order will be carried out. At that moment, they jump up to carry out their plan. Phoenix attacks Commander Bai Mao and asks her where she is looking. Bai Mao makes a quick move and dodges this attack using his natural abilities. Marty decides to take advantage of the confusion and rushes forward to finish off the prince. A few moments later, his fist hits an energy barrier, causing him to... Joseph is impressed by this relic and says that it is the cloud banner, embroidered with sea patterns. Marty takes a few jumps to the side to stabilize his position. He angrily wipes his face to remove all traces of blood. Bai Mao charges at his opponent and asks him if he recognizes the flag, adding that it is impossible to break through it anyway unless he is of the rank of Martial Emperor. Phoenix says that this is indeed true, and the flag will not allow anyone to pass except the Martial Emperors. However, it has its own flaw, a time limit. After that, he orders his deputy to kill the boy from the Lee family, and an hour later to finish off the prince. Bai Mao advises our hero to escape to call for reinforcements. Marty immediately appears behind him and asks whether a simple warrior really wants to seek his blow. Almost immediately, he draws his weapon and creates a special seal. Bai Mao turns around and realizes that Joseph has fallen into a deadly trap from which there is no escape. Joseph says it's almost a full-fledged peach blossom blade technique, where the wind lifts the petals and the peach blossoms are washed away by the water. He also says with regret that, unfortunately, his sword was only able to invent the part about the peach blossoms, but they never saw the flow of water. Marty orders his victim to stop talking, as his worthless life will soon turn into that stream of water itself. Joseph orders his opponent to watch closely what he is doing, as he is about to show him what this technique actually looks like. After a while, he draws a special pattern, saying that the branch of a flowering peach in the previous peach garden is embedded in a flower. After this, he makes a swing and recites his poem, saying that the beautiful peach tree was born. Marty notices that a peach petal begins to fall from his hand and realizes how beautiful it is. He says that he finally saw the real peach blossom technique and his blade for the first time. His emotions get the better of him, and he admits that he suddenly felt like crying because he had been practicing this technique every day, but it turned out to be just dirt. Taking a few more steps forward, he says that he wants to bow before the magnificence of this man. Joseph holds his sword at arm's length, gathering petals around him. He says that if Marty obeys him now, then he will teach him, so be it. Marty excitedly asks if he can really teach him such a technique. Phoenix orders him not to forget who he is and why he is here. Joseph turns to his interlocutor and says that he is a commander and all that, but first and foremost he is a martial artist and therefore must not lose his passion. After this, he states that his life will end someday, but martial arts will last forever. Phoenix asks him if he will teach him this technique if he agrees to follow him. Joseph says that the peach blossom cutting technique is beautiful, but the warrior's path does not end there, and he will be able to give him much more. Marty, who has dedicated his entire life to honing his fighting skills, realizes that these prospects seem much better to him. Immediately after this, he stops and lowers his gaze, thereby demonstrating his intentions. He exhales and turns to his captain, saying that he can no longer continue the fight. Phoenix realizes that things have gone too far, so there is no point in him staying here. A moment later, he decides to use his energy counting skill to protect himself from the sudden attack. Having grown wings, he soars into the air and says that he will meet Bai Mo again. Bai Mao and the other heroes continue to follow him, looking closely at his path. Gunther smiles and says that heaven is indeed on his side, because he was lucky to meet the young master and Marty. Marty says that the man he is going to serve is young Master Joseph and only him. Gunther smiles and says that at the moment the young gentleman is his ally. Marty admits that he sided with Joseph today, but will leave once he masters the peach blossom slicing technique. Joseph smiles and says that he is happy with these conditions, after which he says that he hopes that he will not come back here and beg to be taken back. Bai Mao pays respect to our hero, saying that he has a high-class skill in fighting, and she is ashamed that she does not have even a drop of his knowledge. Joseph talks about how art is eternal and they are all just seeking knowledge on their way to the top. Marty understands that his art has existed since ancient times, and each person is a significant part of one whole. Bai Mao realizes that this man is much more mysterious than she thought, while Gunther suggests that they should leave here. The next day, they head to the Lee family mansion after Joseph learned that Oswald was stripped of his title but allowed to remain the head of the clan. Joseph addresses his opponent, saying that he heard that he was released, so he decided to visit there. Oswald says that he was just about to go looking for him, and didn't expect him to show up of his own free will. After hearing yet another mockery from Joseph, he orders his warriors to finish off this scoundrel. Joseph lunges forward and throws a cake into the face of one of the attackers, instantly knocking him out. The blow is so strong that he loses consciousness. He then orders his allies to punish this scoundrel and his accomplices for attacking a member of the royal family and a city guard. Marty and his comrades strike quickly and confidently, knocking their opponents down. Oswald says that the emperor personally appointed him as the head of the clan, but Joseph still dares to attack him. Joseph points out that Oswald has no title, so killing him would be like slaughtering a pig. Immediately after this, Marty orders his subordinates to take this man into custody. Oswald draws his weapon and says that the damn thugs don't dare attack him. Immediately after this, he calls upon his power, stopping the attackers. Joseph is surprised that the great star warrior is in front of him and realizes that it is not as easy as it seems. Marty asks his master to intervene, stating that catching this scoundrel will not be so easy, to which he states that he must be more careful. Marty immediately follows his master's command and rushes forward using his blade. Oswald tries to defend himself and summons his spirit beast in the form of a phoenix made of ice. Marty makes unsuccessful attempts and only narrowly escapes a quick and brutal death. Analyzing his opponent, he realizes that he possesses a third-tier dark weapon. After this, he jumps to the side and prepares to continue his decisive attack, saying that he doesn't care. Together with his comrades, he again makes an attempt to attack a single enemy. Oswald says that it is an incredible shame to fight together against him alone. However, he accepts the challenge and decides to use the powers of his ball to create an ice storm. Marty fails to dodge this attack and ends up trapped in ice along with his comrades. Oswald passes them in an instant and only chuckles, hoping that luck will continue to favor him. Joseph rushes into battle and says that his opponent wags his tail well and has probably practiced a lot. Oswald grabs his ice weapon and says that a small man cannot defeat him with such an insignificant rank. A few moments later, our hero unleashes his weapon on the villain using his gravity field skills. Oswald desperately tries to block this attack, finding that his opponents have already thawed out and are rushing at his back again. The tension in his body begins to gradually increase, causing him to grind his teeth. At the last moment, he jumps to the side so as not to push his luck. True to his word, Marty immediately rushes forward to prevent his opponent from recovering. Marty almost achieves his goal, but suddenly an ice projectile flies into his sword. He looks up and discovers that the Four Elements Battle Emperor is here. An unknown figure dressed in dark clothing lands down, causing a powerful shockwave. Without wasting a single second, the man in dark clothes grabs Oswald. Oswald breaks free from his savior's grasp and says that he will first get rid of this parasite. Having prepared himself properly, he transfers his spiritual energy to his weapon in order to fire a volley. Joseph calmly closes his eyes, realizing that another ally has already come to his aid. Oswald looks up to see a huge wall of fire coming towards them. The martial emperor wonders how a person capable of creating the burning city technique ended up here. In order to at least somehow resist this skill, he calls upon his powers to cast a new spell. The staff he thrust into the ground begins to generate a massive amount of cold, which conflicts with the fire. However, the burning city's magic deals incredible damage to ice magic. The fighting emperor decides not to wait for the moment of truth, grabs his comrade and runs away. Joseph is left standing in the city alone, holding his sword and realizing that his opponents have fled. The huge amount of steam gradually dissipates, and Lola's outline becomes visible in it. The girl asks our hero why the martial arts master is hunting him. Joseph hides his weapon and says that he doesn't have a single clue as to why this man suddenly appeared here. Lola asks him what Marty and his friends are doing here. Joseph says that it is quite a long story and asks her how she ended up here. Lola adjusts her glasses and says that she heard yesterday that he performed a wonderful composition last night and would like to listen to it. Joseph says that in order to perform such a melody, you need the right time, place, and people around you, and now he does not have these conditions. Lola says that she is very sorry to hear this and expresses hope that someday he will perform this melody for her. Joseph says that yesterday, hired killers with the rank of martial emperors appeared in the capital, and this is all Oswald's tricks. Lola says that she will take care of it, asks if he can cure Colonel, to which he states that he will do his best. Lola says that in that case, she will send people to guard him while he undergoes treatment. Joseph turns to Marty and tells him to wait for him outside, because he replies that his orders will be carried out. After this, he decides to walk around the ruined estate looking around. After some time of his wanderings, he observes a destroyed building, which he decides to explore. Once inside, he says that the old man doesn't have to hide, saying that otherwise he will turn everything upside down here. No one answers him, and he decides that it is time to use force. Without thinking twice, he takes out the weapon that he had recently created thanks to an alchemical miracle. Approaching one of the columns, he makes a quick swing to inflict incredible damage. However, after a few moments, the sword stops obeying him and jumps out of his hand, leaving a small cut in the process. When the sword hits the stone, it makes a distinctive sound, and an unknown person's voice is heard in the air about how he was found. Joseph says that blood cannot be dissolved in water, and that the skill of telepathy is to blame. The doors open, and Joseph sees the silhouette of a man holding his sword in his hand. This person turns out to be an elderly man who says that everything is becoming much more interesting. This man turns out to be none other than Joseph's grandfather, Jonathan, who happily asks him if he has really opened all of his chakras. Looking closer, he takes off his glasses in amazement. After looking at our hero from all sides, he says that he has achieved the status of a warrior of 4 stars, and this is excellent, since he is much stronger than the mangy dogs who call themselves geniuses. Joseph asks him why Jonathan is playing hide-and-seek, saying that if he hadn't felt his personal breath, he would have thought 8,527 had finished him off. Jonathan asks him if he could feel his breath, to which he states that if he had not noticed his grunting breath, he would not have entered the battle. Jonathan says that this is already completely mind-boggling, but Joseph asks him if he knows the whole situation in the Lee family. Jonathan decides to test the puppy's motives and asks him what he would do in his place. Joseph says that Jonathan kept opening his eyes, which means he wants to keep his distance in order to monitor Jeff's actions, as well as the situation as a whole. Joseph says that at first he did not suspect this, but as soon as he felt Jonathan's breath, all his suspicions were immediately confirmed. After this, Joseph looks at his grandfather with a rather serious look when suddenly a smile appears on his face. He also states that Jonathan would break through the boundaries of the 4 elemental realms and become emperor. Jonathan is generally impressed by his grandson's incredible insight. Clapping his hands, he says that his clan finally has a worthy heir. After this, he talks about how he wanted to find out who could wield more influence among all of them when he was not around, and ended up being disappointed. Jonathan states that Joseph's actions exceeded his expectations, and then asks if he would have continued to pretend to be a jerk if it weren't for the current circumstances. Joseph says that he has no thoughts regarding the affairs of the clan and he refuses the title of heir in advance, because he is confident in art. After this, he says that if we are talking about the state, then most likely investigative Prince Gunther will win. Jonathan asks him why he is so confident, to which he states that he now supports Prince Gunther, meaning his future success is undeniable. Jonathan looks at his grandson in surprise and tries to understand what his motives are. After covering those a bit, he talks about how things have changed since he went into seclusion, and it is no longer the empire he knew. Rising to his feet, he says that in this case he will do everything to ensure that the entire clan is on Joseph's side. Joseph looks at his grandfather with a smile, realizing that he has secured the support of a powerful warrior. Suddenly, the old man says that the time has come and begins to behave more fussily. He walks up to one of the columns and makes a few quick movements with his fingers. A moment later, the secret door opens, and Joseph discovers that there has been a secret path here all along. Jonathan quickly descends, silently inviting his grandson to follow him. Joseph decides to follow and finds himself in a completely unfamiliar place. Going further, he discovers that some very strange procedures are taking place here. Joseph looks carefully at the people here and discovers a 3rd-rank alchemist. Seeing the man in the barrel, he realizes that it is the 3 stars Marshal King. Sitting down on the sofas next to them, he understands that these people are very strong, and apparently, there is not quite an ordinary connection between them. Jonathan makes preparations to finally bring his comrades back to consciousness, but his efforts are in vain. Jonathan turns to the master and says that the chilling ethers that have penetrated his brother's body are gradually leaving, and with each sensation it becomes easier. An alchemist named Burroughs says that Dinkleg was poisoned with pure ice ether, and it is a miracle that he was able to maintain his condition for so many years. He sadly takes out the last bottle of painkillers he has, saying that they will last him a month. Burroughs adds that after 30 days, the forces of the 1st Star's fighting Emperor will no longer be sufficient to contain the effects of the gas. Jonathan asks him if he is giving up, to which he states that 5 years ago he accepted his reward and looked after him, but now his powers are running out. Dinklage addresses his brother and says that he has been a burden to him for many years, and if he had not had to transfer chi into his body, he would have achieved quite a lot by now. Burroughs decides to take his leave and says that this is the end of his powers. Joseph stops him and asks if he is really a 3rd-rank alchemist. Burroughs experiences a fit of unmotivated aggression and says that if he were not Jonathan's descendant, he would already be dead. Joseph says that this is the first time he has seen a 3rd-rank alchemist who behaves in such an unscientific manner. Jonathan asks his grandson to watch his behavior and not act so ignorantly. Burroughs claims that when he learned martial arts and traveled around the empire, Joseph was still wearing diapers. Joseph continues to show off, calling him a little child again and saying that some creepy 3rd-rank alchemist is not his boss. Burroughs also continues to be angry that his age does not match his appearance, and says that now the entire Alchemist Guild will know about it. Jonathan asks his grandson to stop tarnishing Master Burroughs' good name, and then asks if it's time for him to go or if he'll just let him go. Jonathan looks at his colleague and asks what he wants done with this boy. Burroughs angrily says that this boy dared to insult him, which means that his punishment should be at least quartered. Joseph bleeds his face in a ridiculous grin and says that some pathetic old man dared to take offense at some joke. The blow is so powerful that the alchemist is launched into the air and begins to spin. Jonathan and Dinklage watch in shock, trying to figure out what the hell is going on. Burroughs asks the protagonist how he dared to hit a third-rank alchemist. Joseph asks him what's so great about being an alchemist, stating that he is one too and showing his badge. Burroughs asks how it is possible that a second-rank alchemist was so young. Joseph says that all people should know that there is always a bigger fish to fry, and that there is no need to show off when you have a rather modest achievement. Burroughs doesn't believe what's happening and says that the boy is probably a decorated alchemist's badge. Joseph says that it looks like his interlocutor wants to get beaten up again. Burroughs wonders in his mind how dare he hit him, knowing that there was no way to avoid this boy's blow. Joseph orders the man to get out while he is in a good mood. Jonathan looks at the badge in surprise and asks if it is real, to which Joseph replies that no one on the continent would dare to counterfeit it. Jonathan asks what all this means, to which our hero replies that he is also an ordinary alchemist. Jonathan calls his grandson a brat and asks what else he is hiding from his sight. Dinklage laughs and says that it looks like he really does have a worthy successor. He smiles and says that if his descendants had even a tenth of Joseph's talent, he would be very pleased. Joseph asks Dinklage if he is the warrior who died in the war several years ago, to which Jonathan states that it is his fault. He reveals that he was supposed to be in that battle, but due to circumstances he was in seclusion, which is why Dinklage took his place. Jonathan says that at that time several states were fighting for the place of the Supreme State Assistant to the Empire, and it was a battle not for life but for death. He claims that 5 National Guard commanders died on that battlefield, and then his younger brother fell ill. Dinklage says their nation emerged victorious from the battle, but they lost over 100 martial artists, and all who returned were crippled. Joseph says the battle for rankings could be more brutal and asks what it's all about. Jonathan states that the Huowu Empire is one of the 3 great empires of the continent, and in total supports 9 states with auxiliary troops. It is also said that if a country has a 6 Meridian Resonance Martial Master, a 4th-rank alchemist, then that country will automatically be promoted to the highest level. Joseph asks his grandfather why he has to go through such a mess for ratings. Jonathan says that in order to survive on this continent, you need great strength, and strength only guarantees resources. Dinklage says with sadness in his voice that people are like ants and are very jealous in life. Jonathan adds that military strength is determined by the number of outstanding craftsmen, so the state must hire unproduced warriors. Joseph continues to listen carefully to the story, and hears that the empire they are attached to is supported by the Tang Society. He briefly recalls that one of his senior disciples taught the son of the head of the Tang Society, but cannot remember his name. Jonathan says their leader, Federer, is a constellation martial artist and a student of Harrison himself. Jonathan says that if he ever visits that empire, he should avoid conflict with the Tang Society, to which Joseph asks if it is time for another battle. Jonathan says the battle 5 years ago took a huge toll on their troops, and it would be wise to decline participation this time. Joseph says that they must hurry, since the king is not going to refuse to participate, and he can only persuade him if Prince Gunther ascends to the throne. Dinklage is surprised by this news, to which Jonathan says that he does not understand much about the current situation. After Dinklage receives fresh information, he says that the Emperor's treatment of his loyal subjects hurts his heart. He tells his comrade that after his death, the fate of the clan will be in his hands. They hug and vow to always follow the tradition of brothers standing up for brother. Joseph wonders if the freezing ether really has that effect on the brain and says there's no point in whining. He adds that Colonel's health was also undermined by this ether. Apparently, they were wounded by the same person with such abilities. Dinklage says that behind all this is a great master from the state of Bai named Istred. Joseph says that the ice attack of the martial artist who protected 8,527 back then was made up of the same elements of the freezing ether. Jonathan angrily states that this puppy is protected by the king and supported by the people of Istred of the state of Bai. He gets angry and says that if he had known about this earlier, he would have killed this puppy long ago. Joseph says that they need to focus on treating Dinklage now, and Jonathan asks if he is capable of that. Joseph states that it will be difficult to get rid of the poison, but his strength is enough to suppress the poison. Jonathan asks what kind of nonsense this is and orders him not to fool him. Joseph says that the War King capsules might have helped, but even Burroughs failed because he used the wrong recipe. Jonathan understands that a strong you is needed and says that in the entire country there are only a few people who are the fighting king. Joseph says that there is one. Lola, she doesn't have the greatest abilities, but she has very strong yang energy. Jonathan says it's time to go hunting, but Jonathan and Dinkleg stop him. Joseph says that now we need to look for her in order to make some capsules to suppress the ether. Joseph stutters about the ingredients needed, but Jonathan tosses him the key to the family storage room and tells him that all the ingredients are there. Joseph happily thinks that he really needs materials that could speed up his learning. After that, he waves to his grandfather and says that he won't keep him waiting long. After a while, he goes out into the courtyard where a crowd is already gathering. He turns to his uncle and says that he needs to get into the vault. Uncle says that the storage is a restricted area and you can't get in without a key. Joseph shows the key and says that he must go there on the orders of the elder. Uncle says that the order will be carried out and asks Marty to wait for Joseph here. After some time, they find themselves in front of huge doors sealed with a powerful sign. Joseph looks at the Firebird, the patron of the southern regions. Uncle asks how Joseph knows this sign, saying that many alchemists have tried to identify it, but no one has been able to. Joseph asks how long the vault has been around, to which his uncle replies that it was not built by their family. Joseph muses that this makes sense, as such a seal is a technique that has long been lost. He also thinks that if one of the Lee clan's ancestors created this seal, he was one of the most powerful people on the continent. Without thinking twice, he uses the keys to unlock the gate. The gates open with a bang, and an incredible view appears before the heroes. Uncle says the vault has always been a no-go area and he'll wait outside. Joseph nods in understanding and heads down to get the necessary ingredients. His journey turns out to be long, since the storage facility is a structure with several dozen floors. Finally, he reaches his destination and discovers a magical space, which, judging by its size, contains many artifacts. He is interested in a strictly defined artifact that feeds this space, and he is trying to find it. Looking around, he notices an unremarkable at first glance boulder that attracts his attention. Coming closer, he notices a strange glow emanating from the stone. Joseph decides to use his spiritual vision to analyze the artifact. The artifact responds with a wave of incredible energy that hits him right in the face. The energy throws Joseph aside. The wave is incredibly powerful. He feels like his soul has been severely damaged and he is bleeding. Wiping his injured eye, he says that this is simply incredible energy and he must figure out what it is. He adopts a meditation posture to see dreams and illusions. Immediately after this, he moves his hands forward and commands the flowering of the water crescent to appear. Spiritual drops fall on the stone, causing it to crack. In a moment, the stone breaks apart and a divine being appears inside. Joseph is amazed by the incredible geometric shapes and realizes what they are. From his point of view, he has before him real divine tablets. Joseph wonders how the tablets can contain such power. He recalls that, according to beliefs, upon entering the 10th perfection, a person becomes a military deity. It quickly dawns on him that the tablets were most likely left by such a divine warrior. Only such artifacts can attack the soul. After this, he rises into the air and begins to meditate to strengthen himself. A small ball of energy forms in front of his face, feeding his essence. He reflects that, thanks to the energy of the tablets, the technique of divine evolution occurs on its own, and the flows of energy echo each other. The edges of the tablets begin to hum and emit a warm, soft glow. Joseph concludes that the divine evolution technique is a martial deity rank technique. He continues to try to interact with this divine artifact and thinks about what to do with it. The first thing he understands is that this tablet creates a connection with the constellations, which means he needs to try to put a seal on it. With his hands folded in the appropriate gesture, he tries to force the divine tablets into his consciousness. A huge lotus flower covers this divine tablet. It finally penetrates the consciousness of our hero. Joseph feels an incredible increase in his abilities and finds himself in an ocean of consciousness. His true form extends his arms forward to interact with the tablet. Only a few moments pass and he finds himself in emptiness. But he understands perfectly well that he has achieved what he wanted. Joseph finally opens his eyes in full realization that he has transferred the tablets into his own consciousness. It quickly becomes apparent that he changed the space around him once he absorbed the tablets. Looking around, he realizes with surprise that he didn't think the cave actually looked like this. Also, looking at himself, he understands that the tablet of God helped him to rise in rank to 5 stars at once. However, no matter what he tries, all he can do with this tablet sphere is enter its space but is unable to control it. Nevertheless, he decides that this is enough. Go. He can carry the vault with him, okay? With all its precious valuables. Rising to his feet, he thinks about the need to make medicines and capsules, since the density of events in the state is increasing. After some time, he comes to the Alchemists' Guild and demands that Abdul be called to him. He is told that Abdul is currently in seclusion, meaning that disturbing him will at best disrupt his cultivation, and at worst cause him to lose his mind. Joseph says there's nothing wrong with that, and Martin muses that his master is going too far. Larry says that if they need help, they will be happy to provide it themselves. Joseph says that he is going to make it. He wanted Abdul to help him. Marty remembers how easy it was to deal with alchemists, but when he ordered second-class pills, he had to wait 2 months. Joseph says he has too much trouble relying on other people and asks to bring Abdul. Larry says that this is not very convenient, and Joseph begins to lose patience, asking whether he will be called or not. Without waiting for an answer, he turns around and says that in that case, they will go from here. Finally, he says that since this is the reason he won't be able to cure Colonel, this is precisely what he won't pass on to the Imperial Court. Larry says that in that case, he will call Master Abdul even if he is dying. He says that the captain of the guard's injury is a matter of national importance, and Joseph is the only one in the entire country who can cure him. Marty is surprised by such a sharp change in the chief alchemist's mood and tries to understand who Joseph is. After some time, they come to the cell in which Abdul had been in seclusion all this time. Larry turns to his assistant and orders her to come and call the man. The unfortunate girl approaches the special chamber and prepares to call the alchemist. By pressing the appropriate touch button, she addresses Abdul and says that some matters have come up that require his presence. She closes her eyes and understands that now she will come to an end, because the alchemist will be angry. Larry doesn't have time to react before the door suddenly opens and an angry Abdul flies out. He attacks the defenseless Lillian and says that he was 1 step away from becoming a second-rank alchemist. Larry asks how he was able to achieve such heights in just a few months. Abdul continues to rant and rave, saying that Larry is to blame for everything, having deliberately decided to distract him. Larry is adamant that it was Joseph who insisted on such procedures. Abdul immediately becomes more talkative, and Joseph says that he had to wait quite a long time for him. Larry is surprised that this young man speaks to everyone in such a tone. Abdul quickly turns back to Lillian and gently brushes the dust off her. After this, he again decides to attack the defenseless girl and says that she is too careless and does not value her work, since she did not tell him about it earlier. Immediately after this, he begins to court his master and says that he is very sorry that Joseph had to deal with these idiots. Marty and other observers of this situation try to hide their incredible bewilderment, but they are not doing a good job. Joseph repeats the angry curses he hurled at them and says he understands perfectly. Abdul realizes that he has said too much and says that there is nothing complicated about it. He also states that he chose a bad time for privacy and deserved to be disturbed. After some time, Abdul takes him to the largest training hall in the association building. Joseph decides to test it out by repeatedly hitting the walls. Among these techniques, he displays the sacred garden of peach blossoms to amaze everyone nearby. Marty muses that such precise strikes have the opposite effect, as if the man were carving words into the clouds. Marty begins to feel like he is in a peach field again, with petals flying around him. Joseph says that if Marty still fails to grasp the sublime idea of the peach's shadow by the time his training is over, it will prove his natural stupidity. Joseph leaves and says that in that case there is no point in following him, and Marty decides to meditate. After some time, he returns to the laboratory where the formation is located. Abdul orders Lillian not to disturb them even if the operator himself dies. Joseph says that they will work on the first batch first, then states that he should watch and learn first. Our hero states that in addition to this, Abdul will have to support him with his energy, since his strength will not be enough. Joseph happily salutes and says that he loves helping him with any questions. Having given the necessary instructions, he decides to resort to extracting his divine tablet. Joseph snaps his fingers and summons a huge number of chests with various things. Abdul looks at these chests in fascination and asks him if he has emptied all the shops in the city. Joseph says that he transferred all of this from his clan's personal storage. He also says that besides the elixirs they will be working on today, there are many other things with strong energy. Pointing a finger at his interlocutor, he says that in the next few hours they must both become second-rank alchemists. Abdul saluted and said that he understood the command perfectly. Joseph turns around relaxed and says he'll have some tea first. During Joseph's meditation, Jonathan regained control of the clan and declared Oswald an enemy spy, ordering his death. He also carried out a routine purge of all dissenters, feeding the bodies of those who resisted to the dogs. However, amidst all this fuss and senseless bloodshed, Oswald managed to escape punishment. Lan Fei and Lan Xuan's father, Lan Guang, asks his father if he doesn't think this old man's actions are frivolous. The head of the dynasty says that if Jonathan wanted to overthrow the emperor, he would not have acted so openly, and his target is just small fry. He adds that Jonathan has been keeping a low profile all this time in order to understand who is faithful and who is a traitor. Lang Guang asks whether the emperor cares at all about what happens here. Lan Harper says the emperor is taking a wait-and-see approach and is likely trying to figure out Jonathan's intentions. The old man also says that Jonathan decided to make himself known, which means he is already aware of all the affairs, and this confuses his cards. Lan Harper says that the people Jonathan went against were either enemies of the clan or supporters of the elder prince, and this infuriates Lan Guang. Lan Harper says that at this political level, especially in such mixed circumstances, decisions are not made in haste. From his point of view, no one would place such a serious bet if they were not confident of their success. Lan Guang asks his father if they should do anything about this, to which he states that it is better for them not to interfere. Lan Harper suggests that Joseph most likely does intend and has the ability to heal Colonel. Lan Guang says that he was declared incurable by all the masters of their country, but Lan Harper says that in times of crisis one should never reveal one's cards. After some time, the scene moves to the residence of Yanter, who receives some not very pleasant news. Suddenly he hears a familiar voice saying that it has come here to save him from his plight. Yanter is angry and says that this voice belongs to a spy who dared to appear before him at such a time. The doors open and Yanter says that in this case he will remove the head from the shoulders of the scoundrel who failed everything. Oswald smiles and says that His Highness is on the verge of defeat. There is no point in rattling weapons. He wonders why kill the only one who is willing to help in this situation. Oswald calmly says that the prince is in a delicate situation, but Janther says that spies should be killed. After some time, two hooded figures next to Oswald create a frost field. Phoenix says that these martial artists are very strong, and even Oswald himself is at the level of a martial artist. Oswald smiles and says that if the dear Crown Prince still wants to accept them, it will cost him quite a lot even. Yanter makes a gesture with his hand to drive his warriors away. He asks Oswald what his plans are, and he states that they can help with 3 things. Oswald confidently says that they can throw Jonathan out of the capital, kill Colonel, and finally subdue Charles. Yanter asks why they would want to kill Jonathan and Colonel if they had such power. Oswald says that if Joseph can heal Colonel, then Gunther will immediately receive support from both him and Charles. Yanter thinks that after the appearance of this boy, the situation went from favorable to dangerous. He asks his accomplice if it would be easier to simply kill Joseph, to which Oswald states that the previous attempt on Gunther and Joseph was unsuccessful. Yanter notes that the mercenaries did indeed behave poorly, and they also lost the vice commander of the guard. Oswald says that if they kill Colonel, another commander more loyal to Yanter will immediately take his place. The young man says that this commander will be a natural barrier, and the country's military forces will serve in the Bai settlement, which is nearby. He lays out a tactical plan, the purpose of which will be to encircle Jonathan and then destroy his army. Oswald states that this will all be a perfect plan and a great moment to begin action. Yantar says that if the 2 cities are occupied, the eastern part of the state will be occupied by attacks from the Bai state. Oswald says his concern is understandable, adding that it is unlikely that this state can compete for the position of Supreme Supporter State in the coming battle. He also says that they have 3 major military resources: the Li clan army, the National Guard, and the Crown Prince's personal troops. From his point of view, if they do everything perfectly, they will be able to secure the support of 2 of the 3 military branches. Oswald tries to confuse the Crown Prince by saying that people will only listen to him. Yanter smiles and says that even the heavens will be under his complete control. He begins to laugh maliciously, realizing that this time he will succeed. Meanwhile, the action moves to the training hall of the Alchemists Guild. Abdul continues to work hard and says this is already his 20th batch of pills. As he put them into the box, he realized that these pills were real second-tier elixirs and couldn't be created that easily. But under Joseph's guidance, he reproduced a whole bunch of them. Abdul says there is only one spirit-feeding pill left, and Joseph says he must fill the cup with spirit-feeding pills first. Joseph also asks him for help in creating the pills, and Abdul asks if he would trust him with the recipe. Joseph asks Abdul why he is so happy, since these are low-grade elixirs that can be bought on the street. Abdul replies that such elixirs cannot be found in ordinary shops, since they are 3 times more effective than those sold on the street. He also understands that the recipe for 1,000 birds is unique. Taking advantage of the moment, he notices that the elixirs magically stimulate their spiritual and physical strength at the same time. Immediately after this, he sits in a special pose to begin meditation. In his eyes, he suddenly begins to feel incredible sensations, close to inspiration. On his metaphorical body, he realizes that they are now second-rank alchemists. Calming his breathing, he reflects that everything is happening the same way as when he promoted to a first-rank alchemist. As he climbs higher, he realizes that the status of a second-rank alchemist is incredibly pleasing to him. Gradually, he rises to the very sky and prepares to break through to the second rank. All this is interrupted by a loud cry that something has happened to Mr. Joseph's family. He immediately falls under the water and begins to desperately fight back. Looking around, he realizes that he is in real danger, and if he does not get out, he will be seriously injured. Suddenly, he hears a familiar voice that orders him to open his eyes and look at him. Abdul realizes that it is Mr. Joseph and prays to him to save him. A strange entity, like a bubbling mass, appears before his eyes. Within moments, he's sucked into a whirlpool that swallows his soul. With considerable effort, he breaks out of the water and begins to greedily gasp for air. Looking around, he realizes that he is under the influence of a divine evolutionary technique. One of the needles of divine knowledge penetrates straight into his head. This knowledge charges him with incredible energy impulses, and he immediately jumps up from his seat. Looking at his forehead, he sees a small hole from which blood is coming. Joseph asks him if he passed out after such a minor discomfort. Abdul hugs the gentleman and says that he is unlucky, but he has almost reached the second level. Joseph is surprised and asks if he is still not on the second level. Abdul calls upon his spiritual resources and realizes that he has broken through to the second level. Jumping on the spot, he asks the master to hit him harder to make sure he is not sleeping. Having received a powerful blow right under the solar plexus, he says that the gentleman has an incredibly heavy hand. Joseph notes that even after all the trials he has passed, he can only rise to the level of a 6-star warrior, and his current abilities will not be enough. He looks at the badge and says that his power now matches that title, but Abdul reminds him that when they met, he was neither a warrior nor an alchemist. Abdul admits that he is so happy that his heart is almost giving out, and Joseph asks if he needs a heart replacement. At this moment, Lillian opens the doors again, apologizes for disturbing him, and reports that Joseph has received news about the bi-state army. The girl excitedly states that Jonathan is furious and is going to send troops to help, and she was told to immediately bring Joseph back so that he could take care of the clan. Joseph is surprised to hear that they had only been meditating for 10 days, and such a mess had already happened. He comes out and says that if everyone is tired of living, he would not mind providing another favor. After some time, the action moves to the main hall of the Alchemists Guild, where Marty is located. Marty quickly notices Joseph and Abdul approaching and says it's time. Jumping down, he swears eternal loyalty to the hero and promises to carry out any orders. Joseph says that in 10 days he has only reached 2 stars, and his abilities are still average. People nearby are surprised by such arrogance and understand that the further you advance in the world of martial arts, the more difficult it becomes. Marty apologizes for his rudeness and says that with determination he will work twice as hard for Joseph. Joseph states that from time immemorial, perseverance was more important than talent in achieving great heights. He praises such inclinations in his student and says that from today on he will become his trusted assistant. Abdul asks if he is entitled to any title, to which Joseph replies that he will think about it when he reaches the 4th rank. The governors and townspeople are surprised that Abdul can worship some boy. As they exit the Alchemists Guild, they are met by Bai Mao, who says that the situation is alarming and is worried that the young master may become a target for mercenaries. The girl adds that she is ready to accompany him. Joseph smiles and says that it looks like his status is rising and he didn't think his position was that important. However, he accepts the invitation to accompany them, and they all mount their horses to set off on their journey. A little time passes, and they become the target of another mercenary attack. Bai Mao jumps up from his horse and prepares to repel the attack. She commands her subordinates to drive away the enemy and creates an energy shield. Joseph examines one of the arrows closely and notices that they are made of green quartz, meaning they belong to the royal army. Marty asks if this means the assassins are working for the elder prince, but Joseph says that is not necessarily true. Suddenly, a familiar voice is heard ordering everyone to be killed without mercy. Joseph smiles and says that he hasn't seen the eight for a long time. Oswald says that Lola saved him last time, but now they will finally see him die. One of the warriors, named Joffrey, tears off his cloak and orders his opponents to entertain him, wanting them not to die too quickly. His colleague Eugene says that with these opponents, you can take your time and peel off their skin layer by layer. Joseph says that as the young master of the Lee family, he has a duty to get rid of trash like a slave who is seeking revenge. Joseph throws Marty some pills and tells him that he should take them and then detain those two warriors, and he himself will help him as soon as he kills this slave. Marty silently follows his teacher's orders while Oswald continues to mock him. However, after a few moments, Marty begins to feel an incredible spiritual breakthrough that allows him to enhance his skills. Joffrey says that he doesn't care how many elixirs his opponent takes, because compared to him, everyone is just an insect. However, upon taking a closer look at his opponent, he realizes with horror that Marty is at the level of the great master of the Nine. Marty feels an incredible boost as his body burns, and moments later an explosion occurs in his place. Joffrey looks at his opponent indignantly and discovers that he survived the encounter. They wonder, and then, if their opponent has become a fighting emperor, and try to understand what that was all about. Marty looks at his opponents with a smile and asks them if they can repeat their insolent words now. A combat sphere forms around him as he prepares to charge into battle against his opponents. Joffrey says that he doesn't care at all because his energy has entered its sphere, but most importantly, he has not yet mastered its art. After doing a few manipulations with his trident, he says that he will now show him the difference between a real fighting emperor. Moments later, he makes a quick attack on his opponent, but Marty remembers Joseph's move and tries to partially replicate it. In an instant, he removes his weapon and reveals a snake sword. Joffrey is surprised to find that his attack was deflected by this strange movement and feels a sharp pain in his arm. To get rid of his opponent, he decides to use the extreme freezing skill and causes an explosion. He begins to worry and think that it is already difficult for him to use his chi energy. He also understands that the opponent has entered the highest realm of brute force, but was able to create petals with a single swing of the ball. Joffrey tells his opponent that it takes tremendous strength to hold each petal. Eugene heads to his comrade's aid and attacks Marty, ordering him to go to hell. Marty just smirks and effortlessly redirects his powers towards another opponent. Eugene is surprised to find that his freezing attack was reflected by the peach petals. They wonder, and then, can this pill really give such power? Marty decides not to waste a single second and rushes forward to punish his opponents. Joffrey and Eugene look at their opponent and realize that they must attack from different sides. Two battle emperors immediately begin to fight him, but they fail to inflict any damage on him. Oswald realizes that he must capture his opponent alive and force him to tell everything about these pills. Joseph says that he originally wanted to give him a chance to admire this battle, but since he doesn't want to, it's time to pay his debts. Joseph adds that Oswald has been a slave to the Lee clan for many years, and despite his kindness, he still wants to rebel, which means he must pay with his life. Oswald comments that his opponent is overconfident and summons a Tier 3 dark weapon. Abdul rushes to warn his master of the danger, saying that he will not be able to resist this power. Joseph accepts the challenge, saying that third-tier dark weapons are extremely powerful, but their true strength depends only on the wielder. Immediately after this, he decides to strengthen his defense with a 100-fold gravity defense, saying that he can only be killed in his sleep. Oswald falls into this trap and says that this damn trick saves his life again. Immediately after this, Joseph makes a quick, confident move forward to knock the sword out of his opponent's hands. Moments later, the sword falls to the ground and Oswald tries to get his weapon back. Joseph instantly gets ahead of him and grabs the sword in his hand. Looking at this weapon, he says that it is not worth much, but he will still take it for himself. Oswald looks angrily at Joseph and curses him out loud. After this, he decides to use the divine freezing strike and orders the sword to be returned to him. Joseph takes a fighting stance and says that if Oswald wants the sword back, he must collect it by force. Immediately after this, he delivers a powerful, quick, confident blow that breaks his opponent's attack. This attack creates a shockwave that shoots forward like a razor blade. Oswald somehow manages to block the attack, but it immediately breaks his shield. Oswald asks how he knows this technique, to which Joseph states that such a low-level technique can be repeated with just one glance. Oswald says that if he is so smart, he should get his ice sword back, to which Joseph states that he himself has a third-tier dark weapon. Turning to his ring, Oswald summons the spring water sword to use. Oswald says that it is indeed a Tier 3 weapon and asks where Joseph got it from. Joseph says his opponent is asking too many questions today, trying to delay his death. Immediately after this, he begins to recite an intricate quatrain in order to carry out a powerful blow. Once he gets into the air, he decides to use his yin energy and spring water skills to double his power. Oswald looks at his opponent with an unpleasant look and understands that the time has come for the final battle. He realizes that he can somehow use two dark blades at once. He recalls that it is not easy even for martial emperors, yet somehow this man still possesses such skills. Oswald rushes forward and says that the difference in their skills is still noticeable and he is unlikely to be able to bridge the gap. Joseph says that if Oswald were at least an emperor, he would be able to settle accounts with him, but the current gap in power is truly undeniable. He looks at his slave and orders him to look him in the eyes. Immediately after this, he decides to use the demon moon technique to subjugate the soul. Oswald is hopelessly trapped and falls to his knees, unable to move. Joseph smiles and says that he must kneel and experience the sharpness of his swords. Taking advantage of the enemy's immobility, he washes away the air and prepares to carry out the execution. Oswald manages to pull his body away, becoming a victim of only one of his hands. However, this blow is so painful that his loud screams are heard in the air. Joffrey and Eugene look at their comrade and understand that they need to quickly get out of here. They instantly decide to stop fighting the enemy and rush to Oswald's defense. Joseph miscalculated his strength, which is why he is unable to give chase. Marty tries to stop them, but they quickly rush into the sky, taking the form of a comet. Joseph puts away his weapon and says there is no need to chase them. He reflects that the soul subjugation technique requires too much time and spiritual power, so he should be more careful. Some time passes and they finally return to the ambush site, finding only Bai Mu there. Bai Mao says that they were ambushed, which forced them to fight at a very disadvantage. Marty walks past the bodies of the fallen guards, looking each one in the eye. Joseph asks if these guys are Marty's subordinates, and he replies that they are. Looking at one of the soldiers, Joseph says that this warrior was only 27 years old, and he always praised him for his talents and predicted a bright future. Joseph says that a guard's duty is to obey orders, meaning they died with honor, but Marty argues that they died rather ingloriously. Joseph says that not all soldiers meet death on the battlefield, but if they did their duty, then they were worthy guards. Marty and his colleagues decide to honor the fallen soldiers and stand in a respectful stance. After some time, they find themselves in the reception hall of Jonathan's residence, who irritably says that 8,527 is still in the capital. Gunther says he didn't expect his brother to decide to work with an enemy spy to oppose the Lee clan. Joseph tries to understand what is happening and asks what the hell happened here. Jonathan states that 5 days ago, information was received that the Bai army, consisting of 800,000 soldiers, attacked the settlement and then occupied the village of Kun. Gunther says these two towns are natural barricades and the fall of these cities would be a disaster for the entire country. Joseph also receives information that his father is trapped and asks Jonathan what he thinks. Jonathan mentally marvels at how his grandson manages to remain so incredibly cold-blooded. Jonathan says that the settlement of Kun is quite easy to defend, which means Father Joseph has a chance of a successful defense. Joseph says that if the entire Lee clan had left the city, then Yanter would have been able to do everything he had planned, and then it would have been too late. Jonathan says that Joseph's way of thinking is simply excellent and praises him for being his grandson. Joseph asks what to do if the reinforcement question is genuine and they are not being confused. He suggests that there is a possibility that this is indeed a combat alert. Jonathan says that if such a large number of soldiers led by his father are unable to do anything, then his father deserves to suffer. Jonathan also says that he cannot leave the capital, and Joseph understands perfectly well that it is about caring for Dinklage. Joseph says that such thinking is too simplistic, adding that the Bai had been building their state for hundreds of years, but this time the large army had easily advanced into the interior. Joseph says they don't know the enemy's tactics, but they can't just ignore requests for reinforcements. Jonathan says that Yantar is crazy to have decided on such a desperate and vile step. Joseph says this man has long coveted the throne, and now the cards are finally on the table. Gunther states that his older brother is acting too selfishly, because he is ready to sacrifice the people for his own benefit, after which he decides to simply give him the throne. The advisor tries to stop him, saying that if Janther gets the throne, the future of the people will be clouded and billions of people will be in danger, and Gunther changes his mind. Abdul watches what is happening and says that it seems awfully familiar to him. Jonathan tells the advisor that if he is concerned about the country and the people, he can go with 300,000 soldiers as reinforcements. Bai Mao interrupts the conversation and turns to the protagonist, asking if he has any ideas. The advisor speculates that Jonathan is trying to raise his grandson's status in Gunther's eyes in order to ensure a good future for himself. Joseph says he has a good plan, but it's too crowded here right now. One of the advisors says that everyone here is a close relative or trusted person. Joseph says he doesn't trust the others very much, and they take offense. After that, he says with a cold look that if they can swear on their lives that not a single word will leak outside the room, they can stay. He also says that this applies to everyone, and if they want to stay, they must be prepared to give their head to the current. The minister tries to understand who he is and why he has such a cold look. Gunther sees off the ministers, saying that they have worked well and can rest in the pavilion. After some time, the room remains almost empty and free of strangers. Bai Mao asks if he's ready to lay out the plan now, or is he waiting for Yi to leave here too? Joseph says there is no need for this and states that in his view, it would be better to defend on two fronts at once. Gunther says he thought about it, but they have limited resources, and if Jonathan leaves the city, he won't be able to resist Yantar. Jonathan says that many important military positions have been given to people working for the Elder Prince, so only the Central Army can help. Gunther looks at this proposal carefully and says that things are not that simple. Jonathan agrees with him and says that Yantar is at the head of the army, and it is impossible to force him to send his own soldiers there. Jonathan also says that he can use his reputation to gather some troops, to which Gunther states that there are urgent matters here. Joseph says that Jonathan should remain in the capital and can send him alone as reinforcements. Jonathan says that even if he can gather troops, these people are reckless, but they are disciplined, and only he can keep them in check. Bai Mao says that Mr. Joseph knows too little. Even if they gather troops, they still won't have enough people. Joseph smiles and tells her that she forgot something, which attracts Gunther's attention. Joseph says that he himself will not be able to command these old men, but he has in mind a man who can do it for him. Joseph says that he can't cure him completely yet, but if he stays close by and treats him with pills, Dinklage will recover pretty quickly. Jonathan, surprised, asks if he really found a way, to which Joseph states that he made magic pills. Jonathan says this is amazing news, and Gunther asks who he is talking about. Joseph says that he is talking about the legendary Dinklage, who conquered lands with his grandfather. Gunther is shocked and says that the legends say that this great warrior died. Jonathan says that the Lord then sent him to that line in the rating to get rid of his retinue, and he returned, being on the verge of life and death. Gunther sadly says that his father made reckless decisions and tries to understand how he could do that to loyal people. Jonathan continues the story, saying that he swapped him for a prisoner sentenced to death and declared him dead. Gunther bows respectfully to Jonathan and says that when he ascends to the throne, he will be sure to return the clan to their rightful status. Bai Mao says that the general's illness is most likely related to Commander Colonel. Joseph says that this assumption is correct since he was injured, the linear chi of Istred. Bai Mao says that it is truly genius that Joseph was able to restrain the ice key. She also says that she is very interested in who the next person is who is ready to join them. Joseph chuckles and says he wants to help them build a team capable of defeating an enemy that outnumbers them many times over. After this, he calmly states that the next person should be his teacher named Charles. Gunther says the teacher can support him, but never gets involved in political squabbles. Joseph says he doesn't expect him to take action and asks if he remembers the tragedies that happened 60 years ago. 60 years ago, when Jeff was still a prince, revolution broke out across the South and the army fled, leaving the country defenseless. In this difficult moment, Charles organized detachments of talented students to fight the revolutionaries. In this way, they not only defended the capital, but also pushed the enemy back, laying the foundation for the creation of a unit called the National Guard. To this day, these students are considered the founders of this honorable unit of the Royal Guard. Joseph says that right now the academy is starting its holidays, and the students are having practical training at the level of city defense. Gunther says it's a great idea, calls Joseph a genius, and notes that if students are sent, the army will grow exponentially. Joseph says that these wars will be the future of their country, and they will be waged by the academy teachers themselves. He also says that Lola's help is needed to contain the Chai and Dinklage and Colonel's bodies, as she is indeed a powerful warrior. Jonathan says it is a brilliant plan because it will gather strong troops and attract powerful people to their side. Joseph says that Colonel is losing his former power and his influence is diminishing, but if he is restored, no one will dare to contradict him. Joseph reminds the prince that he already has the support of 3 martial emperors, which means he cannot lose. Gunther looks on in surprise and wonders who the 3rd battle emperor is. Bai Mao turns his gaze to Jonathan, who laughs loudly. He says that apparently he no longer needs to hide and demonstrates his incredible strength. Everyone bows in a respectful gesture and congratulates him on such success, to which he responds with a short thank you. Jonathan looks at his grandson and thinks that he speaks like a true sage, and Gunther's victory is almost guaranteed. Gunther temporarily loses his composure and quickly gets closer to Joseph. He says that Joseph is simply an extraordinary man and asks if he wishes to be called a brother with whom he will share his destiny. Jonathan speculates that Gunther is doing this because of his rise, but if they were called brothers, the clan status would likely increase. Bai Mao looks at Joseph and realizes that he is a worthy ally. Joseph successfully pulls his hand away and hesitantly says that they will talk about this another time. Gunther, Marty, and Abdul stare at Joseph in surprise, trying to understand how this is possible. Gunther is surprised that he is a prince and the future leader of the country, but refuses his offer. Abdul and Marty react more kindly, realizing that being independent is more valuable than anything else. Jonathan chuckles and muses that they live in a small country, and that could have a serious impact on Joseph. Jonathan is surprised that without the current circumstances, this boy would have remained a pigeon for the rest of his life. Bai Mao smiles and says that she is not surprised that Joseph thinks about state affairs first, and that prestige is not his priority. Gunther laughs and says that he likes Joseph's wisdom, so it won't be announced when he takes the throne. Joseph says he has always been happy being a lone wolf and has never thought about any fraternities they are going to join. He politely asks them not to bring it up, and they are surprised that he can give it up so easily. Jonathan grins and realizes that at least his grandson knows his place, since usually both vassals and the emperor cannot be brothers. Gunther says that this young man is truly unique and is definitely his grandfather's grandson. Joseph hums sadly at all these people, preparing to give a speech full of powerful wisdom. He says that life is glory and shame, but all this will turn to dust, because life is a fog, and only martial arts are eternal. This serious and incredible quote impresses everyone around him, and Gunther reflects on how, up until this point, he thought that the fight for the throne mattered. Marty slowly repeats these words, realizing that life is glory and shame, but all this will turn to dust, and only martial arts are eternal. Such a powerful quote, filled with philosophical meaning, immediately makes him switch to the mode of incredible inspiration. The energy around him begins to pulse rapidly, surprising everyone around him. Bai Mao witnesses his transformation and realizes that he has become a martial lord. The girl wonders in her mind how this young man has risen so quickly in the ranks of power in such a short time. Jonathan says that he once meditated for 6 months to break through to the rank of battle lord, but he was lucky enough not to waste time and caught the endless task by the tail. Marty looks at his hands and wonders if this is a stroke of luck. After this, he looks at his mentor and realizes that all this was not in vain. He bows in a respectful gesture and thanks him for his incredibly wise instructions. Joseph praises Marty and says that he will order Abdul to make a pill for him so that he can advance to the martial emperor, since in his current state he is too weak. Our heroes tactically correctly distributed responsibilities in order to go to several places at once. Instead, the action is transferred to Yanter's residence, to a secret meeting room. He lectures his subordinates, saying that they had 3 martial emperors, but they have 1. He also states that they had elite equipment, but nevertheless only 4 people returned from the sortie, although they should have handled 30. He calls Oswald a damned slave and asks him how he is going to pay for it now. Phoenix says he lost an entire division of National Guard, which were his best men. Oswald begins to hastily justify himself, saying that Joseph and Marty are to blame for everything, and because of them, he lost his arm. The Crown Prince begins to chase him even harder after hearing such excuses. Yanter asks if such weak fighters could really hold off 2 battle emperors and cut off Oswald's hand. Oswald says that Marty instantly became a fighting emperor after taking some kind of pill, and Joseph turned out to be even more cunning. Oswald says that while he was in the family, he heard about this man, and he was simple. It's simple. Phoenix adds that there is definitely something wrong with this man because their plan was flawless, but not only failed, but also attracted Marty to their side. Oswald tries to defuse the situation by saying that they have lost the battle, but not yet lost the war, and everything else is going according to plan. Yanter says that things are not so simple, because Joseph can cure Colonel and attract the fighting Emperor Charles to his side. Oswald smiles slyly and says that when the time comes, his boss will send people, which means Colonel will definitely not be left out. Hearing this encouraging news, Yanter orders him to leave so that they can get some treatment. Left alone with his bodyguard, he asks if these people can be trusted. Phoenix replies that this is out of the question since he just lost 30 people. Yanter agrees with his words, saying that he can only rely on himself, and adds that they need to convince the other 3 divisions to side with them. Yantar also asks how things are on the other fronts, to which he states that Lord Kong is very angry at Jonathan for killing ministers against the laws. Yantar says that they only have intermediaries who will be of little help to them in battles. Phoenix says that they haven't really entered the battle yet, and they should let his men cause some trouble for Jonathan in the name of the law. Yanter says that this is a good idea, and if they take advantage of the opportunity to turn everyone against this clan, it will be easier to control the Central Army. After this, he gives his bodyguard a sign that he can go and leave him alone. Left alone, he says that everything that is happening is insignificant, because if there are no further mistakes, everything will go well. He happily says that the throne will definitely belong only to him. Meanwhile, the action moves to the Lee family residence, where Joseph and Jonathan have headed. Jonathan stops to find out what's going on. A huge number of people dressed in white robes and carrying posters appear in front of them. Jonathan angrily wonders who dared to surround his clan. They take a few steps forward and Sinister appears next to them to give a report. The young man says that 3 students from the Bird Academy came here and brought thousands of scientists with a protest to accuse Jonathan of serious crimes. Jonathan tries to understand why all this happened and what the scientists forgot here. He approaches Joseph with the idea that when these poor scientists get tired of fussing, they will leave themselves. Joseph decides to stay and look at the accusations that these scientists are making. Looking closely, he sees a huge number of ribbons with offensive words depicted on them. Turning around, he asks his grandfather if he really has the right to kill high-ranking officials, but he is afraid of a bunch of scientists. Jonathan says it's not that clear-cut, since killing scientists is ethically unacceptable. He also says that absolutely everyone, even the emperor, must behave respectfully before the chief scientist. Joseph mockingly asks why there is any need to be afraid of some insects, noting that if they decided to show up, it means that we paid them something. Stepping forward, he says that if these scoundrels get in his way, he will always finish them off. Jonathan wonders if they, as a clan of generals, have stooped to killing educated people. The leaders of the scientific protest watch as Joseph approaches them. As he approaches, they begin to shout that lawlessness is happening and that most likely killing officials is an abuse of power. All their students repeat these words as one, creating a huge hum of words. From these words, a powerful blue aura appears, and Joseph hears that crimes cannot be forgiven. After some time, this aura forms into the image of a scientist who stands behind the backs of these people. Fortunately for the Lee clan, Joseph is an unprincipled man with no morals or ethics. Taking a booger from his nose, he accurately shoots it into the mouth of one of the propaganda broadcasters. The other students look at their senior leader with incredible horror. The participant who is unlucky enough to catch someone else's booger immediately empties his stomach. However, this does not greatly shake the spiritual figure of the scientist observing him. Joseph realizes that before him is a great key of justice created by great scientists from all over the world. Smiling, he says that in front of him there is a great breakfast that should not be missed. With these thoughts, he throws himself into the air to call down the elements on his enemies. Once in the air, he decides to create a connection to begin the procession. Drawing in the energy, he realizes that he feels quite refreshed. He loudly declares that such great energy of justice will give a powerful impetus to his endeavors. Scientists look at it, wondering how it is even possible to hang in the air. Some scientists even begin to panic when they see such a sight. However, the older representatives urge their students not to panic because they possess the most powerful energy. They advise to remain calm and read sacred teachings to strengthen your energy and drive out the devilish essence. Following this advice, many followers bow their heads in prayer. At this moment, the energy of their minds is intertwined into a single point where our hero is located. Sinister asks his grandfather if everything is okay with the young master, and someone says that one must know the boundaries. Joseph explains that when he absorbs the great energy of justice, it not only turns into real energy, but also combines with his technique. Thus, he builds up his strength of spirit, but his progress still leaves much to be desired. At this time, he hears scientists saying that if they continue to read their prayers, the devilish essence will weaken. He begins to feel how the energy of justice becomes more and more dense. Smiling, he reflects that these two idiots are only making him stronger and decides to play along. Making a disgusted face, he calls these people incredible idiots and admits that he feels uncomfortable about what is happening. In just a few moments, he makes a breakthrough to the warrior of the 7 stars. To keep the flow of energy going, he makes a few theatrical gestures. Scientists say they must remain strong because the demonic entity is almost dead. Sinister wonders what they should do, considering that the young master appears to be dying. Jonathan wonders if there is anything about him, other than the awkward grimaces, that would give away the man in pain. Gradually, some scientists begin to lose consciousness from too much energy. This respect for the power of energy knocks lesser-minded scientists off their feet and they fall to the ground. Joseph, meanwhile, shows off his skills and demonstrates the aura of the 7 stars to everyone. After a while, he carefully lowers himself to the ground in front of the scientists, who are still standing on their feet. They realize in horror that their opponent did not receive a single scratch. Looking into his eyes, they feel that the pressure from him has become even denser. After this, the illness they got after spending a lot of energy knocks them down. Joseph says that if these guys had tried harder, he would already be a 7-star warrior at his peak. He asks what they were learning at all if they were exhausted after he absorbed such a small portion of energy. One of the scientists, angry, wonders if this boy really used the energy of justice to advance his cultivation. Jonathan smiles and says that this is definitely his grandson because he behaves very smartly. The angry scientist points his finger at Jonathan and says that they should all die. Joseph warns them that now they will not get away with a few drops of blood and not a single scar for what they did. He states that they maliciously surrounded his clan's home and his grandfather, and there must be consequences for it. The scientists feel incredible pressure and ask our hero what he is going to do. Joseph asks them if they really came to joke if they still don't understand what he's going to do. One of the scholars says that the Lee clan also committed great crimes that cannot be forgiven. Joseph asks the scholar if he means to say that all the emperor's loyal followers, faithful servants, and trusted assistants turned out to be absolute bastards. Another scientist says there is no need to dramatize everything so much and apologizes for the context. Joseph says that such damage to his clan would mean the death penalty, but since they helped him rise, he chooses mercy. One of the scholars stands up in a particularly arrogant manner and accuses Joseph of savagery, claiming that they are his followers. He also states that if Joseph even touches them, he will face serious consequences. A few moments later, Joseph's hand appears in front of his face, and the scientists don't even realize that their lives will be decided at that very moment. With one powerful attack, he kills the man as a warning to everyone else. The scientists turn around in horror and look at the fate of their comrade, while Joseph remains adamant. Such a fate immediately makes them change their point of view, and they begin to beg for mercy. The huge pool of blood and the splashes on their faces only make the horror in them more and more intense. Joseph approaches another scientist who immediately prays for his mercy. Joseph gives him a piece of paper with curses written about their boss and orders him to walk 3 times around the capital while saying certain words. Scientists understand that they may not survive today, but after insulting His Excellency, they will no longer be able to walk with their heads held high. Joseph orders everyone to stand up immediately, and absolutely every surviving scientist rises to their feet. Joseph hands this scroll to Sinister and tells him to go with them and kill anyone who resists on the spot. The scientists, not hiding the tears in their eyes, move forward, shouting offensive curses. Joseph says that these curses sound unconvincing, and that in order to survive, they will have to do it with more enthusiasm. The scientists realize that their situation will only get worse if they stop following this man's orders. Sinister walks at the head of the column, and the scientists begin to revile their boss with even greater passion. Ordinary people are watching this process and trying to understand what the hell is going on here. After some time, Joseph and Jonathan return to the secret room where Dinkleg is located. Joseph quickly examines it and comes to the conclusion that things are worse than he expected. However, he says that since he will be the one treating Dinklega, he will not be able to die even if he wants to. Jonathan looks at his friend and asks how soon he will come to his senses. Joseph smiles and says that the moment has already arrived, as Dinklega opens his eyes. The crippled warrior looks around, trying to figure out where he is. Dinklega says he passed out again and was lucky to wake up because he doesn't know if he'll be lucky next time. Joseph looks at his comrade and says that he should try to get back on his feet. Dinkleg looks at him with some understanding and says he hasn't stood on his feet in over 5 years. However, after a few moments, he suddenly feels that he can move his legs. Dinkleg grabs Joseph's hands and asks how he did it, to which he replies that it was pretty easy. Joseph explains that the ice inside his adventures is suffering, and to get to the root of the problem, it was necessary to neutralize its sides, nothing more and nothing less. He adds that the mystical pills can do it, but since they are only second rank, it won't be that easy. He also says that to fully get Dinkleg back on his feet, someone with strong yang energy is needed. Dinkleg immediately hugs his comrade in arms and says that so many years have passed, and he can still stand. He also praises his grandson Joseph, saying that he is simply a genius and even makes him slightly envious. Joseph says that in a few days they will have to lead the army and lead it to the east. Dinkleg was very surprised and asked again if he would really be given command of the army. Laughing loudly, he says that all that remains is to sit here, remember the past and army money. Joseph says he's willing to bet he'll be in peak physical shape very soon. Dinkleg turns his head towards Jonathan and asks if the man is serious. Jonathan tells Dinkleg that he is forced to ask him for this favor, even though he is not fully recovered. Dinkleg takes this information in with awe, and tears come to his eyes. He happily says that he could not even dream of this, because now he will put on his armor again and take to the battlefield. He thanks his friend for this opportunity, and he recommends that he think it over carefully at his leisure. After this, Joseph smiles eerily and looks at his grandson, getting his attention. Coming closer, he says that he has proven that he is indeed a second-rank alchemist. After this, he adds that he will probably find a lot of interesting things. Checks. Joseph asks his grandfather where these things could have come from, but he is immediately silenced. Then his grandfather bombards him with a ton of questions about where all the treasures his family has accumulated over the centuries have gone. After some time, he takes some things that belong to him and says that today he will not rob to the last thread. After all, it is not ethical. After that, they come to the room where Lola and Colonel are already waiting for them. Colonel looks at his comrade in surprise and asks Jonathan if he will really become emperor. Lola also watches in amazement as new heroes emerge with incredible powers. Dinkleg greets Colonel and asks if he's still alive or has not died from the severe poison. Jonathan says that this story is best left for later, as it is quite long. Nevertheless, they decide to tell everything in order to bring clarity to the ranks of their allies. Colonel asks Jonathan why he didn't ask for help, since he would have helped anyway. Jonathan reminds the guard commander that he too was seriously wounded back then. He also states that he had no way to truly help his friend, so all he could do was hide him. Colonel says that it seems that young Master Joseph has found a cure, and the hero replies that he has made a pair of magical fire pills that can suppress the effects of the poison. He also says that for the final cure, Teacher Lola's strong yang energy will be needed. After that, he snaps his fingers and says that if they want to cure Colonel too, he would like to get help. Colonel nods and says that in order to receive the treatment, he will have to do something in return. He says that he can agree to 3 things, but asking him to do something that is impossible is not worth it, to which Joseph replies that this suits him. Lola asks him how he was able to make a second-tier potion, to which he states that he was just lucky. Lola says that her student hid his talents so well that even she was able to fool him, but now she can rest assured about his future. Joseph smiles and thanks the teacher for everything she has done for him, promising generous rewards, to which Lola states that it is her duty and rewards are not needed. After a short pause, she says that if inspiration ever comes to him, she would like to hear from him the very melody he played then. Joseph smiles and says that he will do everything in the best way for her, and she doesn't have to worry. Jonathan says that everyone present here is a dear guest. They can rest for now, and tomorrow they will go to the emperor's palace. After some time, the scene moves to the training room where Joseph continues to improve himself. He is clearly unhappy that he is still at the level of a pathetic 3-star warrior and decides to fix it. With the help of the technique of his consciousness, he again rushes towards the divine charge. Once inside his consciousness, he discovers that it resembles a crystal peach orchard. Walking through the space, he says he saw many people creating spaces inside the dark weapon by combining different objects. He notices that the space created during his meditation looks extremely interesting, like a living magical world. After thinking for a while, he realizes that throughout the entire country there are close to 0 people capable of creating such a monument. He also understands that this moment stabilizes his consciousness, preventing him from falling out of the meditation process. He smiles as he realizes that his spiritual strength can be strengthened as his body absorbs natural energy. By acquiring this artifact, he must now train both his body and spirit at the same time. In the real world, he uses one of the most severe techniques of hardening the body, while spiritually he continues to meditate intensely. With his weapon, he decides to use 30 times the gravity to strengthen himself. At this time, the spiritual consciousness experiences incredible sciences, pain and suffering, and the body experiences physical torment. But this does not prevent it from continuing. Our hero's meditation becomes such a serious undertaking that almost no one can repeat his training. While standing on one hand and meditating in his spiritual world, he can simultaneously cut through crystal with his sword. The Russian crystals suddenly stand up and try to absorb the energy that they have. Joseph reflects on the thousands of subtle connections between the body and mind, and he could not imagine that he would be able to absorb the energy of 8 crystals at once. He considers it a special achievement that he can do this simultaneously, because in a past life, it would have been lucky for him to absorb the energy of at least 1 or 2. By training both his body and mind at the same time, he achieves levels of strength that even he himself in his past life could not have dreamed of. Finally, he realized that when he returned to the 9 high heavens realm, there would be no one on the entire continent who could compare to him. The hope of becoming the strongest man in the universe drives him forward, and he continues to absorb energy. At this point, he makes a small mistake. He absorbs too much energy, causing his body to begin to expand. He concentrates, tries to calm down, realizing that if he makes a mistake, his body will explode. Luckily, he manages to assume a meditation pose in time and calm his body. He experiences a strange feeling and tries to figure out whether it is because his body could not withstand it and became exhausted. However, after a while, he shakes himself off, realizing that now is not the time to give up. Using a new technique to unite consciousness and body, he says he can't stop here. The energy begins to bubble and rush straight into his face, but he remains determined. His determination pays off many times over as he reaches the level of an 8-star warrior. A joyful Joseph says that he has finally achieved his desired goal. He's still alive. As he rises to his feet, he reflects that this was too dangerous. After getting dressed, he realizes that he can't play with his life like that because if he dies, everything will end. Jonathan comes into the room and says he doesn't mean to disturb you, but there's an emergency. After a few moments, he cuts off and looks closely at his grandson. He says that he himself has reached the level of 8 stars, and Joseph decides to embellish the situation by stating that if he had not been worried, he would have made it to the level of a martial artist. Jonathan carefully studies the descendant and says that just 2 days ago he was at the war level, and now he has already jumped to 8 stars. Jonathan tries to push his grandfather out of the room, saying that if there is nothing urgent, he would like to continue training. Jonathan explains that he came on urgent business after the incident with the 3 scientists. Many parents resigned, and now the Lee clan has a bad reputation. He says that when he saw the gathering of bailiffs, he chose to run away. Joseph wonders if a bunch of scientists are hindering his development. He asks his grandfather what he is so afraid of, offering to kill everyone who stands in his way. Jonathan replies that if they were ordinary bailiffs, he would have killed them, but these people are descendants of the saint and representatives of the contingent of scientists. Joseph says that those who follow the path of martial arts must believe only in strength. He says with a clever look that he who acts like a king among the common people must not be dirt, and if he can part the clouds with one wave, no one will dare to slander him. Jonathan listens carefully and suddenly freezes, realizing that this is indeed the truth. Joseph looks ahead and says that today he will smash all these rotten insects, because no one will stand in his way. Jonathan reflects that his grandson's words sound majestic, as if his mind had been cleared. Joseph rushes forward and says that today he will destroy the dirt under his feet. Jonathan watches his grandson as he rushes forward to overcome all obstacles. Jonathan goes with him and wonders in his mind why this malt has such a powerful, sinister energy, as if he had absorbed billions of souls. Jonathan realizes that he was too self-confident, and at this stage, he was just beginning his journey into the world of martial arts. A guard tries to stop them, saying that this is not a place where just anyone can enter. Other guards prepare to block the path of these people, carrying out their orders. Joseph says he doesn't have time for this, and if they don't leave now, they can't hope for mercy. The guards decide to carry out their orders with honor and are rewarded with instant death for this. Jonathan looks in amazement at the brutal reprisals he teaches his grandson against ordinary soldiers. He asks him why he has to be so cruel to people who are following his orders. Joseph disregards the words he spoke just recently and declares that today he has come to kill. Arriving at the royal palace, he introduces himself and says that he has urgent business that requires an immediate audience with the emperor. Absolutely everyone in the palace looks at each other in surprise, realizing that Joseph is coming here. His path is blocked by another fighter who asks how dare he come here. The commander of the palace guard says that the imperial palace is a sacred place and children cannot just barge in. Using his incredible energy, Joseph concentrates it in his hand and thrusts it forward. He manages to jump off his horse in time, which falls victim to inhuman energy. Looking closely at the legs, our hero realizes that in front of him is the battle lord of the 8 stars, the realm of 4 dimensions. Joseph realizes that he is the strongest warrior of the palace guards, when suddenly he sees his grandfather, the sublime heir. Jonathan rushes forward and delivers several hundred blows with one easy movement. This amount of damage concentrated in one point instantly destroys the guard commander. Jonathan lands on his feet for added effect. The guards immediately surround them, pointing spears in their direction. However, fear runs through their veins as they watch Jonathan dispose of the commander like trash. Jonathan says they have an urgent military mission and anyone who stands in their way will be killed without mercy. The guards decide not to move, and Joseph tries to figure out what to do in this situation. Noticing Jonathan's gaze, he guesses that the old man wants to watch his actions. After this, he takes a few steps forward and says that he is the son of a general and has urgent business related to the armed forces. His loud voice reaches the imperial palace, and absolutely everyone in the throne room hears it. Yanter says that the Lee clan continues to act recklessly, as they dare to kill palace guards and break into the palace. Gunther is surprised that his comrade made such a scene, and understands that all plans to obtain authority to mobilize the armed forces have gone down the drain. Jeff spends some time and says that it is necessary to announce the arrival of Jonathan and Joseph here. The guards step back and allow the heroes to pass, and the heralds announce them into the palace. They are confronted by bailiffs who tell them both to stop. They are accused of grave crimes such as humiliating the descendant of a saint and causing harm to hundreds of scholars. Other bailiffs say the earth will bear witness to their actions. Joseph looks at these scientists and realizes that they are starting to irritate him. Sniffing, he realizes that they have so little of the great energy of justice that he feels sorry to absorb it. Therefore, he solves the problem in a rather radical and familiar way, by killing several people at once. With one swing of his sword, he kills several scientists and silences everyone else. They begin to fear, realizing that the same fate could await them if they utter another word. The most daring claim that Joseph committed the murder right in front of the imperial chamber. Joseph says that such curs should not poke their noses into state affairs, and if they call themselves scientists, then they have been too easily fooled. He also says that if Eugene was a great benefactor, he would not have sent them to defend the palace, as they are just cannon fodder. After some time, the action moves to the main palace, where several scientists are guarding Eugene. When the heroes appear, Eugene rises on the stretcher and looks at them angrily. He turns to the emperor and asks for help to kill these idiots. Jeff asks Joseph how he dared to kill guards and scientists right in front of his palace. Joseph engages in mental gymnastics and says that he killed them solely out of respect for the emperor. Yanter declares that this is complete nonsense and that this man must be made to pay with his life. Joseph asks the prince if he knows what the imperial law is. Yanter replies that he is the crown prince of the country and, of course, knows about it. Joseph says that in that case he will need the help of the Minister of Chins. After some time, the minister arrives here and asks what business the young gentleman has for his humble service. Joseph greets the minister respectfully and says that he is unsure about something and asks for enlightenment. The minister replies that he will answer any question, and our hero asks about the punishment for obstructing communication about urgent defense matters. The minister says that urgent matters of defense are related to national security, so obstruction of their resolution is punishable by death. Scientists recall that this young man was constantly shouting about urgent military matters, which means that those guards died in vain. Yanter says that even if these guards committed deadly crimes, it does not wash away the blood of the academy professors. He claims that each of these professors was incredibly well-read and not usually involved in politics, and Joseph simply went and killed them. Joseph is asked by the minister what the punishment is for slandering high-ranking officials, to which the minister replies that if slander is proven, it is punishable by death. Yanter is surprised that the state passed such a law. Eugene says that if ordinary people were slandering officials, they should of course be killed, but these people were high-status members and were telling the truth. Joseph smiles and asks the minister what punishment is given to those who obstruct the king's orders. The minister calmly says that anyone who opposes the king's order must be killed along with his family. Scientists understand that apparently their colleagues also died in vain. Joseph says that one of the dead was Eugene's nephew, which means he too is subject to capital punishment. Eugene tries to get out of this situation, but fear prevents him from making unfounded accusations. Finally, he bows before the emperor and asks for a fair trial. Jonathan looks at what is happening in surprise, trying to understand if this man is really his grandson. He recalls that he was always a descendant of a military clan, and they did not possess the art of oratory. Jeff says that Eugene is a descendant of the saint, as well as his teacher, so he should not be punished for the crimes of a distant relative. Eugene thanks the emperor for his mercy and says that the king is always the fairest. The guards watching him are surprised that even in such a situation he is fawning over his majesty. Jeff reflects on how both sides were heard. He spared Eugene, but took Joseph's words into account. Joseph disagrees, saying that Eugene is a role model and therefore the imperial law must be followed. He also says that a prince who has committed a crime is no different from a commoner, because Mr. Eugene's position is not above the law. Eugene claims that the decrees of His Majesty are sacred, and therefore no one dares to point a finger at them. Joseph looks at the rebellious old man and says that this scene seems familiar to him. After a short pause, he says that he does not consider the emperor's opinion on this issue to be significant. These bold words cause surprise among everyone in the room. The throne room is quite a large room, so his words echo for a while. Gunther reflects that they were in a good position, but for some reason this boy began to behave so disrespectfully. Jeff rises from his seat to punish the foolish, proud man. Joseph gets out of the situation in a strange way, suddenly standing in a respectful stance. He starts pouring water into people's ears about how respect for the emperor must come from the heart. After this, he accuses Eugene of speaking to His Majesty without trepidation and of not expressing loyalty. He asks if Eugene really decided that the emperor is not wise enough and cannot make a decision on his own. Scholars wonder whether Eugene had not yet cleared himself of his crime against imperial law, and now he is accused of objecting to the decree. Eugene feels incredibly angry and points his finger at his opponent, trying to curse him. However, after a few moments, his strength suddenly leaves him and he falls to the ground, coughing up blood. The scientists run to their teacher, but it turns out to be too late. Coming closer, they realize that their teacher has gone to the heavenly kingdom, leaving his affairs behind. They wonder in their minds whether such an unrivaled scientist could die of anger. Joseph says with a smile that after all, this man was a descendant of the saint and died to atone for his sins. Scientists understand that this man is too cruel and it is better not to mess with him. Jeff clears his throat, realizing that there was no point in hurting the Lee family for the sake of a worthless dead man. He says that Joseph is right and adds that Eugene was an outstanding scientist of his time, so they will choose a date for his funeral and declare national mourning. After this, they ask Joseph and Jonathan what urgent news made them run here, killing everyone on the way. Joseph takes a few steps forward, preparing to read the report. With his hands in a special gesture, He says that they have lost Bai City and the enemy army has surrounded Kun village. He asks His Majesty to send reinforcements with his troops, causing a dead silence to reign in the hall. Jeff looks at the heroes with interest and asks what will happen next with the news. Joseph says that's all he wanted to say and imagines that he will now wait for orders to send reinforcements. Jeff states that this news is not urgent at all, since he already knew about it. Yanter says that Joseph punished the guards and professors for such nonsense. Joseph replies that if he is so smart, he should go to the front to fight the enemy army and not waste time on internal enemies. Yanter understands that the boy has a gift for talking, so it's better not to continue the argument. Joseph smiles and says that the Golden Lion Legion under Yantar's command has already been defeated. Yanter turns to his father, realizing that something is wrong here. He thinks that the circumstances are shaping up to be suspicious, and his father will definitely understand that something is wrong. Jeff calmly says that the village is defended by Joseph's father with an army of 400,000 men, which means this petition is a fake. Joseph objects, saying that if this is true, the enemy army will move south and all 13 major cities will be captured. He wonders if the Central Army will be able to resist the enemy then. One of the scientists says he understands Joseph's concerns, but the fears should not be based on emotions. Joseph calls the official in front of him a moral crook. Jeff asks how dare he draw his blade in front of the emperor. Joseph says he will cut off this scoundrel's head before the army moves. Bringing the weapon closer, he burns the villain's skin with incredible frost. Joseph says he brought urgent news from the front. In his haste, he forgot to remove his armor and apologizes for it. But in doing so, he discovered an immoral rogue. Yanter claims that Joseph is playing with the lives of important officials and, as if he had gone mad, is creating such scenes in the palace, which means he must be executed. Before he can utter a few more curses, he gets punched right in the face. Our hero's grandfather, Jonathan, enters the fight, delivering a powerful knockout blow. The impact is so strong that Yanter's body penetrates several tens of meters of rock. The angry generals wonder who dared to execute Yanter's grandson. Yanter falls to the ground, trying to catch his breath. He has suffered serious damage to his respiratory organs. He glares at his opponent and knows he won't get away with this so easily. Joseph, meanwhile, painfully destroys one of the officials with his blade. Yanter takes a closer look and sees an expression of mass horror on the official's face. Jeff notices that Jonathan has a much more powerful energy than before, and apparently all these years of loneliness were not in vain. Joseph asks Jeff why he hesitates between the life of an old senile man and the fate of an entire country. He says that if they don't agree, they can simply go home. And when the government changes, all these useless sacks will remain in office, which cannot be said about him. Smiling, he adds that this is all the loyalty of his servants that he received during the years of his reign. Ministers speculate that these two are a real problem, one with a sharp tongue, the other with frightening strength. Yanter rises to his feet with difficulty and moves closer to the imperial throne. Gunther thinks that this is a message that if Jeff refuses to deploy troops, a change of power in the palace will not be long in coming. Jeff spends some time thinking, then agrees with Joseph's ideas. He initially appoints Jonathan as the commander of the army, but immediately states that he will find a worthy replacement, since he is no longer as strong. Yanter understands that there is some kind of catch here because his grandfather is at the level of a fighting emperor. After some time, he reunites with Gunther and Bai Mao and asks the prince if he wants to take a look at the academy selection. Joseph smiles and says that all these students will one day become loyal soldiers, so he is curious to see what they are capable of. The action moves to the academy, where many people want to sign up as volunteers. Megan asks the teacher to allow her brother to enroll as well, but he replies that only academy students are accepted here. He also says that Megan's brother looks pale green, which means he is clearly malnourished. Martin says he eats every day and it's not like he's undernourished. Larry notes that Megan's brother is very talented, and it's rare to see a warrior-level fighter like him in the academy, so they need to wait for the next recruitment. Martin says that the teacher will decide everything, and Larry asks who exactly this teacher is. Joseph appears behind them and says that he is Martin's mentor. Martin immediately runs into his arms and says that Joseph came just in time. Megan smiles warmly at our hero, and the little boy thanks him for coming. Jonathan looks at his grandson in surprise and asks if he already has any students. Looking at the boy, he notices that he looks like he hasn't finished eating, after which Martin calls him an old fool. Larry bows and orders everyone to greet His Highness Prince Gunther and Jonathan, the great commander. Martin realizes that he has just insulted his master's girlfriend. Joseph scolds him and tells him that Martin must go to a room with 20 times the gravity for the entire day. Baimao quickly settles the issues with Martin's recording, while Gunther notices the looks from the other students. He cheerfully tells them that regardless of their background and position, if they perform well, they will be able to immediately join the National Guard. Hearing such motivation, the students go to sign up in a friendly manner, and Bai Mao says that this time more than 2,000 people will sign up. Joseph, meanwhile, turns to Megan and says that they will be leaving for a short while to rest. Jonathan glances at the girl and says that she can give birth to healthy heirs, but Joseph asks him to be closer to people. After some time, the list is ready, and Bai Mo reports that 2,300 people have signed up. On top of everything else, the world-famous Charles arrived at the meeting. The director says that 60 years ago, students also formed their own battalion, and now he will follow their example to fulfill his duty to the fatherland. Students across the city raise their fists and say that duty to the country comes first. Charles says that this time the selection will be led by Prince Gunther, the figure of the moment who will lead them into a brilliant future. Charles looks around and suddenly notices Jonathan. He quickly realizes that his comrade has achieved the rank of Martial Emperor. After laughing, he says that he now completely hands over the floor to the Crown Prince. Gunther announces that everyone who makes it to the end will receive 3,000 gold, and the families of the dead will be paid a substantial sum. It is added that all who return from the war will be appointed as close associates of the king, regardless of rank and position. Gunther also announces that Joseph will be the commander of the student battalion and will lead them into the heart of the battle. After these words, deathly silence reigns. Gunther looks around in surprise and asks if anyone really disagrees with these conditions. One hand rises into the air, and the young man says that he is not very happy with these conditions. This man turns out to be the #1 ranked warrior in the academy named Challenger, who says that he will accept these conditions after he defeats Joseph. They are joined by another high-ranking academy student named Loafer. Gunther says that he really enjoys watching ambitious young people and that he is counting on Joseph. Joseph smiles, nods slightly, and then takes a few steps forward. He says that they don't have much time, so it would be better if they both attacked him at the same time. They prepare for battle. Everyone takes their places so as not to interfere with the fight. Joseph says he has quite a lot to do and doesn't want to waste the other fighters' time. Coming closer, he says that he would like to be attacked by 2 people at the same time. Nearby, students wonder if this young man can withstand an attack from 2 academy students. Upon hearing this proposal, Challenger and Laufer realize that they are not dealing with an ordinary person. Liara is also on the volunteer list and decides to watch what is happening closely. Charles remembers that Joseph had just become a 1-star warrior, but was now able to rise to 8. Joseph takes out his weapon and prepares to take on 2 opponents at once. Behind him stands a symbolic statue of Gu Feng, which represents power in a past life. Laufer takes up his weapon and says that his opponent is taking on too much. A huge number of girls appear behind Loafer, cheering for him and saying that he is incredibly handsome, which embarrasses our fighter. Joseph says there is nothing wrong with being overconfident. A person with great power cannot be wrong. Laufer disputes this highly controversial idea and says they will talk about strength when they cross arms. Joseph rises to the challenge and easily dodges Laufer's many attacks. Charles says that Laufer is amazing with his spear, despite only being a 2-star warrior. Joseph says he is very impressed by these skills, adding that he will nevertheless bring down the dragons and the tiger's subjugation. He also turns to Martin and asks if he remembers his desire to learn Tiger's hidden strike, adding that he is now teaching him directly. Students watching the scene see Megan rush forward and try to stop the spear with her body. Joseph moves forward relentlessly and prepares to punch through the metal pike. This blow proves incredibly effective and stops Laufer's attack in an instant. Martin is thrilled and says that his master is simply an amazing person. Loafer jumps to the side, taking serious damage, but not enough to take him out of the fight. He uses his technique to rise into the air and swoop down like a dragon. The aura around him begins to change and create spiritual dragons around him. Joseph says he'll be interested to see if his tiger and dragon spear can outperform his defense. At that very moment, he decides to use the practices of body improvement techniques, thanks to which one can achieve almost complete invulnerability. Joseph realizes that if he can achieve the golden immortal form, he can immediately raise his rank to the level of a saint. For him, this time has not yet come, but it turns out to be enough to withstand serious opponents. The students are very impressed by the incredible courage of their new idol and realize that he is incredibly strong. The smoke begins to clear and everyone notices how minor the damage to our hero is. Looking at him, people understand that he has incredible strength. Loafer takes a few steps back, realizing that all his efforts were in vain. He chuckles and says the glass form was a very curious piece of knowledge. Everyone else on the platform hears Joseph's laughter and realizes that they have underestimated him. Liara guesses that she was too arrogant, but now she will no longer cross paths with him. He will be stronger and move forward. Challenger encourages his friend and says that they should attack together. With these words, he summons his spiritual power, using the skills of the green demonic millstone. Around him rises a huge number of strange spiritual spheres, which feed him with their power. After this, they join forces to crush the man who volunteered to command them. Joseph walks towards them with complete nonchalance, ready to crush them with one blow. Students say the two geniuses have teamed up to defeat him, and in the heat of battle, it won't be easy. Joseph keeps his cool and decides to use the Lotus Sword Song skill to stop them. It instantly creates a barrier that prevents any significant damage from being done to it. Smiling, he says that it's his turn now and decides to use the Lotus Sword Song skill. Having swung properly, he prepares to launch a powerful combo. Loafer and Challenger do not have time to react to his movements, realizing that they simply do not have enough reaction time. Their surprised faces will be remembered forever because after that, they never look to challenge this man. Joseph also decides to use his gravity skill to lock them in place. His determination forever captivates all the students watching this battle. Loafer and Challenger try to combine forces to at least somehow block some of the damage. Almost all of their efforts prove futile, and a powerful explosion raising dust crushes them. The students watching this are incredibly captivated by such a performance. Jonathan and Gunther are also surprised, admiring the strength of the man they have fortunately taken as an ally. Joseph turns to the rest of the students and asks if anyone else has any objections to his power. All the students jump to the side so that their intentions are not inadvertently misunderstood. Joseph throws the ball over his shoulder, looking at them with satisfaction, feeling his superiority. The second day of selection arrives and a huge number of military divisions arrive at a certain location. Each of them holds his own flag, and among the countless warriors there are also student units. Surprisingly, some students even signed up as volunteers, unusual old men who would hardly be able to hold a weapon. Hunter's father, Krieger, says that no one else will come, but even with these troops they can win. Jonathan turns to Commander Colonel and says it's time to begin. Hearing the signal, the commander quickly approaches the edge of the fortress to look at the countless regiments. Taking a deep breath, he lets out a powerful cry to attract the attention of all the soldiers. He loudly declares that the National Guard has 3 minutes to assemble downstairs and advises them to hurry. He also says that any disobedience will be punished to the fullest extent of the law, and this cry reaches all the way to Phoenix and Yantar. Yantar understands that 90% of the Central Army is under his command. But this scoundrel is trying to gather only 5 divisions of the National Guard. He orders his bodyguard to rush forward to test this in practice. Instead of childhood, he is briefly transported into the depths of the Creator where the Emperor lurks. He had not been feeling very well lately due to the effects of the poison. Hearing Colonel's loud voice, he happily says that he can now be at peace. The Lan family, led by Lan Harper, also hears this voice and realizes that Colonel is fully cured. The head of the family says that fate has set its course, and now we must follow it. He also says that tomorrow is the birthday of the concubine who gave birth to Gunther, and he needs to tell his people to prepare gifts. His son asks what this all means, but the father remains silent for a while. Looking up at the sky, he says that the Lee clan will be walking over their heads for a long time to come. Phoenix says the commander of the 1st National Guard Division has arrived here. Colonel gives him a stern look, causing a slight fear to appear on his face. Janter climbs the tower to look around and see how big the scale of the support is. Looking at the small number of soldiers, he realizes that they are all old and feeble warriors. A contented smile appears on his face, while Gunther looks at him rather angrily. However, a few moments pass, and the commander of the 2nd Division of the National Guard appears to meet them. The commander of the 5th Division of the National Guard does not keep us waiting long. As for the commanders of the 4th and 3rd Divisions of the National Guard, they were already here from the beginning. A few moments later, the loud clatter of soldiers' boots is heard, and a huge number of fighters take their places. All 5 commanders line up and the National Guard arrives in full force. Looking at these great warriors, student regiments say that they want to become like them someday. Colonel says the guards have been defending the country for a long time and must be prepared to give their lives. He also says that His Majesty was a great leader and at the moment there are only 2,000 or 3,000 people here. Gunther smiles and understands that even if the army only had masters, it would be useless. Colonel orders that 124 generals will be sentenced to death by order of His Majesty, adding that the punishment will begin right here. Yanter asks how he dares to kill army generals. Colonel says that Yanter is also one of the generals of the Central Army, but he did not support the position and betrayed national security. Colonel states that in that case, he too will be executed for his crimes. Janter says that he is a prince, and Colonel is just an official who does not dare to say such things. Colonel replies that this is a contradiction, because if he and his comrades had not fought for the country, that side would not exist at all. Colonel adds that their family only appears in the 5th school in history, and he was its emperor of the 8 stars and no one dares to challenge him. Yanter looks in horror at this man, who says that killing him is like strangling a dog. After 5 years of silence, indifferent to what was happening, Colonel is finally back in action. Phoenix and his accomplices decide to follow the example of the Supreme Commander. He reflects that he has served this man for many years and knows that his intention to kill is not an empty threat. A few moments pass and Yanter is pinned down, also stripped of his title. Colonel comes closer to his captive, and Gunther sees not very good intentions in this. He wonders if being the heir to the throne guarantees absolute power and any security if killing his brother was so easy. A little time passes, and all 124 generals who did not ignore the order are here. Colonel says that they thought that numbers could overcome the law, but this was not the case. Colonel states that in the next life they must remember that their state will prosper without their help, while they themselves are only destroyers. The generals are horrified to realize that nothing can change their fate, and all they can do is await death. However, as soon as the swords are raised, Phoenix brings His Majesty's decree and asks Colonel to read it. Colonel turns away and orders his subordinate to read. Phoenix reads the words that the generals and Yantar behaved arrogantly, but due to the dangerous situation in the country, he will give them a chance to atone for their guilt. Also, according to this decree, the prince must receive 100 lashes as a lesson. The generals begin to breathe out tensely, trying to understand whether they will really be pardoned. Yantar reflects that thanks to his family, he will still retain his military status. Colonel says that in addition to Yantar, who is assigned 500 blows, he allows all the other generals to be executed. One of the generals rightly reminds Colonel that not long ago he accused them of disobeying His Majesty's orders, but he himself does not follow them. Colonel is not used to answering uncomfortable questions, so this general is executed. The same thing happens with other generals, because in reality only the law of the strong applies here. Janther rightly points out that Colonel has violated the Emperor's decree and should be executed along with his family. Colonel makes faces and says he doesn't leave him any choice. After this, he says that this scoundrel must be brought in and beaten with a whip 500 times, and also that all the general's assistants must be gathered. Colonel doesn't think about the fact that he has just literally decapitated his army, depriving it of its leaders, and moves forward. After some time, all 124 assistant generals arrive on site to take up their positions as their superiors. Colonel says that he is very glad to hear. He hopes that people will be the same as the generals he just killed. He comes back forward, exchanging respectful glances with Jonathan. Joseph invites him to take a seat on a special chair in order to discuss further business. Colonel sits down and says that the first task has been completed. Joseph praises his comrades' incredible cruelty and says that now no one will defeat them.